Chapter 1. The doctor in black stockings. Chuan's academic performance in high school was exceptionally commendable. Had he not encountered the landlady or crossed paths with his classmate Yu Hui, his circumstances might have been entirely different. Yet, his mental state was rather difficult to articulate. For instance, at this moment, seated directly across from him was a female doctor adorned with rimless glasses, perhaps due to the sweltering weather. Her white coat was dampened by perspiration, subtly revealing the allure beneath. Below the coat resided a pair of fair and elegant legs, protected by black stockings, with 10 delicate toes concealed within slender high heels. Upon reviewing Yi Chuan's medical history, the doctor's brows furrowed in suspicion. "Are you implying that every living creature you observe appears as a pig, including me?" "Indeed," Yi Chuan affirmed with a nod. The doctor then unfastened her coat, allowing it to fall open as she leaned closer to Yi Chuan's face. "And what do you see now?" "Two pigs." The doctor's heart raced at his words, prompting her to conduct a thorough physical examination of Yi Chuan. Subsequently, she noted in his medical records that while his physiological functions were normal, he possessed no conventional desires towards mature women. After all, if women appeared as pigs in his eyes, it would indeed be peculiar for him to harbor any such desires. "Please proceed for an X-ray. I wish to ascertain the underlying cause." "Certainly. Thank you, doctor." Yi Chuan adjusted his trousers and departed to have the X-ray taken, returning promptly to the consultation room to present the results. "What a handsome young man. Such a pity." The doctor sighed after examining the X-ray, casting a wistful glance at the silent young man before her. "Your spinal condition is quite severe." She retrieved a nearby spinal model. "Behold, this represents your spine. It is significantly deformed, compressing both your brain and optic nerves, which is the primary reason you perceive everything as pigs. The only solution to rectify this issue is surgical intervention to correct your spine, but the risks are considerable. Should the procedure fail, you could very well end up paralyzed from the neck down." Yi Chuan regarded the doctor, who resembled a pig in her white coat, and nodded in a manner that suggested he comprehended only partially. Extending his hand, "Doctor, have you finished? May I have my spine back now?" The doctor stood momentarily frozen, holding the spinal model, her expression shifting as she added the words "severe mental abnormality" to the medical record. Moments later, Yi Chuan exited the hospital, clutching the spinal model, and boarded a bus heading back to school. Since he could remember, everything he saw appeared as pigs, though he might classify this as an ailment. It hardly affected his daily life, save for his romantic pursuits. After all, Yi Chuan was not like Sangu, who could find interest in pigs. He had initially hoped to resolve this affliction before the commencement of the transition ceremony, but it seemed unlikely now. Nevertheless, Yi Chuan had never aspired to a particularly illustrious career, as the awakened profession was often correlated with one's parental lineage. His mother was a chef, while his father was a renowned butcher, having developed a unique style of butchery that allowed him to dispatch pigs with an efficiency akin to that of a skilled artisan. The child of a butcher and a chef would, under normal circumstances, likely pursue a career in the culinary or service industry. Upon returning to Qingqing High School, Yi Chuan found the place teeming with students. As soon as he re-entered his classroom, a tall, graceful girl approached him. "Phew, Yi Chuan, you finally made it. I was worried sick. If you had been late, just wait until I get my hands on you." Su Lingxian threatened playfully, her small fists raised. She was curvaceous in all the right places, with a delicate, blooming face adorned with exquisite features. Though still young, she already exuded an aura of blossoming beauty. However, in Yi Chuan's eyes, she merely resembled a pig standing on two legs, flailing its trotters. At that moment, a chorus of teasing voices erupted around them. "Su Lingxian, are you once again clinging to your Yi Chuan? Do you too feel the need to flaunt your affection daily? They're childhood friends, inseparable since youth. They'll probably marry and have children right after the transition." Hearing the playful banter, Su Lingxuan's cheeks flushed deeper, yet she resolutely stood beside Yi Chuan, gazing at him with a look of unwavering affection, as if he were her source of courage. Yi Chuan felt goosebumps rise. Anyone being gazed at so adoringly by a pig-headed person would likely react as he did. "Enough of the antics," the homeroom teacher's stern voice interrupted. "Line up in order of student ID. The transition ceremony is about to commence." A nearly 3-meter-high transition altar lay quietly in the center of the playground. In this world, everyone attended school, engaging in study and exercise to continually enhance their strength, agility, and mental acuity. The higher one's three-dimensional attributes, the greater the likelihood of awakening a high-level profession. Achieving an advanced combat profession was akin to defying fate, comparable to passing the imperial examination in feudal times. The first student, filled with anticipation, stepped onto the altar, which fell silent before emitting a faint white light. Life profession, intermediate mechanic, announced Principal Zhao Ming, shaking his head in disappointment. The student sank to the ground, as if all hope had been drained from him. Awakening a combat profession was no easy feat, and during his tenure as principal, Zhao had witnessed far too many students face failure. The pale-faced student was assisted away, and soon the second, third, and fourth students followed suit, each awakening to a life profession. When the 24th student approached, the altar finally gleamed with a brilliant yellow light. Principal Zhao's heart leapt at the sight. A yellow glow signified a rare profession. Even a life profession of this caliber could earn a substantial income post-graduation. However, upon discerning the specific type of profession, his astonishment grew. Combat profession, rare-level Shadow Blade Master. The student leaped for joy, and envious glances were cast from the surrounding students, for this was the first combat profession of their cohort, and it was a rare-level one at that. Classmate, what is your name? Zhao Ming inquired eagerly. A rare-level combat profession would undoubtedly earn a place on Qingqing High's distinguished alumni list. After all, even he was merely an advanced combat professional. Principal, my name is Lu Jinglong, the boy replied. Lu Jinglong, a splendid name. Make sure to rest well. I shall personally visit your home to discuss your future career plans. Zhao Ming patted Lu Jinglong's shoulder. Thank you, Principal, Lu Jinglong exclaimed, brimming with excitement, for he understood that from this day forth, his fate had irrevocably changed. The transition ceremony proceeded fervently, and soon it was Chuan's turn to take the stage. Throughout the proceedings, several combat professions had been awakened, yet none reached the rarity of Lu Jinglong's. Consequently, many students clustered around Lu Jinglong, showering him with compliments, speaking of wealth and fortune. Chuan, you can do it. Su Lingxian cheered for him. Her cheeks flushed. All right, Chuan nodded, striding confidently toward the transition altar. He took a deep breath as he stepped onto the altar. Though he suspected he might awaken a life profession, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. Ordinary individuals typically possessed a combined attribute score around 3.0, yet his remarkable total reached an astonishing 10.0, more than triple that of an average person. Perhaps a miracle would occur, with a resounding boom. As Chuan set foot on the transition altar, a blood-red beam of light shot skyward. Chapter 2. The God-level butcher. The crowd that had once gathered around Lu Jinglong raised their heads in a daze, directing their gaze towards Chuan's direction. Why is there a red light? What does the red light signify? I have no idea. All I know is that legendary professions emit black light, epic professions emit purple light, rare professions emit yellow light, and the rest are all accompanied by white light. Could it be that the transfer altar is malfunctioning? As the students engaged in fervent discussions, Principal Zhao Ming finally snapped out of his stupor. Trembling, he extended a finger, his pupils quivering in unison. God-level.it truly is God-level. Our Qingqing High School has produced a God-level profession. At this proclamation, an uproar ensued. All eyes converged on the slender youth, brimming with astonishment. God-level. Wasn't that a classification that only existed in textbooks? To think that a God-level profession could emerge from this remote town of Qingqing. A fleeting shadow of jealousy flashed in Lu Jinglong's eyes, who had just been the center of attention. Principal Zhao, quickly check what profession Chuan possesses, urged Chuan's homeroom teacher, unable to contain her excitement. Oh. Zhao Ming finally regained his composure and hastily began to investigate. A God-level profession. This was indeed extraordinary. Having served as principal in Qingqing for a lifetime, he had never even encountered a legendary profession. And now, as retirement loomed, he was graced with a God-level profession. Heaven had been kind to him. It seemed he might even ascend further before retiring. However, when Zhao Ming discerned Chuan's profession, he was left utterly dumbfounded. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken in a state of shock. He murmured, "A god-level butcher? Goodness." Zhao Ming's eyes turned crimson, and he gasped, feeling as though his lungs were about to burst. A god-level profession, yet it was a life profession. Setting aside that it was a life profession, it was a butcher? Was the heavens playing a cruel joke on him? Reaching god level, even a life profession would be invaluable, such as a god-level blacksmith, god-level alchemist, or god-level physician. Professions that would surely attract throngs of combat professions eager to curry favor. Yet, among these, a butcher was utterly inconceivable. What good was a god-level butcher? It merely meant he could slaughter pigs. Who in their right mind would seek to ingratiate themselves with a butcher? This was akin to adorning a GTX 1060 graphics card with diamonds. No matter how many precious gems were embedded, the performance of a 1060 could never rival that of a 4090. At this moment, the crowd, once filled with excitement, began to wear expressions of bewilderment. A god-level butcher? It would be better to have a high-level combat profession instead. What? You say a god-level butcher kills pigs swiftly and ruthlessly, mastering a multitude of slaughtering techniques? What good is that? At the end of the day, he is still just a butcher. Chuan, this is... Sigh. Zhao Ming sighed. Hope gave way to disappointment. He had anticipated a great revelation from Chuan, only to be faced with an overwhelming letdown. Chuan, however, felt no surprise. The son of a Hokage would become a Hokage. The son of a strategist would become a strategist, and the son of a scapegoat would ultimately be a scapegoat. The butcher's son becoming a butcher was a rather reasonable outcome. Chuan reviewed his profession panel. Name: Chuan. Profession: God-level butcher. Level: First stage apprentice. 0. Strength: 5. Agility: 3. Mentality: 2. Professional talent: Nemesis of the Pig Clan, Divine Slaughterblade. Professional skill: Blood Shadow Butcher. LV1. Nemesis of the Pig Clan. Attacks against pigs deal an additional 50 damage. With each pig slain, the talent's enhancement increases by 1, and the damage dealt by pigs to you is halved. Divine Slaughterblade. Choose a weapon as your slaughter knife. Each pig that dies beneath your knife grants you 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The butcher unleashes his murderous aura, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 1 second. Upon reviewing his skills and talents, Chuan could not help but feel astonished. The god-level butcher was indeed extraordinary, granting him 2 talents with limitless growth potential. If the nemesis of the Pig Clan and the Divine Slaughterblade were to stack, then even formidable pigs would likely fall with a single blow. Unfortunately, these effects only applied to pigs. Chuan suddenly found a peculiar solace in being somewhat of a lunatic, for to him, the world was replete with pigs, and now, he was determined to seek out pigs to slay. Descending from the altar, Chuan was met with a myriad of complex gazes: surprise, disdain, ridicule, pity, and schadenfreude all mingled together, piercing through him like arrows. To awaken a god-level profession only to be a butcher was a staggering contrast. Chuan's homeroom teacher approached and patted him on the shoulder, offering consolation. "It's all right, don't be disheartened. Even if you're merely a butcher, you will surely have no worries regarding food and clothing in the future. It is still a path forward." As she spoke, her voice dwindled, lacking conviction even as she tried to reassure herself in this world teeming with demons and myriad races, the worth of combat professions and life professions could hardly be compared. Had Chuan awakened a god-level combat profession, it would have surely stirred the interest of top-tier academies, who would have rushed to recruit him and invest all resources in his development. But a god-level butcher would merely become the subject of light-hearted banter among the masses. TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought Qingqing High School would produce a true dragon, but it turns out to be just a butcher, Lu Jinglong remarked with a hint of malicious glee. Indeed. All that commotion, only to yield a butcher. How laughable. What use is a god-level butcher? It is even inferior to a high-level alchemist. Jinglong, we only have one true dragon at Qingqing High School, and that is you? Lu Jinglong. As others chimed in to agree with Lu Jinglong, it was evident that he was the sole rare combat profession at Qingqing High School, and those who favored flattering the strong were not in short supply. Don't worry, Brother Chuan. You have awakened as a god-level butcher. It is merely following in your father's footsteps. Uncle Yi will surely be pleased, and my father will be happy for you too. Amidst the mockery, Su Lingxian tiptoed and gently ruffled Chuan's hair. Thank you, Chuan replied calmly. nodding. He and Su Lingxian were neighbors, and both their parents held life professions, having always wished for a union between them. Unfortunately, in Yi Chuan's eyes, Su Lingxian had always resembled a pig, making it difficult for him to convince himself to feel romantic affection toward her. My turn now, brother Yi Chuan. Hee. I wonder if I will inherit my mother's profession as a seamstress or my father's as a brewer? Su Lingxian playfully stuck out her tongue and walked towards the transfer altar. With Yi Chuan's god-level butcher status freshly revealed, all attention was directed towards him, leaving Su Lingxuan's impending transfer unnoticed, even by the school leaders and teachers. Yet, the moment Su Lingxian stepped onto the transfer altar, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dense black beam of light shot skyward from the awakening stone, casting countless faces in darkness. Instantly, the once bustling playground fell silent, as mouths gaped in astonishment, all staring at the black beam in a stupor. It was not until a startled cry pierced the stillness that the silence shattered. A legendary profession. Someone has awakened a legendary profession. Chapter 3. The Snow Spirit Sword Immortal Principal Zhao Ming sprang to his feet, fixated on the black beam with unwavering intensity. Surely, it could not be. They had just witnessed a god-level trash profession. It could not be followed by another legendary trash profession. Zhao Ming's heart raced, suspended in his chest. All present were equally dumbfounded. Having just seen a god-level, now another legendary, truly Qingqing High School was on the rise this year. All eyes turned to the enchanting figure beneath the purple beam. Su Lingxian, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more enigmatic against the backdrop of the black beam, evoking an irresistible urge to explore her mystery. Simultaneously, the once clear sky began to release pure white snowflakes, and the sound of a melodious sword chime resonated in everyone's ears. The contrast of black and white resembled a traditional Chinese ink painting, with the woman depicted as its sole protagonist. A combat profession? Legendary Snow Spirit Sword Immortal. Zhao Ming's face flushed with excitement. It had been ages since Qingqing had witnessed a legendary combat profession. Not to mention a legendary, even the emergence of an epic combat profession would warrant jubilant celebrations. It's Su Lingxian. The one who awakened the legendary combat profession is Su Lingxian, but aren't her parents' life professionals? This is a remarkable transformation. One is a god-level butcher, and the other a legendary combat profession. Do you think Su Lingxian will still follow Yi Chuan around like a shadow? Is that even a question? Su Lingxian is progressing, while Yi Chuan, that way should know to keep his distance from Su Lingxian. Sisters are right. Today, we gather here. Amidst the clamor, Zhao Ming hastily approached Su Lingxian, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Su Lingxian, rest assured, whatever you need, Qingqing High School will do its utmost to fulfill your requests. Life's experiences are often unpredictable, much like when you wager that it is merely a passing breeze, only to find reality offering you a damp warmth instead. When Zhao Ming beheld that Yi Chuan's extraordinary profession was that of a butcher, feeling as though all hope was lost, a legendary combat profession emerged in splendid brilliance. This year, our Qingqing High School has birthed an extraordinary talent. Thank you, Principal, Su Lingxian replied with a polite smile, gracefully descending from the job transition altar. In that moment, the gaze of the entire school converged upon her. She was unequivocally the protagonist of this moment. Yet, no one dared to approach her in flattery or adulation. For everyone understood that from this moment forth, Su Lingxuan's life and theirs would drift apart like two non-parallel lines, never to intersect again. Congratulations, Yi Chuan applauded, a smile gracing his face as he genuinely felt joy for Su Lingxian. Yi Chuan, Su Lingxuan's eyes held a complexity that was difficult to articulate. I acknowledge that we had some misunderstandings in the past, but from now on, those misunderstandings should be resolved. We are no longer inhabitants of the same world. All eyes turned to Yi Chuan, their expressions filled with amusement. He had awakened a divine profession, that of a butcher, while his childhood sweetheart had awakened a legendary combat profession, and upon her awakening, she was swift to delineate their paths. The vicissitudes of life indeed. Many who had awakened life-related professions found solace in Yi Chuan's plight. At least they were luckier than him. Very well, Yi Chuan nodded calmly. Though to the eyes of the crowd and Su Lingxian, he merely appeared to be feigning composure after his defenses had been breached. I know this has been a significant blow to you. But you are merely a butcher. You shall ultimately achieve nothing grand, though not blame me." At this juncture, Su Lingxian felt a twinge of discomfort, her gaze towards Yi Chuan now tinged with pity. After so many days and nights spent together, she was not a stone. It was impossible for her to harbor no feelings at all. She had genuinely liked Yi Chuan and had considered sharing her life with him. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at fate's cruel machinations. She had awakened a legendary combat profession, while Yi Chuan was but a butcher. How could a majestic swan ever be with a toad wallowing in the mud? At this moment, the other students in the square regarded Yi Chuan with scorn and derision, witnessing someone fall from grace. Could there be a more pleasurable spectacle? Yet, they found Su Lingxuan's reaction quite reasonable. Why should a mere butcher be deemed worthy of someone like her, who had awakened a legendary combat profession? If you have no objections, then it is decided. I hope you will refrain from pursuing me. I shall clarify matters with my parents. Su Lingxian averted her gaze from Yi Chuan, believing that their paths would forever diverge, and that it was prudent to establish boundaries early on, lest Yi Chuan cling to false hopes. Why Yi Chuan felt somewhat speechless. It was peculiar to have a pig incessantly chattering in front of him while being urged not to entangle her. Lingxian, would you like me to teach him a lesson, to help him understand reality? Lu Jinglong's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he gazed at Su Lingxian, in a realm where two tigers cannot coexist. Unless one is male and the other female, if he could win Su Lingxuan's affection, one a rare combat profession and the other a legendary one, their lives would certainly flourish. Seeing that Su Lingxian ignored him, Lu Jinglong, feeling slighted, redirected his ire towards Yi Chuan. "Hey, butcher, come here." Lost in thought about where to find pigs to slaughter next, Yi Chuan did not hear Lu Jinglong's words. Noticing that Yi Chuan treated him like air, Lu Jinglong narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. A mere butcher dared to disregard the words of a rare combat profession. He had already harbored resentment towards Yi Chuan for stealing his thunder. But this slight ignited his fury. "Am I speaking to you? Can't you hear me?" Lu Jinglong's voice turned. "I see you." Why Yi Chuan glanced at him, chose to ignore him, and turned to leave. In his view, there was no longer any reason to remain. As a butcher, he could level up simply by slaughtering pigs. Rather than wasting time here, it would be wiser to return home and have his father arrange for him to enter the slaughterhouse. However, Yi Chuan's retreat did not bring peace. Instead, it emboldened Lu Jinglong, who stepped forward to block his path. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Step aside. Yi Chuan raised his head, casting a calm glance at the pig-headed Lu Jinglong. Yet, that single glance sent a wave of fear coursing through Lu Jinglong. He felt as though he had been targeted by a natural predator, his body involuntarily retreating a few steps before he stumbled and fell to the ground. Chapter 4. I am insane. In an instant, Lu Jinglong's face flushed red, his defenses shattered. How absurd that he was frightened to the ground by a mere butcher. "You worthless fool. How dare you glare at me? You are nothing but a butcher. Who do you think you are?" Enraged, Lu Jinglong lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Yi Chuan's face, his strike imbued with tremendous force, showing no mercy whatsoever. As a rare shadowless blade profession, even without a weapon, Lu Jinglong's punch carried the essence of a blade, its power multiplied. This was the terrifying nature of combat professions. The onlookers gasped in unison, imagining that should they face such a blow, they would be either dead or irreparably injured. In their eyes, Yi Chuan was finished. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yi Chuan, unflinching, returned the strike with equal fervor. His three-dimensional attributes were already exceedingly high. Why would he fear Lu Jinglong? Boosted by the innate advantage against the pig tribe, Yi Chuan's punch was augmented, while Lu Jinglong's was diminished by half. As their fists collided, a crack echoed through the air, and the malice on Lu Jinglong's face gave way to shock, as if he had never anticipated this outcome. "Ah!" Lu Jinglong screamed in agony. Staggering backward, his fist twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. "This is impossible. You are merely a butcher." Lu Jinglong's face was a mask of disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Although life professions could enhance strength and rank, in comparison to combat professions, their skills and talents offered no augmentation for battle. Even in a fair contest, 10 life professions could not match a single combat professional. Is it not reasonable for a butcher to possess considerable strength? Yet you, unable to defeat even a worthless fool, what does that make you? Yi Chuan inquired calmly. You. Lu Jinglong was both furious and incredulous, clearly unprepared for Yi Chuan to inflict injury upon him with a single blow. How could he, a rare combat profession, be bested by a mere butcher? This scene stunned the crowd. A butcher had just broken the hand of a rare combat professional with a single punch. This butcher seemed rather extraordinary. Yi Chuan, I will take your life. Clang! The air crackled with ferocity as a chilling, ethereal long sword materialized in Lu Jinglong's grasp, its sharp edge biting into the skin. Clearly, Lu Jinglong had activated his shadowless blade profession skills. Yi Chuan's expression grew serious. A pig that wielded a sword must be treated with caution, yet ultimately, a pig that wielded a sword was still just a pig. Oh no! Jinglong has become serious. A rare combat profession. How terrifying. Yi Chuan is in deep trouble now. Why must he provoke a combat professional when he is merely a butcher? Why not humbly admit defeat? The ethereal long sword summoned by Jinglong is terrifying. It could probably slice through steel. Many murmured in shock, witnessing the power of a rare combat profession for the first time, some even recording the event on their phones. Lu Jinglong gripped the ethereal long sword, ready to charge at Yi Chuan in a fit of rage. How could he endure such a public humiliation? But before he could act, a flurry of snowflakes descended, enveloping Lu Jinglong like a swarm of locusts, quickly rendering him immobile. Moreover, he could distinctly feel a terrifying sword intent locking onto him. Su Lingxian, why are you aiding him? Lu Jinglong exclaimed, both terrified and furious. Su Lingxian was a legendary combat profession, and he knew he stood no chance against her. Let him go, Su Lingxian stated coldly. Lu Jinglong's expression fluctuated between rage and fear, but ultimately, he sheathed the ethereal long sword. Very well. Today, I shall grant you this favor. Su Lingxian. He shot a venomous glare at Yi Chuan, his eyes filled with malice, clearly harboring murderous intent. Yi Chuan, you have seen for yourself that we are indeed from different worlds. This shall be my final act of assistance. A proper farewell to the past. Su Lingxuan's gaze towards Yi Chuan carried an air of superiority. For having experienced the sensation of power, she now understood the vast disparity between her strength and his. The Lu Jinglong, who was insurmountable to Yi Chuan, was but a mere dog in her eyes. She and Yi Chuan could no longer be considered as beings of the same dimension. You should leave. And it would be wise to find a way out of Qingcheng. Otherwise, should Lu Jinglong seek revenge, I will not intervene again. Yi Chuan paid no heed to the incessant chatter of Su Lingxian, silently turning away, his silhouette appearing profoundly desolate to those around him. Is his silence merely a final attempt to preserve his pitiful pride? Su Lingxian mused, shaking her head, eye in her eyes. Yi Chuan's reticence revealed a painful awareness of the insurmountable chasm that lay between them, leading to a self-consciousness that rendered him almost shamefaced. A sense of relief washed over her. Despite the closeness they had shared over the years, she was grateful that nothing more had transpired between them, not even a mere clasp of hands. Otherwise, she would truly be filled with regret now. It's a legendary combat profession. Her future gleamed with promise. If she were to seek a partner, it would undoubtedly have to be a figure of formidable strength. Not a mere butcher. On his way home, Yi Chuan turned a corner, only to be met with a cacophony of barking at a gray, unrestrained dog. Its demeanor menacing, bared its teeth and incessantly barked at him. Blocking his path, as Yi Chuan moved left, the dog mirrored his movements, and as he veered right, the dog followed suit, its yapping causing his ears to ache. Nearby stood an elderly woman with a perm and heavily lined eyes, her face alight with affection as she observed her dog, clearly its owner. Excuse me, could you please restrain your dog? Yi Chuan asked politely. Is this road yours? The old woman retorted with an eye roll. Your dog is obstructing my way. To Yi Chuan? The creature before him resembled a four-legged pig, while the woman was akin to a two-legged one. Oh, come now, you're a grown man. What are you arguing with a dog for? It doesn't he understand anything? It won't bite you. Have some manners. Today's youth truly lack compassion. The old woman's temper flared as she placed her hands on her hips and began to berate him. Yi Chuan remained silent. Seizing the moment to test his hypothesis, instead of engaging in a quarrel, he approached the ferocious dog and executed a series of swift moves. The once fierce canine shrank back in fear, tucking its tail between its legs as Chuan advanced. With no intention of holding back, he swiftly dispatched the dog with a decisive strike. The speed and ferocity of his actions left the elderly woman stunned. In that instant, Chuan received a notification sound. Butcher Chuan has slain a small pig, level increased by 0.1. Additional damage against pig-type creatures increased by 1. Just as I suspected. A surge of excitement coursed through Chuan. His peculiar affliction had transformed into his greatest asset. With his perception of all beings as pigs, his extraordinary butchering talent could be applied to any creature, even dogs. At that moment, the elderly woman finally regained her composure. You wretched soul! How dare you kill my son? You bully an old woman, and I shall fight you. Chuan, unperturbed, calmly produced his medical records. I am mentally ill. Chapter 5. The mysterious organization. The old woman was taken aback, and upon seeing the contents of Chuan's records, her vision blurred. While the elderly may be considered T0, a mentally ill individual transcended the 6 realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. In simpler terms, he was untouchable. It mattered not that Chuan had killed her dog. Should he succumb to madness, he could just as easily eliminate her, and she would die in vain. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Chuan nonchalantly tucked away his medical records and turned to depart, while the formerly overbearing woman dared not impede him. Though she was unreasonable, she was not foolish, who would intentionally provoke a mentally unstable person. I'm home. Chuan pushed open the door, and the rich aroma of pork bone soup enveloped him. This scent was familiar. Having a father who was a butcher meant an endless supply of pork and bones. Clad in an apron, Wu Jingzhu was busy at the stove, and upon hearing Chuan's voice, she peeked out with a warm smile. You back? Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready when your father returns. Moments later, a feast of 4 dishes and a soup was laid out on the table. Just then, the door swung open once more, and a man entered, bearing a resemblance to Chuan but marked by the weariness of life. Years of butchering had bestowed upon Yuan a faint aura of menace. Xiao Chuan. How did the job transfer ceremony go? Was it successful? Like you, I've become a butcher, Chuan replied, picking up a piece of barbecued ribs. But my level is divine. A divine butcher. Both Wu Jingzhu and Yuan exclaimed in unison. Yes, Chuan nodded. Dad, I don't want to go to school anymore. Can I accompany you to the slaughterhouse tomorrow? Of course. Following in your father's footsteps is the best path. Fear not, with your father here. You will surely become the most renowned butcher among humanity, instilling dread in pigs worldwide. Yuan beamed with pride, envisioning that his son, as a divine butcher, would surpass him in skill. He rose from his seat and retrieved 2 bottles of wine from the corner. Come. Let us celebrate this father-son moment. You drink if you wish. My son has just turned 18. Don't lead him astray. Wu Jingzhu glared at Yuan disapprovingly. Hee, I'm just so happy. By the way, what about that girl from the Lao Su family? What profession has she awakened? Yuan inquired. A legendary combat profession, the snow spirit sword immortal. As soon as Chuan finished speaking, an awkward silence fell over the table. The expressions on Wu Jingzhu and Yuan's faces turned uncomfortable. Son, it's all right. As the saying goes, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Once you master your father's butchering skills, you will surely find a good wife. Yuan attempted to console. Yes, son, don't be too disheartened. Loving someone doesn't necessarily mean being together. As long as she is happy, that is enough, Wu Jingzhu quickly added, fearing Chuan might spiral into despair. After all, these 2 children had grown up together. Barring any mishaps, they were destined for marriage. I am not upset, Chuan replied, slightly exasperated. Oh, you rascal, pretending to be strong in front of your parents? I understand your feelings. When your father pursued your mother, he too felt desolate after being rejected the first time. Come, have a drink. Let us drown our sorrows. Yuan poured a drink for Chuan. And Wu Jingzhu did not intervene further, believing her son needed to vent his emotions. Why Chuan felt overwhelmed. Why did everyone assume he was hopelessly in love with Su Lingxian? As Yuan continued to comfort him and drank heartily. Before long, He was inebriated, leaving Yi Chuan to assist him to the bedroom for rest. After settling Yi Chiyuan, Yi Chuan returned to his room, filled with anticipation for the next day's trip to the slaughterhouse. Each pig killed would enhance his damage by 1, and if he could find an excellent butcher's knife, it would boost his attributes. Spending a few days there would undoubtedly lead to a significant transformation in his strength. Embracing his hopes for the future, Yi Chuan drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the drunken Yi Chiyuan suddenly opened his eyes, clarity replacing the haze of intoxication. Outside his bedroom window stood a dark figure, its presence unknown until now. "You've seen it. My son is merely an ordinary butcher. Please refrain from disturbing us. We wish to live a peaceful life henceforth." Yi Chiyuan spoke gravely. "A divine butcher is hardly ordinary, is it?" The figure's voice was harsh, as if gravel filled its throat. "What of it? Even as a divine butcher, he is still just a butcher," Yi Chiyuan replied, shaking his head. "Leave now. Depart from here. Tsk. I never imagined that the son of the Grim Reaper would turn out to be a mere butcher." "Yi Chiyuan, is this child truly yours? Perhaps you should check if your wife has been unfaithful?" The figure taunted. Yi Chiyuan's faint aura of menace intensified. "Oh, don't be angry. I was merely jesting. Since your son is indeed just a butcher, our organization will no longer trouble you." With a mocking laugh, the shadow leapt from the open window, vanishing into the night. "Has he left?" Wu Jingzhu entered the room. Concern etched on her face. "Yes, rest easy. We shall finally lead a normal life, free from disturbances." Yi Chiyuan sighed with relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He had feared that Yi Chuan might awaken a combat profession, which would disrupt their tranquil existence. Thankfully, matters had not spiraled into the worst outcome. Yi Chuan, though possessing a divine profession, was merely a butcher. Wonderful. Wu Jingzhu embraced Yi Chiyuan tightly, grateful that her fears had been alleviated. There, all is well now," Yi Chiyuan reassured her tenderly. "Why do you never inquire about those individuals? Aren't you afraid I might have been a notorious villain in the past?" "I have no need to know your past. What matters is that you love me sincerely, that you are my man, and that you wish to build a life with me. That is enough," Wu Jingzhu declared earnestly. Indeed, my wonderful wife. Now that everything is resolved, we need not live in constant worry. How about we consider having a second child?" Yi Chiyuan chuckled. "Xiao Chuan is already 18, and you're still thinking about that? How shameless can you be?" Chapter 6. Learning to slaughter pigs a night without conversation. Last night, Yi Chuan attempted to swat a few mosquitoes but heard no notification sound. It seems that the pigs he had slain must meet certain size requirements, as mere mosquitoes and ants do not trigger the nemesis of the pig clan. Thus, early the next morning, Yi Chuan rose with the dawn, eagerly awaiting his father to take him to the slaughterhouse. However, it was peculiar that his father, who usually awoke at the break of dawn to butcher pigs, did not emerge from his slumber until nearly 10 o'clock, appearing bleary-dashing. Yi Chuan thought little of it, assuming perhaps he had indulged in too much drink the previous night. After a brief wash-up, he accompanied his father to the slaughterhouse where he worked year-round. Upon entering the slaughterhouse, a nauseating stench of blood mingled with the odor of pig manure assaulted his senses. "Old Yi, you're late today. And look who it is, your son, Yi Chuan. What brings him here?" As soon as Yi Chiyuan stepped inside, several co-workers greeted him, for he was renowned as a master butcher, famous for his swift and precise methods. "I've brought this lad to inherit my craft. My son, the divine butcher," Yi Chiyuan declared with a proud expression. His colleagues were taken aback by his words. For ordinary folk like them, a divine profession seemed an unattainable ideal. Yi Chiyuan relished the attention and led Yi Chuan to his workstation. He reached for a black butcher's knife from a nearby rack, its blade gleaming ominously, while the handle was smooth and warm from years of use, almost melding with the lines of Yi Chiyuan's palm. For reasons unknown, in Yi Chuan's perception, his father seemed to transform completely the moment he grasped the knife. "I will demonstrate first. Observe how much you can learn," Yi Chiyuan said, lifting a pig effortlessly and hanging it on a hook. Before the pig could let out a sound, the butcher's knife had already sliced through its neck, severing the throat. With a swift kick, a metal basin positioned perfectly beneath the pig's neck caught the copious flow of fresh blood. Remarkably, the pig made no cries nor did it struggle. Once the blood had drained, Yi Chuan swiftly decapitated the pig, followed by a precise disemboweling, ultimately cleaving the hefty creature in two. What unfolded next was nearly artistic. The knife in Yi Chuan's hands danced like a butterfly, separating the kidneys, fatback, tenderloin, shanks, hocks, spare ribs, tailbones, front legs, and hind legs. In mere minutes, a complete pig had been transformed into a neatly categorized array of parts. "Can you understand?" Yi Chuan inquired, gazing at Yi Chuan. "I think I can," Yi Chuan nodded. "Good, then choose a knife and give it a try." Yi Chuan nodded approvingly. Yi Chuan selected a hefty butcher's knife from the rack, its weight formidable. Even the spine could crush a skull. Selected exclusive butcher's knife, divine blade of slaughter has been activated. Each pig slain beneath this knife will grant you 0.1 points of free attributes. Imitating Yi Chuan, Yi Chuan summoned all his strength to lift a pig. What had appeared effortless when his father did it proved to be a considerable challenge for him. With his formidable strength attribute, he clumsily managed to hang the pig on the hook before bringing the knife down. Arg! The pig, now suspended, emitted a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the slaughterhouse, splattering bright red blood across the floor as it thrashed about. Startled, Yi Chuan instinctively activated the skill Blood Shadow Butcher. A terrifying aura coalesced around him, crashing into the pig and inducing a state of fear. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward and delivered 2 swift strikes, the stench of blood splattering across him. But at last, the pig ceased its struggles. Butcher Yi Chuan has slain a large pig with the butcher's knife, leveling up by 1, and increasing the extra damage against the pig clan by 1, gaining 0.1 points of free attributes. Yi Chuan chuckled at the sight. "Well done. Your posture was about 70 to 80% correct, but alas, you have yet to grasp the essence." He measured the area around the pig's head with his hand. "Here lies the pig's vital point. With a single stroke, you can extinguish a pig's life. As long as your knife is swift and precise, the pig will lose all capacity for resistance in an instant. Now, aim for that spot and give it another go." With his guidance, Yi Chuan's butchering technique became increasingly adept, and the system's notifications rang out incessantly. Butcher Yi Chuan has slain a large pig with the butcher's knife, leveling up by 1, and increasing the extra damage against the pig clan by 1, gaining 0.1 points of free attributes. Butcher Yi Chuan has slain a large pig with the butcher's knife, leveling up by 1, and increasing the extra damage against the pig clan by 1, gaining 0.1 points of free attributes. Initially, Yi Chuan required skills to butcher pigs, needing to strike several times. However, gradually, as he slaughtered more pigs, his abilities improved. He no longer needed to rely on the Blood Shadow Butcher skill, and his strikes diminished in number. By the time the sun began to set, Yi Chuan could consistently kill a pig within 3 strikes. On occasions when he felt particularly adept, he could even replicate his father's technique, delivering a single stroke to the throat, leaving the pig no chance to struggle or scream. The flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Chuan's eyes. Yi Chuan's capacity to learn left him in awe, especially during his first slaughter, facing the foul-smelling entrails and blood. This lad exhibited no sign of discomfort. Was this the worth of a divine butcher? It was fortunate that Yi Chuan could only butcher pigs. Otherwise, he might become a butcher feared by all. "You've done remarkably well. Achieving this level on your first day has exceeded my expectations," Yi Chuan remarked with satisfaction. "Let us head home for dinner." Yi Chuan cast a reluctant glance back at the slaughterhouse. Over the course of the day, he had slaughtered a total of 49 pigs, with the extra damage against the pig clan now reaching 100%, and his 3-dimensional attributes rising from 10.0 to 14.9. Were it not for his weary arms, he would have wished to continue his work. For reasons unknown, Yi Chuan found slaughtering pigs to be an immensely relieving and pleasurable activity. As though he could never tire of it. Chapter 7. So many pigs' time slipped away like an aging elder, vanishing in the blink of an in an instant. 5 days had passed. Yi Chuan rose with the sun and rested with its setting. His life was encapsulated in 2 words, slaughtering pigs. He was like a parched sponge, tirelessly absorbing the knowledge of butchery from Yi Chuan. As the number of pigs he slaughtered increased, so too did his proficiency, enabling him to achieve a near-perfect one-stroke kill when the pigs were unsuspecting. During this period, he had slaughtered a total of 250 pigs, resulting in a dramatic transformation of his attribute panel. Name: Yi Chuan. Occupation: Divine Butcher, level, 3rd tier apprentice, 50.1, strength, 15, agility, 15, mental strength, 15, occupation talent, nemesis of the Pig Clan. Divine Blade of Slaughter, occupation skill, Blood Shadow Butcher, LV1, nemesis of the Pig Clan. Attacks on pigs deal an additional 301 damage. Each pig slain increases this talent's enhancement by 1. And the damage pigs inflict on you is halved. Divine Blade of Slaughter. Select a weapon as your butcher's knife. Each pig slain beneath this knife will grant you 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The butcher releases his aura, forcing a pig into a state of fear for 1 second. As a life-oriented profession, each one required 5 free attributes to level up to the next tier as an apprentice. Fortunately, due to the existence of the Divine Blade of Slaughter talent, the 250 pigs provided him with 25 free attributes, causing his 3-dimensional attributes to soar to 45. The extra damage inflicted on pigs by the nemesis of the Pig Clan talent rose to an astonishing 301. Each one felt confident that even among combat professions, none would rival him at this moment. Perhaps it is time to venture beyond the slaughterhouse. A glint of determination sparkled in Yi Chuan's eyes. While slaying pigs in the slaughterhouse was undeniably safe, the efficiency was woefully inadequate. Here, he had to ensure the pig's integrity and meticulously process the meat and bones, which was rather cumbersome. However, if he ventured to slay other creatures as he would pigs, he would only need to ensure their demise, without the hassle of dealing with their remains. He requested a day off from Yi Chuyuan, citing fatigue after 5 days of butchery. Yi Chuyuan naturally had no objections. Early the next morning, Yi Chuan set off with a backpack containing a butcher's knife and provisions. In this world, where myriad races coexist and demons roam freely, humanity had transcended national divisions to form a human federation divided into 9 special regions. The location of Qincheng was on the periphery of the 5th special region. Once he stepped beyond the confines of human territory into the wilderness, he would be confronted with the dangers posed by various races, many of whom preyed upon humans. Yet, for combat-oriented professionals, the wilderness was precisely where one could hone their skills and enhance their strength most rapidly. One cannot become a top-tier powerhouse by merely toiling away in isolation. Before leaving the city, Yi Chuan registered briefly at the city gates, where the staff kindly provided him with a copy of the Wilderness Survival Guide. This guide detailed various taboos and preparations for the wild, as well as information about the races that inhabited the vicinity of Qincheng. You are a profession of life, and once you leave the city, you are only permitted to operate within a kilometer of its borders. Otherwise, you will be in grave danger. Do you understand? The staff member cautioned. I understand, Yi Chuan replied obediently, nodding before turning to exit the city. The wilderness and the city presented starkly contrasting images. Although Qincheng was merely a remote town, its interior still bustled with activity. Upon leaving the city, Yi Chuan was greeted by a scene of desolation and decay. Rampant weeds, swirling yellow sands, and remnants of long-dead creatures, their skeletal remains littering the roadside. The origin of which remained a mystery. Yi Chuan proceeded in the direction opposite the city gate. The staff had assured him that within a kilometer, he would face no life-threatening dangers, indicating that the nearby ferocious beasts and demons had likely been eradicated. Indeed, as he traversed the terrain, Yi Chuan encountered no immediate threats. As he ventured deeper into the wilderness, the surroundings grew increasingly quiet, the only sound being the eerie howl of the wind. Upon entering a thicket of low shrubs, a sense of alertness enveloped Yi Chuan. He felt an unsettling awareness that he was being watched. Shifting his backpack to the front, he gripped the butcher's knife tightly. Suddenly, a rustling in the underbrush startled him. And in the next instant, a humanoid creature, approximately 1 meter tall, leapt forth, wielding a spiked iron rod and roaring as it lunged at Yi Chuan. A goblin? Recognizing the green-skinned creature before him, Yi Chuan swiftly deduced its identity. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Blood Shadow Butcher skill, unleashing a wave of murderous intent that sent the goblin into a state of terror. Rather than attacking it, Yi Chuan withdrew his butcher's knife and struck downwards behind him. There, a goblin, stealthily approaching with a dagger in hand, was caught off guard and had no time to react before being cleaved in two by Yi Chuan's blade, with a staggering 300 bonus damage against the pig tribe. The goblin posed no resistance whatsoever. Butcher Yi Chuan has used the butcher's knife to slay a special pig, increasing his level by 5, enhancing his pig tribe nemesis damage by 1, and adding 0.1 points to his free attributes. It seems that the stronger the pig I slay, the greater the enhancement to my realm, Chuan mused. Slaying an ordinary fat pig yielded only a 1 increase in his level, while dispatching a goblin could elevate it by a full 5. The pace at which he killed goblins matched that of pigs, yet the former clearly offered a swifter path to power. The teachers at school had made it abundantly clear. Goblins are treacherous and vile creatures, fiercely united, and they seldom act alone. Whenever one goblin attempts to divert your attention, it typically signifies that others are poised to launch a surprise attack, which was precisely why Chuan had spun around. Upon witnessing the demise of his comrade, the goblin wielding the iron rod wasted no time fleeing. Chuan did not rush to pursue, but instead trailed the goblin from a distance. Goblins existed in tribal units. By following one, he could locate its tribe. True to form, the goblin led him to a shadowy cave. Diving inside, Chuan followed without hesitation, only to be greeted by a barrage of arrows as he stepped into the darkness. Fortunately, with both his mental and agility attributes reaching 15 points, the arrows failed to find their mark. On the rare occasion that one slipped through, he dispatched it effortlessly with his butcher's knife. In the gloom, pairs of crimson eyes glinted menacingly, accompanied by low, guttural growls. Clearly, this cave served as the stronghold for the goblin tribe. Chuan surveyed the countless goblins before him. A gentle smile crept across his lips. So many pigs. Chapter 8. The cave maiden faced with the multitude of goblins within the cavern. Chuan felt no fear. Instead, he charged forward with his butcher's knife raised. Goblins, unless born of a goblin shaman or having captured powerful females of other races for breeding, occupied the bottom tier of the food chain among myriad species. Were it not for their astonishing reproductive capabilities, goblins would have long faced extinction. With swift precision, Chuan dispatched the nearest goblin without a struggle or a cry, its lifeblood seeping into the ground. Butcher Chuan has used the butcher's knife to slay a special pig, increasing his level by 5, enhancing his pig tribe nemesis damage by 1, and adding 0.1 points to his free attributes. In Chuan's eyes, these vicious goblins were akin to the fat pigs in a slaughterhouse. As long as the knife struck true, there was no distinction between slaying goblins and pigs. The death of one comrade did not instill fear in the others. Instead, it ignited their primal brutality. The goblins, brandishing their weapons, charged at Chuan with ferocious snarls, intent on devouring him should he fall into their grasp. Chuan tore a strip from his sleeve, binding his right hand to the butcher's knife, and thus commenced a massacre. With a staggering 300 bonus damage against the pig tribe, coupled with the butchering techniques learned from his father Yuan, Chuan's speed in dispatching goblins was almost unbelievable. Each swing of his knife resulted in the swift demise of a goblin. However, amidst the relentless onslaught, Chuan soon bore wounds of his own. Yet, with the pig tribe nemesis ability active, the damage he sustained was halved, making it difficult for the relatively weak goblins to inflict fatal injuries. Instead, Chuan grew increasingly emboldened, with each goblin slain bolstering his attributes and enhancing his pig tribe nemesis damage. The techniques imparted to him by Yuan took on new meaning in the heat of battle. Butchering, at its core, was simply about delivering a lethal blow with the least effort and the utmost speed. Bringing a creature's life to an abrupt end. This was the essence, or perhaps the truth, of butchering. An hour later, the cave lay strewn with the bodies of goblins, none remaining to stand. Many of the corpses were remarkably intact. Save for a single slice across the throat, as he exited the fray, Chuan grimaced in pain. He bore numerous injuries, the most severe being a bloody puncture in his thigh. Though the goblins were weak, their attacks were insidiously cunning. Had he not dodged in time, the injury would have been far worse. Despite his wounds, excitement coursed through Chuan. Within a mere hour, he had slain a staggering 73 goblins. To put this in perspective, during a full day at the slaughterhouse, he could manage only about 50 pigs. While the wilderness posed its dangers, the efficiency of gaining power here far surpassed that of the slaughterhouse. An hour in the wild equaled an entire day at the facility. Chuan pressed further into the cave. Deeper within, a nauseating stench permeated the air, leading him to the breeding area of the goblins. There, females, naked, battered, and hanging from wooden frames, were visible. Some were human, others of various races. all bearing vacant expressions, their eyes devoid of life, unresponsive to Yi Chuan's presence. Without uttering a word, he raised his butcher's knife and struck down. Butcher Yi Chuan has used the butcher's knife to slay a two-legged pig, increasing his level by 1, enhancing his pig tribe nemesis damage by 1, and adding 0.1 points to his free attributes. Under the goblin's torment, these individuals had succumbed to a collapse of consciousness. Their brains rendered incapable of function, reduced to mere vessels for breeding. Those rescued from the goblin's lair often found themselves bereft of the ability to lead normal lives, emerging only as shells. Death became a release for them. Witnessing Yi Chuan commence his slaughter, the faces of these individuals bore not fear, but rather smiles, revealing the inhumane suffering they had endured at the hands of the goblins. Yi Chuan's strikes were swift, each moment bringing an end to a life. Upon reaching the last woman in the corner, he halted his blade. This final figure, though dirty, appeared untouched by the goblin's ravages, her clothing intact. He raised his hand and slapped her awake. "Don't touch me! Don't touch me! I refuse to be with goblins! Ah!" she screamed in terror, the volume akin to the most excruciating weight at a red light, causing Yi Chuan's ears to ache. Yi Chuan swiftly tore off her sock and stuffed it into her mouth, silencing her. "Quiet down. The goblins are all dead." Upon realizing that the woman retained some semblance of self-awareness, Yi Chuan sheathed his knife. The panicked woman took a moment to compose herself, and upon recognizing that she stood before a human, she rushed forward and embraced Yi Chuan, sobbing uncontrollably. Thank you so much. I was nearly victimized by those goblins. I see that. Should I award you a prize?" Yi Chuan's voice caused her cries to abruptly cease, as she sensed something was amiss with her rescuer. Turning her gaze around the cave, she beheld the lifeless forms of those Yi Chuan had slain. They, killed by goblins. With a stoic expression, Yi Chuan pushed the woman away and continued deeper into the cave. The woman hurriedly followed Yi Chuan, for it was only by staying close to him that she could find a semblance of security. "My name is Xian Nan. What is yours?" "Yi Chuan. You are quite impressive. Are you also a combat class professional?" Xian Nan pressed on. Yi Chuan chose to ignore her. At that moment, he had reached the end of the cave, which was utterly devoid of anything. With only stone walls stretching into the distance, he stepped forward and tapped the stone wall. Producing an echoing hollow sound, he lifted his foot and gave it a sharp kick. The hard stone wall crumbled in response, revealing a few goblin cubs cowering together in terror, resembling pitiful little puppies. Without a word, Yi Chuan raised his knife and approached them. "Do you really intend to kill even the cubs?" Seeing the pitiable little goblins, Xian Nan felt a pang of compassion. "What nonsense! Or should I kill you instead?" Yi Chuan retorted. Xian Nan immediately fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. After dispatching the goblin cubs, Yi Chuan wiped his butcher knife clean and emerged from the goblin's lair. This venture had proven quite fruitful. Nearly 100 goblins had propelled his rank from a 3rd-tier apprentice to a 6th-tier apprentice, and his three-dimensional attributes had risen to 70 points. Such a rapid advancement would surely leave many in awe if they were to hear of it. It is worth noting that Yi Chuan had achieved this without any cultivation resources, relying solely on his own efforts. Among the myriad races across the realms, it was unlikely anyone could match Yi Chuan's feat of single-handedly wielding a butcher knife to reach the 6th-tier apprentice realm in just 6 days. The only downside was that his butcher knife had become somewhat dulled. However, this was to be expected, as it was merely an ordinary butcher knife, and clashing with the goblin's weapons would naturally lead to dulling. Having tasted success, Yi Chuan tidied his belongings and prepared to continue hunting for pigs, but he soon noticed that Xian Nan had been trailing closely behind him. "Stop following me. You should head in that direction." "The city gate is over there," Yi Chuan instructed, pointing toward the city gate. I can't," Xian Nan replied, clearly shaken by the earlier encounter with the goblins. She could hardly bear to imagine what fate would have awaited her had Yi Chuan not intervened. Yi Chuan, feeling somewhat impatient, drew his butcher knife, its cold gleam startling Xian Nan, causing her face to blanch. "Wait, don't chop me. I am the daughter of Xia Bei Hai." Chapter 9. A Transaction, Xia Bei Hai. The Xia Bei Hai from the Qing Xia family? Yi Chuan's heart skipped a beat. The Xia family held significant influence in Qingcheng, being a formidable presence among the 4 top factions represented by the Yi and Xia alliances. The Xia family head, Xia Bei Hai, was renowned as a ninth-tier master, just a step away from becoming a grandmaster. Indeed. Xia Nan nodded earnestly. I urgently need your assistance. Rest assured, I will not let you toil for nothing. You can demand any reward you desire. Yi Chuan's face brightened with a smile. This was indeed a stroke of luck, as he had been fretting over where to procure a better butcher knife. After all, his parents were merely ordinary folk, unable to assist him in such matters. The Xia family, with their considerable wealth, would surely be able to find him a craftsman. Miss Xia, you misunderstand. With your beauty, I, Yi Chuan, am a man who cherishes lovely women. How could I bear to harm you? I merely wish to show you the elegance of my knife. Yi Chuan sheathed his butcher knife. Miss Xia, fear not. From this moment forth, your affairs shall be my affairs. Pray tell, what do you need my aid with? Xia Nan, observing Yi Chuan's beaming smile, felt a sense of unease wash over her. Yet, considering that this man had single-handedly annihilated a goblin tribe, she held some confidence in his abilities. In a few days, it will be my mother's birthday. I wish to find a blood moon flower as a gift for her. Which is why I sneaked out. If you help me locate the blood moon flower and ensure my safe return to Qingcheng, I will grant you any reward you desire. What do you say? Xia Nan inquired. Blood moon flower? Yi Chuan took out the survival guide in the wilderness and quickly searched for relevant information. The blood moon flower was an exceedingly rare treasure, guarded by the fearsome blood moon giant python. However, it bore no enhancement to one's strength. Its sole purpose was to delay the aging process. Thus, few sought after it, given that an adult blood moon giant python possessed strength comparable to a ninth-tier apprentice human professional. Wait a moment. Yi Chuan looked at Xia Nan with confusion. You, who can barely handle goblins, dare to seek out a creature on par with a ninth-tier apprentice? I can handle it. Xia Nan insisted, her voice rising. When I left, I carried protective measures given to me by my father. Even a professional of the Ascendant Realm would not be my match. However, that group of goblins was too treacherous. I was ambushed and captured. As she spoke, her voice dwindled, seemingly realizing how embarrassing her predicament was. Yi Chuan rolled his eyes. Well, if her protective measures could repel an Ascendant Realm professional, how had she been captured by a mere pack of goblins? This was akin to Lu, Guan, and Zhang teaming up to challenge Elbu, only to be captured halfway by Xing Daorong. I can assist you, but upon completion, I require you to find the best craftsman in Qingcheng to forge me a new knife. Is that all? A trivial matter. Consider it done. Xia Nan readily agreed. Both she and Yi Chuan beamed, each feeling they had struck a lucrative deal. Xia Nan produced a map from her pocket and unfurled it. I purchased this from someone. It marks the locations where the blood moon giant python has been sighted. If we can find the python, we are sure to locate the blood moon flower. She pointed to a spot on the map. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Yi Chuan declared, hefting his butcher knife as he set off. Not so fast. You still have injuries. You should tend to them first. Xia Nan called out, handing over her bag. I have medicine in my bag. See what you can use and take it. Yi Chuan glanced into Xia Nan's bag and gasped in astonishment. The Xia family indeed had wealth and could afford to be extravagant. The bag was filled with an array of potions, healing salves, antidotes, stamina restoratives. All were of the first grade. He even spotted a few second-grade potions. It was worth noting that a single first-grade potion could easily fetch several thousand, while a second-grade potion was worth tens of thousands. Xia Nan had casually brought along a whole bag of them. Truly, the boldness of youth knew no fear. A bag filled with first-grade potions and a few second-grade ones could surely tempt the greed of those with ulterior motives. You should treat your injuries first. I will wash my face, as I feel rather grimy, Xia Nan said, taking a bottle of water and walking off to the side. How fortunate it is to be rich, Yi Chuan sighed with a wry smile. Thinking that if he did not know she was the daughter of Xia Bei Hai, he might have been tempted to steal from her. With only a butcher knife, a few bottles of water, and some dry bread in his bag, he felt like a refugee compared to Xia Nan. Nevertheless, he was relieved to be traveling with her. He need not worry about injuries, as this little heiress had more than enough potions. Yi Chuan took a rejuvenation pill from Xia Nan's bag. The pill was emerald green, brimming with vitality, and as he placed it in his mouth, it melted instantly. Under the effects of the rejuvenation pill, Chuan's wounds began to heal at an astonishing pace in less than 10 minutes. The wounds inflicted by the goblins had completely healed, leaving only faint scars. At this moment, Xia Nan returned, having washed away the dirt, revealing a delicate visage, fair and flushed. Though she stood nearly 1.70 meters tall with an alluring figure, her face bore an innocent youthfulness, creating a striking contrast. Chuan glanced at Xia Nan before averting his gaze. "I am healed. Let us set out." Xia Nan was momentarily taken aback, for it was the first time she had doubted her own appearance. Chuan had looked at her as if she were a piece of meat. Was she truly that unattractive? Given Chuan's earlier tendency to brandish his knife, she dared not inquire further, opting to silently follow behind him. Chuan followed the map provided by Xia Nan, and soon they encountered a fierce beast, a silver-horned giant rhinoceros, quietly grazing nearby, its heavy silver armor glistening in the sunlight. The silver-horned giant rhinoceros is a herbivore with low aggression. "Let us not provoke it, but simply bypass it," Xia Nan advised. But before she could finish, Chuan had already advanced toward it with his butcher knife raised. "If it dares to graze today, it will dare to prey on humans tomorrow. It cannot be spared." Xia Nan was horrified, quickly attempting to dissuade him. The silver-horned giant rhinoceros possesses both high attack and defense, comparable to a 7th-tier apprentice. "Do not invite trouble." As she spoke, Chuan's knife struck true, and with a resounding thud, the massive silver-horned giant rhinoceros collapsed, a line of blood appearing at its neck. Chapter 10. An encounter with an old friend. Xia Nan was left dumbfounded. One strike had slain a silver-horned giant rhinoceros? Had she not witnessed it herself, she would scarcely have believed it. The silver-horned giant rhinoceros was notorious for its formidable defense, its thick silver shield-like armor virtually impervious to blades. Yet before Chuan, it had not even withstood a single blow. Chuan mounted the fallen creature, expertly severing the long horn atop its head. This would serve as excellent material for crafting and could fetch a handsome price if sold. The silver-horned giant rhinoceros horn was indeed impressive, yet its weight rendered it cumbersome, making it inconvenient for movement, so Chuan opted not to take it. He stowed the silver horn into his backpack and gave a gentle pat to the still-dazed Xia Nan. "Let us be off. What are we waiting for?" "Oh, right, good." Xia Nan had yet to recover from her shock, following Chuan in a daze. Soon, she witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Along their journey, regardless of the ferocious beasts they encountered, Chuan dealt with them with a single strike. And if one strike was insufficient, he would deliver two. His intent to kill was palpable. Any beast within his line of sight was swiftly dispatched with a blade. His reasons for slaying these creatures were equally absurd. This beast appeared to be suffering from heat stroke. That one seemed ill, and another had excessively long fur. Despite being in a treacherous wilderness, Chuan moved as leisurely as one would while butchering pigs in their own yard. Xia Nan was utterly bewildered. Was this fellow a reincarnated butcher? "Chuan, what exactly is your profession?" After witnessing Chuan effortlessly slay a black-scaled giant lizard comparable to an 8th-tier apprentice, Xia Nan could no longer suppress her burning curiosity. "Me? I'm merely a pig butcher," Chuan replied candidly. "Impossible. You are only a 6th-tier apprentice. To easily vanquish foes 2 tiers above you, you must at least possess an epic combat profession." Though Xia Nan was somewhat naive, her background from a prominent family endowed her with discernment. "If you do not believe it, so be it." Chuan shrugged. His relationship with Xia Nan was purely transactional, and he had no obligation to clarify her doubt. As Chuan fell silent once more, Xia Nan gritted her teeth in frustration, yet she found herself powerless against him. Despite her epic combat profession and equal rank, she had no assurance of evading his astonishing strikes. Thus, Chuan continued his path of slaughter, leaving anything alive in his wake to feel the edge of his blade. Under this intense bloodshed, Chuan's level rose once again, ascending to 7th-tier apprentice, prompting him to check his attributes panel. Name: Chuan. Profession: godly pig butcher. Level: 7th-tier apprentice, 13.1. Strength: 27. Agility: 27. Mentality: 26. Professional talent: pig clan nemesis. Godslaying blade: professional skill: Blood Shadow Butcher, LV1. Pig clan nemesis. Inflicts an additional 450 damage to pigs. Each pig slain increases this talent's effectiveness by 1. Damage dealt by pigs is halved. God-slaying blade. Designate a weapon as a pig-slaughtering knife. Each pig that falls before this knife grants 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The butcher releases a malevolent aura, forcing pigs into a 1-second state of terror. As a 7th-tier apprentice, Chuan was already considered a minor figure in Qingcheng, especially with his godly pig butcher profession, rendering 9th-tier apprentices inconsequential in his presence. As for those at the entry realm, Chuan had never engaged them in combat, leaving him uncertain of his own capabilities, as the disparities between each realm were substantial. We are nearing the location of the Blood Moon Giant Python. Xianan Nan glanced at the map, her excitement palpable as she tugged at Chuan to move forward. Wait, there are individuals ahead. Chuan's gaze sharpened. Being a pig butcher, he was acutely sensitive to the scent of pigs. Ahead lay at least 20 of them, one of which exuded an overwhelming presence. In the wilderness, one must be wary not only of various ferocious beasts and monsters, but also of fellow humans, for human malice can often surpass that of beasts. Who goes there? Step forth. Chuan had intended to wait for them to pass before proceeding, but that powerful pig seemed to have detected their presence and called out sternly, "Come out, do not hide. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." Chuan remained silent, quietly gripping his pig-slaughtering knife as he stepped forward. The moment Chuan and Xianan Nan emerged, both parties were taken aback. To their astonishment, they recognized each other. The one who had shouted was none other than Zhao Ming, the principal of Qingcheng High School. Su Lingxian, Lu Jinglong, and several awakened students of combat professions trailed behind Zhao Ming. Clearly, Zhao Ming had brought these individuals for wilderness training. Given his strength, as long as Su Lingxian did not stray, he could ensure her safety without issue. Chuan, what brings you here? Zhao Ming could not help but inquire. This student left a notable impression on him. A godly profession reduced to that of a pig butcher was a waste of talent, indeed. Zhao Ming had been waking in the middle of the night, slapping himself in disbelief. How could a godly profession culminate in being a butcher? Moreover, what was a lifestyle profession doing in such a remote wilderness devoid of pigs to slaughter? Just passing through, Chuan replied truthfully. Passing through? Chuan, do you expect me to believe that? I see you can't let go of Sister Lingxian, which is why you followed her out here like a clingy parasite. A slightly plump girl behind Su Lingxian sneered. Upon hearing this, everyone bore expressions of sudden realization. No wonder Chuan, a lifestyle profession, found himself so far into the wilderness. If he had come to pursue Su Lingxian, everything made sense in an instant. The gazes directed at Chuan were filled with scorn and ridicule, as if they were observing a deluded toad. TSK, 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 still stalking after a breakup? Terrifying. Sister Lingxian, having such an ex is like carrying a criminal record. Truly ordinary yet self-assured. Chuan, have you never looked in the mirror? Sister Lingxian is a legendary combat professional, and you, a mere pig butcher, what gives you the right to pursue her? Indeed, to specially chase her into the wilderness. It's a miracle you haven't been devoured by a ferocious beast. This fellow is nothing short of a clown. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Su Lingxian, initially indifferent, glanced at Chuan with a newfound impatience upon hearing their remarks. Chuan, I believe I made myself clear last time. Why do you persist? It is impossible for us. We are already from two different worlds. Chapter 11. One punch to defeat the enemy. Observing the expressions of these individuals, Chuan touched the pig-slaughtering knife in his bag. However, considering Zhao Ming standing nearby, he obediently sheathed the knife and remained silent. He preferred not to squabble with pigs. There would be opportunities to deal with them later. Yet, his silence was perceived as insecurity by those across from him. Lu Jinglong stepped forward with a malicious grin. Chuan, how dare you show your face before me? Perfect. I was worried I wouldn't find you if you hid. A long blade appeared in Lu Jinglong's hand, its unsheathing accompanied by a chilling gleam. Hiss, Jinglong's blade must be a true spirit weapon. Indeed, my uncle is a weaponsmith. I've seen spirit weapons before, and that blade has reached the lower tier of the yellow grade. Spirit weapons are worlds apart from ordinary weapons. With that spirit weapon, Jinglong, now a 4th-tier apprentice, could likely contend with 6th-tier apprentices. The crowd's expressions turned grave. Spirit weapons are specially forged by weaponsmiths, classified into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, each further divided into 4 grades. A formidable spirit weapon can significantly enhance a practitioner's strength, even doubling it. Chuan, I warned you. Leave Qingcheng, and this time I will not intervene to assist you, Su Lingxian said, shaking her head. After her previous resolute declaration, Chuan still trailed her like a persistent leech into the wilderness. If she were to aid him again, it might lead him to misconstrue her feelings as unresolved. Allowing Lu Jinglong to teach him a lesson could help him grasp reality. Lu Jinglong had hoped to see fear etched on Chuan's face, but disappointment washed over him. Chuan showed no trace of fear. Instead, his gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the blade in Lu Jinglong's hand. That lower-tier yellow-grade spirit weapon must be quite valuable, yes? Chuan inquired of Xianan Nan beside him. It's decent. It could fetch several 100,000. Though that blade's quality is average, Xianan Nan nodded in response. Several 100,000? That will suffice. Chuan nodded in satisfaction. His father, after a year of wielding a pig-slaughtering knife, had barely earned that sum. Seeing Chuan regard his spirit weapon as already within his grasp, Lu Jinglong's fury erupted. A filthy pig butcher, what are you pretending for? Lu Jinglong charged at Chuan, his blade slicing down with tremendous force. Swift as the wind, Chuan raised his pig-slaughtering knife to block, clang. With a resounding clash of metal, sparks flew, and Chuan's knife was cleaved in 2. Half of the blade spun in the air before embedding itself in the ground. While Lu Jinglong's blade remained razor-sharp, not a single nick upon it. Compared to spirit weapons, ordinary blades were as fragile as paper. Ha ha ha, your pig-slaughtering knife is broken. You won't even be able to butcher pigs anymore. Lu Jinglong roared with laughter, releasing the pent-up frustration he had long harbored. Unexpectedly, Chuan simply tossed aside the broken half of his knife. Against you, I need no blade. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chuan moved. His speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Lu Jinglong. The shadowless blade master is indeed a profession adept in speed. However, at this moment, Lu Jinglong found himself unable to react in the slightest. With his fingers converging, Chuan exerted force through his calves and delivered a punch squarely to Lu Jinglong's chest. Crack, crack, crack. A series of excruciatingly sharp, bone-cracking sounds echoed, and Lu Jinglong's entire body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. Propelled by Chuan's formidable strike, his chest caved in at an eerie angle, clearly indicating that his ribs had been fractured. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded, as no one had anticipated that Chuan, a mere butcher, could so effortlessly defeat Lu Jinglong, a lifestyle profession triumphing over a combat profession. It was utterly absurd. It wasn't until Lu Jinglong let out a blood-curdling scream that the onlookers snapped back to reality. Xiaoming gazed at Chuan in astonishment. Are you already a 7th-tier apprentice? Upon hearing this, disbelief flickered in the eyes of the students from Qingqing High School, including Su Lingxian. Even she, under the rigorous training at Qingqing High, had only reached the 6th tier. How could Chuan possibly advance faster than her? It was merely luck, Chuan replied, stepping forward to retrieve Lu Jinglong's weapon. Although it was not a butcher's knife, it was still a spirit weapon, superior to his previous ordinary blade. He scrutinized the long knife carefully, noting the inscription Qingfeng at its base, a yellow-tier low-grade spirit weapon, the Qingfeng blade. It seems you've been busy with your butchering lately. Aside from eating and sleeping, no wonder your realm has risen so swiftly. However, Chuan, this won't be of much use. A butcher is merely a lifestyle profession, Xiaoming sighed, proceeding to explain to the students of Qingqing High. While the realm distinctions between lifestyle and combat professions are similar, their methods of advancement are fundamentally different. Combat professions require diligent cultivation, mastery of combat techniques, and accumulation of battle experience, often utilizing elixirs and rare resources to enhance their realms. Conversely, lifestyle professions, like butchery, simply demand the act of butchering for one to progress in rank. As a divine-level butcher, if Chuan were to disregard everything else and focus solely on butchering during his apprentice stage, his advancement would indeed be rapid. However, upon reaching the established realm or even the master realm, the quantity of pigs he would need to slaughter to progress further would be astronomical. At that point, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to advance as a butcher. In contrast, Combat professions can continue to enhance their strength through ongoing training. It merely becomes a matter of speed, devoid of the frustrations of stagnation. After Zhao Ming's explanation, realization dawned upon the crowd. In other words, although Yi Chuan can easily defeat Brother Jinglong now, in a few years, he may very well find himself at the mercy of Brother Jinglong. Isn't that only natural? After all, a butcher is just a lifestyle profession. As realms advance, combat professionals gain an increasing array of skills and techniques. What good is a higher realm if he can only butcher pigs? No wonder he appeared in the wild. He must have come here to showcase his realm in hopes of winning back Sister Lingshuan's affection. Goodness, I feel like you've hit the nail on the head. This butcher is truly repulsive. Sister Lingxian, don't let your feelings cloud your judgment. The principal has already stated that his rapid advancement is merely due to his high realm and attributes, allowing him to defeat Brother Jinglong. Once he enters the established realm, there won't be as many pigs left for him to butcher. Su Lingxian furrowed her brow and looked at Yi Chuan, shaking her head in resignation. Yi Chuan, why put yourself through this? To be honest, I've already been recommended to Tianqiong Academy, and in a few days, the teachers from Tianqiong Academy will come to escort me. We are now 2 worlds apart. Chapter 12. A sudden change upon hearing the name Tianqiong Academy. Everyone gasped in astonishment. It is, after all, the finest academy in the 5th Special District of the Human Federation. It is said that the security guards at Tianqiong Academy's entrance are all masters, and even those who have reached the master realm are not qualified to guard its gates. Every transferee cultivated by this academy is invariably a formidable figure capable of safeguarding a region. They had not expected Su Lingxian to gain admission to Tianqiong Academy. It was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. No matter how much you do, to me, it is merely a display for attention. Go home, Yi Chuan. Don't be willful. Uncle Yi and Aunt Wu have only you as their son. Don't let them worry. Su Lingshuan's beautiful eyes bore a coldness, and when she looked at Yi Chuan, it was as though she regarded a stranger. She felt it was imperative for Yi Chuan to recognize the chasm between them, so that he could finally let go. Why, Yi Chuan, do not blame me. I am doing this for your own good. Su Lingxian thought to herself. Why Yi Chuan ignored her, but beside him, Xia Nannan was far from pleased. When had the young lady Xia ever suffered a loss? She stepped forward with her hands on her hips. Are you all done? Yi Chuan is with me to find the blood moon flower. Encountering you was merely a matter of poor timing. What are you all so busy speculating about? Seeing that, Xia Nannan dared to retort. Those who sought to curry favor with Su Lingxian immediately turned their ire towards her. Oh, so the worthless man that Sister Lingxian discarded is now treasured by someone truly blind. This Yi Chuan has no other skills but is indeed adept at seducing women. He has quickly ensnared another. Heh. A dog to a pile of bones, a match made in heaven. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps rang out. Just as these individuals finished speaking, Xia Nannan stepped forward and slapped each of them once. You dare hit me? You re-asking for death. The group instantly grew furious. They were all combat professionals and immediately prepared to retaliate. Try laying a finger on me. My father is Xia Beihai. Xia Nannan declared coldly. Stop. Zhao Ming quickly intervened, scrutinizing Xia Nannan closely. Previously, she had appeared dirty and unkempt, and he hadn't thought much of it, but now he realized that this girl was indeed Xia Beihai's daughter. Miss Xia, how come you are here? Zhao Ming's tone softened considerably, as if he were comforting a child. What business is it of yours? I can go wherever I please, Xia Nannan retorted icily. However, you, Principal Zhao, should be concerned about the quality of your students. It is truly worrying. Indeed. Indeed, it is my oversight. I will ensure they are properly disciplined upon my return, Zhao Ming said with a forced smile. They must apologize to Yi Chuan. Xia Nannan pointed at the group. Did you hear that? Apologize, Zhao Ming commanded in a deep voice. Although the group was reluctant, with Zhao Ming's orders, they could only squeeze out an apology through gritted teeth. And what about her? Xia Nannan inquired, gesturing towards Su Lingxian. Her? Zhao Ming's expression turned somewhat awkward. Miss Xia. Lingxian is the first legendary combat profession to emerge from Qingqing in a century and has been recommended to Tianqiong Academy. Given time, she will undoubtedly become a renowned figure in the Human Federation. Even your father wouldn't wish to provoke her, would he? And so what? If she has done something wrong, she must apologize. Xia Nan showed no signs of backing down. At this moment, Zhao Ming felt overwhelmed. Caught between the Xia family and Su Lingxian, who had already been accepted into Tianqiong Academy, offending either side would be a grave misstep. Fortunately, Chuan spoke up. Enough, let us go. Chuan was unwilling to waste time on these people. He would rather slay a few more pigs to enhance his strength. You're not going anywhere. Return my Qingfeng blade. Lu Jinglong's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Chuan, for a yellow-tier low-grade spirit weapon was of great value to him. If you have the ability, come and take it back yourself. I am always ready, Chuan said, not even glancing back as he walked away. Though reluctant, Xia Nan had no choice but to follow, casting an indignant glare at Su Lingxian before turning to catch up with Chuan. Watching the two retreating figures, Su Lingxian felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Although she had chosen to dismiss Chuan, witnessing Xia Nan's fierce defense of him inexplicably irked her. Never mind. If I can win Xia Nan's favor and become a son-in-law to the Xia family, perhaps that would be the best outcome for him, Su Lingxian mused. Shaking her head, she reflected that her aspirations far surpassed those of Chuan. Her journey was destined for the stars and the sea. It infuriates me. Why did you stop me just now? Xia Nan ground her silver teeth in frustration. That average girl. You clearly weren't here to find her. Why didn't you clarify? Is it necessary? Why must I contend with a fool? Seeing Xia Nan's exasperated expression, Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Even if Su Lingxian knows I'm not here for her, what difference does it make? What benefit would I gain? It's not worth the effort to explain. You do have a point, but I'm still quite upset. Xia Nan waved her fists. All right, enough of that. We should be nearing the location of the Blood Moon giant python. Chuan glanced at the map and confirmed that they had indeed entered the territory of the Blood Moon giant python. Gripping the Qingfeng blade tightly, a notification sound immediately followed. Exclusive butcher's knife selected. Godslayer blade has been activated. Each pig slain under the butcher's knife will grant you 0.1 points of free attributes. A faint yet distinct odor of blood pervaded the air, a scent unique to serpents. The humid atmosphere clung to their skin, reminiscent of a serpent's tongue, leaving one feeling utterly uncomfortable. Xia Nan retrieved two spherical objects from her backpack, clutching them tightly as she warily surveyed the surroundings. By the way, with your remarkable strength, how could you possibly be a mere butcher? As a butcher, it is quite natural for me to possess a certain degree of physical prowess. What is it that you hold in your hand? Chuan's gaze shifted towards Xia Nan's grasp. The Thunderfire Pearl? Xia Nan exclaimed, her expression brimming with eagerness. Without any form of defense, even a being of the Ascendant Realm would be gravely injured by such an explosive. If the Blood Moon giant python appears, leave it to me. Understood. As the two delved deeper, the Blood Moon giant python remained elusive. Yet an extraordinary plant came into view. It bore two crimson blossoms, reminiscent of congealed blood, glimmering with a translucent sheen and exuding an alluring fragrance. The flowers intertwined, inseparable from one another. Upon witnessing this, Xia Nan gasped. This is not an ordinary Blood Moon flower. It is the Blood Crystal Twin Flower. Chapter 13. The Ascendant Realm Giant Python. The Blood Crystal Twin Flower is a mutated variant of the Blood Moon flower. While the ordinary Blood Moon flower merely slows the aging process, the Blood Crystal Twin Flower grants eternal youth. It is said that among 100,000 Blood Moon flowers, only one may mutate into a Blood Crystal Twin Flower. Chuan pondered, contemplating where he might acquire such a treasure. The Blood Crystal Twin Flower, being a dual bloom, would make a splendid gift for his mother, Wu Jingzhu. After all, what woman wouldn't desire to possess an ageless visage? Wait here while I gather the flower. If the Blood Moon giant python shows up, just hurl the Thunderfire Pearl. All right. Xia Nan nodded, her cheeks flushed with excitement at the prospect of the Blood Crystal Twin Flower. Chuan gripped his Qingfeng blade, standing on tiptoe as he cautiously approached the Blood Crystal Twin Flower. Until he stood beside it, the surroundings remained eerily silent, and the Blood Moon giant python seemed absent. He sighed in relief. Plunging his Qingfeng blade into the soil beneath the Blood Crystal Twin Flower. After circling it, he carefully unearthed the flower along with the soil and gently placed it into his backpack. At that moment, Chuan caught a whiff of a foul stench. He dared not look back and instead lunged forward. In the next instant, a massive crimson serpent's head appeared where he had just been standing, its gaping maw ready to strike. Had Yi Chuan not evaded in time, he would have surely met his demise within its belly. The blood moon giant python was adorned with crystalline red scales, its yellow slit pupils brimming with fury, standing upright at a height of 2 to 3 meters, exuding an aura of intimidation. Yi Chuan's heart raced. This blood moon giant python, even if not fully in the ascendant realm, was undeniably on the cusp of the pinnacle of the 9th-tier apprentice. Blood Shadow Butcher. Yi Chuan wasted no time activating his skill, unleashing a formidable aura that plunged the blood moon giant python into a state of fear. Xian and Nan. Act now. Yi Chuan bellowed, sprinting to the side. Xian and Nan, quick to comply, hurled the Thunderfire Pearl without hesitation. 1 blue, 1 red, 1 thunder, 1 fire. The 2 pearls sped towards the blood moon giant python, which had just shaken off its fear. The moment they collided, a blinding light erupted, lightning arcs and flames intertwined, unleashing a ferocious energy that obliterated everything in the vicinity. Though the blood moon giant python possessed formidable defenses, it could not withstand the might of the Thunderfire Pearl. Its scales shattered, blood splattering everywhere, only to be vaporized by the intense heat of the explosion. When the energy subsided, the blood moon giant python had transformed from crimson to charred black, exuding the scent of roasted meat. Yi Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. Had the Thunderfire Pearl struck him, his fate would not differ much from that of the blood moon giant python. He approached and delivered a decisive blow to the now-dying serpent. Butcher Yi Chuan has slain a special pig with his butcher's knife, gaining a 30 increase in level, an additional 1 damage against the pig race, and an increase of 0.1 in free attributes. A mere 30 for a blood moon giant python? Yi Chuan was taken aback. However, it made sense. Had it not been for Xian Nan Nan's timely use of the Thunderfire Pearl, he would have had to exert much effort to slay the beast. Let's head back. The sun was setting, and having been out all day, Yi Chuan feared that Yi Chiyuan and the others would soon grow worried. Just then, Xian Nan Nan's pupils suddenly constricted. Yi Chuan, look behind you. Yi Chuan spun around, only to find 2 suns in the sky. No, those were not suns. They were 2 enormous beastly eyes. A blood moon giant python, twice the size of the last, loomed before them, its aura unmistakably that of the ascendant realm. The blood moon flower has transformed into the blood crystal twin flower, and the blood moon giant python has multiplied from 1 to 2. Yi Chuan's heart raced as he turned to Xian and Nan. Do you still have any Thunderfire Pearls? None left. Why, father only provided me with that pair for self-defense, Xian and Nan replied, shaking her head. Then what are we waiting for? Run. Yi Chuan grasped Xian and Nan's hand and fled. However, the blood moon giant python clearly did not intend to let these 2 intruders escape. Its massive tail swept through the air, as if the ground itself trembled, uprooting ancient trees as if they were mere twigs. Yi Chuan raised his arms to shield himself but was sent flying, his internal energy surging, a metallic taste flooding his throat. Had it not been for the pig race's bane that mitigated the impact, he would have likely sustained severe injuries from that strike. The gap between the ascendant realm and the apprentice realm was immense, a chasm of power, especially considering Yi Chuan was merely a 7th-tier apprentice. It seems we cannot escape. We must eliminate it. Help me carry the bag, find a place to hide. Yi Chuan handed the backpack to Xian and Nan, then drew his Qingfeng blade. Are you out of your mind? That blood moon giant python is clearly of the ascendant realm. Xian and Nan was taken aback by Yi Chuan's audacity. A 7th-tier apprentice aiming to slay a ferocious beast of the ascendant realm. What madness was this? I know. Yi Chuan charged forward, dodging the sweeping tail of the blood moon giant python, and struck at its body. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the Qingfeng blade scraped against the serpent's scales, producing a shower of sparks and leaving a shallow cut, with blood seeping from beneath the scales. Yi Chuan inhaled sharply. The defenses of this ascendant realm blood moon giant python were formidable. He had the extra damage bonus from being the bane of the pig race, and his weapon was a spirit weapon. He could hardly fathom what would have transpired had he wielded his previous ordinary butcher's knife. It likely would not have even scratched the python's defenses. Infuriated by the pain, the blood moon giant python swung its massive tail down and opened its gaping maw to bite down on Yi Chuan. The head and tail formed a deadly angle, leaving Yi Chuan no room to evade. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened. He had to find a way to overcome the python's overwhelming defense. The only chance left to him was to take a leap of faith. With that thought, he hesitated not a moment longer, pushing off the ground with all his might, propelling himself directly into the blood moon giant python's gaping mouth. Yi Chuan! Xian and Nan cried out in alarm. The blood moon giant python instinctively closed its jaws, intending to swallow Yi Chuan whole. Confident in its powerful stomach acid, it began to contort its muscular neck, attempting to force Yi Chuan down into its belly. However, at that moment, a sharp blade pierced through the python's neck. Chapter 14. The alien woman with a swift motion. The Qingfeng blade slashed across, creating a gaping wound in the blood moon giant python's throat, leaving its enormous eyes filled with bewilderment. Covered in filth, Yi Chuan emerged from the python's neck. The blood moon giant python had clearly underestimated the strength of its prey. Armed with a spirit weapon and bolstered by the pig race's bane, he felt as unstoppable as Sun Wukong in the belly of Princess Iron Fan, free to wreak havoc. Bang! With a resounding thud, the blood moon giant python's massive head crashed to the ground, extinguishing its life force. Butcher Yi Chuan has slain a special pig with his butcher's knife, gaining a 60 increase in level, an additional 1 damage against the pig race, and an increase of 0.1 in free attributes. Upon slaying the blood moon giant python, Yi Chuan's level surged, reaching the 8th tier apprentice. Xian Nan stood in shock. She could hardly believe that Yi Chuan, a mere 7th tier apprentice, had truly managed to defeat an Ascendant Realm blood moon giant python. Even if it were just a first tier of the Ascendant Realm, it was still a formidable foe. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Phew, Miss Xia, this task of yours is no easy feat. Had I known we were facing an Ascendant Realm beast, I would have stayed away, Yi Chuan said, offering a wry smile to Xian and Nan. You nearly scared me to death. Xian and Nan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why did you take such a risk? You were almost turned into the blood moon giant python's excrement. Fortune favors the bold, Yi Chuan shrugged, though the movement sent a jolt of pain through him, causing him to grimace. The compression from being swallowed by the blood moon giant python had left his entire body aching. Seeing Yi Chuan's comical expression, Xian and Nan, who had been on the verge of tears, burst into laughter. Serves you right. Let's see if you dare to take such risks again. Xian and Nan rummaged through her bag and handed him a vial of medicinal elixir. Here. Take this. Once you consume it, the pain will subside. Afterward, make haste to wash up. You are covered in the saliva and digestive fluids of that formidable blood moon python, which is simply foul. Yi Chuan did not refuse. Accepting the elixir and swallowing it, feeling a significant reduction in his bodily pain, he then removed his drenched clothing, revealing a robust upper body. Xian and Nan immediately turned her head, blushing with shyness. Yet her eyes could not resist glancing at Yi Chuan. Both his physique and appearance were exceptional. Otherwise, Su Lingxian would not have been so infatuated with him prior to his awakening as a professional. Let us go. Now we can return. Yi Chuan shouldered his backpack and the Qingfeng blade. He truly felt grateful to Lu Jinglong. Had he not traveled such a long distance to deliver a spiritual weapon to him, he would indeed have struggled against the earlier blood moon python. Imichem. Xian and Nan nodded softly. Her voice barely above a whisper, her face flushed as she dared not look at Yi Chuan. The two shared the blood crystal twin flowers, each taking one, and hurried back to Qingcheng before the sun completely set. As they entered the city gate, a large group of elegantly dressed and anxious members of the Xia family quickly surrounded them. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and no beard. Oh dear. My young lady, where have you been? The family head is nearly frantic with worry. Xiaobo, I'm so sorry that I've caused you all concern, Xian and Nan said, lowering her head in embarrassment. It was only during this venture outside the city that she realized how foolish her decision to seek the blood moon flower alone had been. Had it not been for Yi Chuan's timely appearance, she might have found herself trapped in a goblin's lair. As long as you are safely back, that is all that matters. Zhao Bo sighed in relief, then turned his gaze to Yi Chuan. And who might this be? Zhao Bo, this is Yi Chuan, my savior. Thanks to him, I'm able to return safely to Yi Chuan is remarkably skilled. Xian and Nan introduced. Ah, I see. Thank you, Yi classmate. May I inquire what profession you pursue? Xiaobo asked amiably. I am a pig butcher, Yi Chuan replied honestly. A pig butcher? Xiaobo paused, his expression turning considerably colder as he produced a card and handed it over. Yi classmate, you are indeed quite accomplished at such a young age. This card contains 200,000. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving our young lady. No need for that. Yi Chuan pushed the card back. I merely returned your young lady as part of our agreement. I only require the promised reward. Oh. Xiaobo raised an eyebrow, a hint of caution in his eyes. What reward do you seek? Xiaobo, Yi Chuan wishes to find the most skilled blacksmith in Qingqing to forge him a spiritual weapon. Xia Nan Nan interjected. I understand. Young lady, leave this matter to me. Let them escort you home first. The family head is quite anxious. Xiaobo advised. Very well. Xia Nan Nan glanced at Yi Chuan with reluctance, but followed the family attendants home. If she delayed any longer, her father might come rushing over. After her departure, Xiaobo's smile faded, replaced by a more austere demeanor. Yi classmate, I am truly grateful for your assistance in saving our young lady. However, please be aware that you and she are not from the same social standing, and I kindly ask that you harbor no inappropriate thoughts. It may not bode well for anyone involved. Xiaobo was astute. Otherwise, he would not have secured his position as the Xia family's steward. He noticed the peculiar glances Xia Nan Nan cast at Yi Chuan and felt it necessary to nip any budding sentiments in the bud. Yi Chuan felt somewhat exasperated. Who would develop worldly desires for a pig? Yet he had no way to articulate this without bluntly stating that in his eyes, the young lady was akin to a pig. No problem. I assure you I will not pursue your young lady. What about the spiritual weapon? Yi Chuan inquired. Rest assured, the young lady will honor her word. Master Tai Xine has an excellent relationship with my family. I will inform him. And you can simply visit him tomorrow. Xiaobo nodded, instructing. After acquiring the spiritual weapon, I kindly ask that you maintain a respectful distance from my young lady. Understood. Yi Chuan waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Having achieved his goal and wishing to avoid further discussion with Xiaobo meanwhile, in the wilds outside Qingqing, a tall, barefoot woman appeared beside the two slain blood moon pythons that Yi Chuan had vanquished. This woman had horns atop her head, elongated ears, and slit-like pupils, clearly not human. Her icy, beautiful eyes first surveyed the corpses of the blood moon pythons before she stepped forward to the site of the blood crystal twin flowers. The meticulously cultivated flowers were now nowhere to be found, leaving only a small pit in the ground. Her gaze grew even colder as she gouged out the eyes of the blood moon python. And within those eyes, Yi Chuan's figure was reflected. You dare to slay my beast and seize my spiritual plant, you audacious human. The alien woman suddenly erupted in a dazzling, otherworldly crimson light, dyeing even the moon in the sky a blood-red hue. As if sensing her wrath, every ferocious beast in the wilds of Qingqing trembled and lay flat upon the ground. Chapter 15. Qingqing Trading Post. Mom, this is for you. Upon returning home, Yi Chuan presented the blood crystal twin flower to Wu Jingzhu. This is the blood crystal twin flower? Where did you acquire this? Wu Jingzhu asked, astonished. I took a trip outside the city to see the world and happened upon two giant red pythons fighting. They ended up perishing together, and I found a flower on the ground, so I picked it, Yi Chuan replied bashfully, scratching his head. You child, is it wise to wander into such dangerous places outside the city? Do you know how perilous it is out there? You are not to go again. Wu Jingzhu scolded him, though her heart swelled with warmth. Her child had grown and now showed concern for her. The allure of the blood crystal twin flower was unparalleled for any woman. I understand. Mom, I want to go again, Yi Chuan quickly assured her. However, the prospect of never venturing outside the city was impossible. He had already tasted the sweetness of hunting pigs outside. The outside world was filled with talent, and the conversations were delightful. Going out felt like coming home. He absolutely adored going outside. Yi Chuan comfortably lay on his bed, utterly exhausted after the day's events. The next morning, he greeted Yi Qiyuan before heading out to find Master Tai Xine. As introduced by Xiaobo, Master Tai Xine was the most renowned blacksmith in Qingqing. The spiritual weapons he forged were priceless, each eagerly sought after by the city's adventurers. He felt indebted to the Xia family. Otherwise, despite his wealth, Finding someone of Master Tai Xion's caliber to forge a weapon would have been exceedingly difficult. He hailed a taxi and made his way to Master Tai Xion's residence. Upon arrival, the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal echoed from within, resembling a melodious composition. He knocked on the door, and the heavy metal entrance swung open, unleashing a wave of heat. A burly man with a beard stood behind the door. Sizing up Chuan, his muscular build prominent. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, uncle. I was sent by Zhao Bo from the Xia family to find Master Tai Xion," Chuan stated. "Ah, you must be Chuan. Come in. I'll take you to meet the master." The burly man turned and led the way, with Chuan following him inside. Beyond the door lay a workshop, flames roaring in the forge, where numerous muscular men were drenched in sweat, wielding their forging hammers. Passing through the forging area, Chuan encountered a wall adorned with an array of spiritual weapons, leaving him dazzled. Beneath the weapons sat an elderly man on a sandalwood chair. His hair and beard were completely white, yet his face bore no wrinkles, his physique robust and solid as if he were carved from stone. "Master, Chuan has arrived," the burly man announced. Master Tai Xion nodded and spoke. "I have already been informed of your situation by the steward of the Xia family. Simply tell me what kind of spiritual weapon you wish to forge." Observing Master Tai Xion's directness, Chuan did not hesitate. "Master Tai Xion, I wish to forge a pig slaughtering knife." Master Tai Xion froze mid-sip, his gaze on Chuan filled with intrigue. "Young friend, you are not jesting with me, are you? You wish to forge a pig slaughtering knife?" "Master Tai Xion, to be frank, I am a pig butcher," Chuan admitted, pausing before adding, "a divine level one." "A divine level pig butcher? I see. You are that prodigy from Qingqing High School?" Master Tai Xion exclaimed in realization, as news of a divine level profession emerging from the school had spread through Qingqing in recent days. "Fascinating. Fascinating. I have forged spiritual weapons my entire life, yet never a pig slaughtering knife. Do you have any specific requirements for this knife?" "Just one requirement. It must be sufficiently sturdy and durable." Chuan was quite clear. His parents were ordinary people, and the next opportunity to find a blacksmith of Master Tai Xion's caliber might be a long way off. Therefore, the knife he wished to forge would need to accompany him for a significant time. "Sufficiently sturdy and durable?" Master Tai Xion chuckled heartily. "Is that all? Any run-of-the-mill yellow-grade spiritual weapon would suffice to butcher thousands of pigs. Well, then I dare to elaborate further on my requirements." Chuan produced the Qingfeng blade. "I want a knife capable of severing this blade while remaining unscathed." Master Tai Xion was taken aback. "What sort of pig do you intend to slay?" Chuan fell silent. Seeing this, Master Tai Xion chose not to press further. "Very well, if you are unwilling to speak, I shall not compel you. You may come to collect the knife in 10 days. "Thank you, Master Tianxin." Upon hearing this, Chuan's face finally broke into a smile. "There is no need for gratitude. If you wish to express thanks, direct it towards the Xia family. Please see yourself out." Master Tianxin waved his hand dismissively. After leaving Master Tianxin's residence, Chuan did not return home but headed straight for the trading post in Qingqing. He had slain numerous ferocious beasts on his recent expedition outside the city, and there were still many valuable items he had yet to deal with. Chuan arrived at the trading post with a large bag on his back, which could be considered one of the most bustling places in Qingqing. Within the Human Federation, each city possesses its own trading post. Not only can one trade various materials, spiritual weapons, elixirs, and rare treasures here, but even some defensive items can be found. For instance, the Thunderfire Pearl that Xiaonanan had previously used was also available at the trading post. Though the price was enough to give Chuan pause. It could be said that there is nothing one cannot find at the trading post. He made his way directly to the counter, placing the contents of his bag on the table. "Hello, I am here to sell beast materials." The young lady sitting behind the counter was slightly plump, her professional attire accentuating her curves. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Chuan. To hunt ferocious beasts indicates a combat-oriented profession, and with such handsome looks, he was undoubtedly a promising prospect. "Good day, sir. Please hold on a moment." The lady began to take out the items from his bag, offering him quotes as she went. "The horn of the silver-horned giant rhinoceros has a buyback price of 10,000 per horn. The complete hide of the shadowless spirit cat has a buyback price of 3,000 per hide. The roots of the century-old trade have a buyback price of. The total buyback price for the materials in your bag is 38,000. Do you confirm the transaction? The lady gazed at Yi Chuan with eyes like shimmering water. Confirmed. Yi Chuan nodded. Very well. Please provide your account details. The lady began to operate her computer. Moments later, 38,000 had been added to Yi Chuan's card. He couldn't help but marvel at how quickly one could earn money by hunting ferocious beasts. His father, wielding a butcher's knife in the slaughterhouse, barely earned over 20,000 in a month. Yet, he earned 38,000 in a single day of hunting. And this one too. I would like to sell it. Yi Chuan placed the Qingfeng knife on the counter. It was too slender for his liking. He preferred the heftier butcher's knife. A low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon? The lady was somewhat taken aback, and her gaze towards Yi Chuan became even more fervent. Sir, converting a spiritual weapon into cash is somewhat unprofitable. I suggest you directly exchange it for another spiritual weapon that suits you better. What do you think? Is that possible? Yi Chuan was taken aback, as he was unaware of this option. Of course, you can exchange this knife for another low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon with just a service fee of 10,000. The lady said sweetly. Well then, please take me to see what options are available. Yi Chuan replied. Certainly. Please follow me. Since this is your first visit to the trading post, I will register you as a member, allowing you to accept tasks here in the future. The lady slowly stood and led Yi Chuan to the area where spiritual weapons were displayed. Hundreds of spiritual weapons hung on the walls, dazzling Yi Chuan's eyes. His gaze wandered past the weapons and settled on the armor. He already possessed the butcher's knife, forged by Master Tianxin, and it would be more prudent to exchange the Qingfeng knife for a piece of defensive armor for his protection. Soon, his attention was drawn to a piece of soft armor. It appeared to be crafted from the scales of some ferocious beast, radiating a subdued yet exquisite brilliance. Bring that soft armor over for me to examine. Chapter 16. I am not normal. The lady quickly retrieved the soft armor for Yi Chuan. The moment he touched it, he felt an incredible comfort. It was remarkably smooth to the touch. Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. The flame scale soft armor is made from the scales of the clawfire serpent. In addition to its astonishing defensive capabilities, which can withstand blades and daggers, it also possesses exceptional thermal properties, allowing it to resist temperatures as low as -20 degrees. The lady began her introduction. Yi Chuan tried it on, and the moment it enveloped him, the flame scale soft armor provided a warm sensation without hindering his movements at all. This is the one. I will exchange the Qingfeng knife for this armor. Yi Chuan decisively concluded. Very well. No problem. Please proceed to pay the service fee over here. Under the lady's guidance, Yi Chuan successfully acquired the flame scale soft armor, and with the remaining funds, purchased a first-rank rejuvenation pill. This item was incredibly effective for healing injuries and could be a lifesaver in critical moments. After purchasing the rejuvenation pill, Yi Chuan found himself once again destitute. He felt a twinge of discomfort. While the transmuters earned money swiftly, they spent it just as quickly. Once Master Tianxin finished forging the butcher's knife, he would need to venture out again to hunt ferocious beasts. Taking advantage of his current free time, Yi Chuan browsed the tasks available at the trading post. Seeking a branch of fire dragon bamboo, offering 500,000. High-priced buyback for abyss worm eggs, 3,000 each, no limit on quantity. Hunt down an adult giant swamp crocodile and bring back its intact corpse, reward of 150,000. The tasks at the trading post were varied and abundant. Yi Chuan even spotted a hefty bounty for finding a child. He came across several suitable tasks for himself, but as he was unable to leave the city at the moment, he had to set them aside for now. Just as he was about to depart, the young lady at the counter slipped him a business card and bit her cherry lips. If you can't sleep tonight, give me a call. I am a responsible woman. From Yi Chuan's demeanor, she had already determined that he was undoubtedly a potential prospect. If she could secure Yi Chuan, her future would be assured. Unfortunately, in Yi Chuan's eyes, she was merely a well-endowed fool. Thus, as he exited the trading post, he casually tossed the business card into the trash bin. The idea of pursuing a fool seemed rather absurd to someone as eccentric as Yi Chuan. Upon returning home, he intended to rest for a while in his room. However, he was suddenly met with a commotion outside. What? You say my son stole your son's spiritual weapon? Are you joking? My son is just a butcher. Wu Jingzhu's incredulous voice reached Yi Chuan's ears. prompting him to rush outside. As he stepped out, he saw Lu Jinglong standing in his living room, accompanied by a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to him, his expression frostily stern. "Dad, it was him who stole my Qingfeng knife." Lu Jinglong glared at Yi Chuan, indignation evident in his gaze. Just as Yi Chuan had returned home, Yi Chiyuan stepped forward to mediate. "My friend, is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? My son is merely a butcher. How could he possibly steal a spiritual weapon from someone of a combat profession? I have inquired with Principal Zhao Ming and several students from Qingqing High School. It was indeed your son who stole it. There is no doubt." Lu Xing ignored Yi Chiyuan and advanced toward Yi Chuan. "Where is the Qingfeng knife? Hand it over." A low-grade spiritual weapon was not a trivial matter for Lu Xing. It was only because his son, Lu Jinglong, had awakened a rare combat profession that he had been willing to invest the family savings to purchase the Qingfeng knife, hoping for a brighter future for Lu Jinglong. Now that it was stolen, he could not simply allow it to slide. "Why don't you ask your good son why he got robbed?" Yi Chuan countered. Lu Xing turned his gaze towards Lu Jinglong, who sheepishly avoided his father's eyes. It was evident that he understood the implications of the situation, as he had repeatedly provoked Yi Chuan first. Observing his son Lu Jinglong's reaction, Lu Xing began to piece together the truth of the matter and then addressed Yi Chuan. "Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remains that you have stolen my son Jinglong's low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon, and that is indisputable. Hand over the knife. Your son attempted to kill me. I merely took back a knife from him. If anything, he is the one who has benefited from this situation. I have already sold the knife. If you wish to retrieve it, go to the trading post." Yi Chuan replied, "Nonsense. I had no intention of killing you. I merely wanted to spar with you." Lu Jinglong quickly denied. Yi Chuan cast him a cold glance, too disinterested to say more. If he had truly been just an ordinary butcher, Lu Jinglong would likely have already killed him. "Sold it? What a convenient excuse. You will owe me compensation of 100,000. Once the money is received, this matter will be resolved." Lu Xing plopped down on the sofa in Yi Chuan's living room. 100,000. Yi Chiyuan exclaimed in shock. "What kind of joke is this? A low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon is worth only around 30,000 in the market. Do you think I am negotiating with you?" Lu Xing's eyes glinted with menace, and the aura of a 6th-tier ascendant-class transmuter began to emanate from him, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult for Yi Chuan's family to breathe. "If you are wise, you will promptly pay this amount. If you refuse to comply..." Lu Xing slammed his hand down on the marble table, shattering it into countless fragments, a blatant threat. "Think carefully. Do not force my hand. I will give you half a month to gather the money. Son, let's go." Lu Xing stood up and left, with Lu Jinglong following closely behind. Casting a smug smile at Yi Chuan, Yi Chuan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He had not anticipated that Lu Jinglong's father was a 6th-tier ascendant-class transmuter. At present, even dealing with a 1st-tier ascendant-class adversary was exceedingly difficult for him. He needed to swiftly elevate his own standing to the ascendant class within the next half-month. Only then would he have the confidence to confront Lu Xing. Lu Xing audaciously threatened his parents at their home, crossing a line that Yi Chuan could not tolerate. Yi Chiyuan took out a cigarette, lighting it with a flick of his wrist, his brow furrowed tightly. Though their family had some savings, 1,000,000 was still an astronomical figure for the Yi household. "Xiao Chuan, what on earth is going on?" Yi Chiyuan could not restrain his curiosity. "Dad, don't worry, I will handle it," Yi Chuan reassured him. "If you can't even tell the truth, how can I not worry?" Yi Chiyuan sighed. "Yes. Xiao Chuan, you must share anything with your father and mother. We are a family and can figure it out together." Wu Jingzhu chimed in from the side. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Chuan resolved to speak the truth. After all, living under the same roof with his parents, he could not hide from them forever. "Dad, Mom, the truth is, I am not normal." Upon hearing this, both Yi Chiyuan and Wu Jingzhu felt their hearts drop. They exchanged glances, seeing fear reflected in each other's eyes. What did "not normal" mean? Could it be what they feared? "You don't like women?" Wu Jingzhu tentatively inquired. Yi Chuan nodded. Wu Jingzhu fell silent for a moment, then affectionately patted Yi Chuan's head, saying, "It's all right. Mom is very open-minded. Pursue your happiness boldly, just stay away from your dad." Yi Chuan. "No, Mom, it's not that I don't like women. I also don't like men. To be precise, I don't like humans at all, Chuan clarified. Are you into the second dimension? Both parents asked in unison. Not exactly, Chuan replied, contemplating his words. Could it be? Yuan's expression shifted. Xiao Chuan. You must not follow the old Tang family's example. Humans and beasts cannot coexist. Do not lead yourself astray. No. Chuan decided to lay everything bare, wanting to prevent any wild assumptions his parents might conjure. I went to the hospital for an examination, and the doctor said that my cervical spine is compressing my nerves, causing me to have a mental disorder. Therefore, I see every creature as a pig. This condition has been with me since I can remember, and I've never dared to tell you. Yuan fell silent, smoking one cigarette after another, without uttering a word. Wu Jingzhu was at a loss for words, feeling as though her brain might overheat. You're a pig butcher with a mental illness, and you see all creatures as pigs. Doesn't that mean you can treat all creatures as pigs to slaughter? In disbelief, Wu Jingzhu watched as Chuan nodded. She fell silent, snatching the cigarette from Yuan's hand and took a drag. But you don't smoke, Yuan exclaimed. Taken aback. I quit after I met you. Wu Jingzhu inhaled deeply, 2 streams of white smoke billowing from her nostrils. Darling, do you think Xiao Chuan's situation counts as a combat profession? It should. Count, Yuan replied, his brow furrowed. Seeing their distressed expressions, Chuan quickly reassured them. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will definitely resolve the issue with Lu Xing, trust me. Yuan nodded absently. Lu Xing. He hardly considered such a 6th-tier individual a threat. What troubled Yuan was not Lu Xing, but how to explain Chuan's ability to see all creatures as pigs. He was well aware that Chuan's perception of everything as pigs had nothing to do with him. Yet once the word got out, others would surely think he had raised his son that way. Their peaceful family life would undoubtedly be shattered. His son truly had a knack for causing trouble. Xiao Chuan. Did the doctor say if this condition of seeing everything as pigs can be treated? Yuan asked. Yes, it can be treated with surgery, but if it fails, I could be paralyzed from the neck down, Chuan replied candidly. Yuan closed his eyes in anguish. What difference did that make from being untreatable? It seems to be fate. So be it, we shall face it head-on. Yuan opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within. Xiao Chuan, come with me. Though puzzled, Chuan hurriedly followed. Yuan led him to the slaughterhouse, where darkness had already fallen, leaving only the 2 of them inside. After finishing a cigarette, Yuan extinguished it and said, having been a pig butcher for many years, I've gained some insights and developed my own set of slaughter techniques. Today, I will teach them to you. Watch closely. The moment he grasped the knife, Yuan's presence transformed entirely, the slaughter knife seeming to become a legendary weapon in his hand. The essence of simplicity lies in the art of slaughtering pigs. The knife does not require extravagant techniques, only precision and speed. To comprehend the true essence, one must simplify complexity. Therefore, this set of slaughter techniques consists of only 3 strokes. The first stroke is called falling star. Yuan swung the knife, in an instant. A brilliant river of stars appeared before Chuan. A flash of blade light split the sky, the once radiant stars dimming one by one, cascading from the heavens above. Wherever the blade light passed, the stars fell into oblivion. None were spared. The overwhelming spectacle left Chuan stunned, his gaze transfixed. The second stroke is called falling moon. Yuan swung the slaughter knife once more, and suddenly countless beams of moonlight erupted. A resplendent full moon slowly ascending, breathtakingly beautiful. In the next moment, a flash of the blade severed the pure moon in 2. The split moon veered off course, plummeting downward, distorting the surrounding space as it vanished. Upon landing, the divided moon exploded into countless silvery sparks, enchanting yet heart-stopping. The third stroke is called devouring sun. Yuan's expression turned serious as he raised the slaughter knife high and struck. The knife emitted an unparalleled brilliance, shooting toward the heavens. In the distant sky, the blazing sun trembled at the impact of this strike, its light rapidly contracting until it was extinguished in that instant. All of creation was engulfed in darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived, the sun's radiance completely consumed. This strike seemed to obliterate all light in the world. Chuan staggered back several steps. Barely managing to steady himself, he could not help but close his eyes. The 3 strokes Yuan had just executed replaying in his mind, deeply etched into his memory. Whenever Chuan wished, he could begin to comprehend these 3 strokes. Yet, for some unknown reason, he had a premonition that at this moment, even the simplest first stroke, falling star, was beyond his capability. He looked at Yuan, his father, who slaughtered pigs daily, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. These 3 strokes are my self-created slaughter techniques. Once you master them, you will inherit my skills in pig slaughter, Yuan stated. Chuan's expression was peculiar as he couldn't help but ask, Dad, are these 3 strokes truly for slaughtering pigs? Of course they are. I am your biological father. Would I lie to you? Yuan shot him an exasperated glance. Why do I feel like something is amiss? Chuan wondered. Scratching his head, he knew that his father, Yuan, was a renowned pig butcher who had created his own techniques, but these 3 strokes hardly seemed appropriate for butchering pigs. What kind of pig would require such methods? Zhu Beiji, the Marshal of Heaven? Chapter 18. Chuan in the hospital. All right, stop with the unnecessary chatter. Focus on the 3 strokes I taught you. I'm getting old and can't stay up late. I'm off to bed now. Yuan stretched, reverting to his harmless, amiable butcher persona, as if the man who had just executed those astonishing strokes was another person entirely. Upon exiting the slaughterhouse, Yuan wore a knowing smile in the night. Muttering to himself, silly boy, do you truly believe those 3 strokes are mere slaughter techniques? Your realm is still too low. Learning those 3 strokes is akin to mimicking a cat drawing a tiger. One day, when you reach the sovereign realm, those 3 strokes could slice through celestial beings. After Yuan departed, Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He picked up a slaughter knife nearby, imitating Yuan's earlier stance, and swung it with all his might, shouting, falling star. But unlike Yuan, who had created a galaxy, Chuan saw not even a glimmer of starlight. Unwilling to concede defeat, he closed his eyes, recalling the motions of the first stroke in his mind, and began to swing the knife repeatedly. Gradually, Chuan became completely immersed in the exercise. Once, twice, 100 times, 1,000 times. Eventually, he lost count of how many times he had swung the knife. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight tore apart the inky darkness of night. In that fleeting moment, Chuan experienced an epiphany, as if he had grasped something profound, and with a powerful swing, he unleashed the knife. Chuan felt all his strength drained by that single strike, and in a daze, he seemed to glimpse a galaxy, only to have his vision fade to black, leaving him in oblivion. When Chuan awoke again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the face of the same female doctor wearing frameless glasses, her expression stern. That moment, the doctor was engaged in conversation with his mother. Wu Jingzhu, your son is not in any serious condition. He simply fainted due to exhaustion. His medical examination report indicates that he engaged in an extraordinarily high intensity of vigorous exercise within a short span of time, resulting in severe hypoglycemia and anemia, which caused him to lose consciousness. Extraordinarily high intensity of vigorous exercise? Wu Jingzhu's face was filled with confusion. Indeed, replied the female doctor, adjusting her frameless glasses with one hand. Based on the lactic acid accumulation in his body, it appears he may have performed 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 push-ups, and 1,000 squats in one night, in addition to running 100 kilometers. Doctor, you must be joking. Wu Jingzhu was taken aback. Is it even possible for a human to accomplish such feats in a single night? Certainly. A normal person would not be able to achieve this. However, given your son Chuan's mental state, I find it quite plausible, the female doctor stated earnestly. The last experience of treating Chuan lingered vividly in her memory. She had not encountered such a frenzied patient in quite some time. Thus, I strongly recommend that you admit Chuan for hospitalization, where I can provide him with one-on-one correction and guidance. This, Wu Jingzhu hesitated. Just then, Chuan's voice broke through. Mom, why am I in the hospital? Xiao Chuan, you finally awake. You scared me to death. Upon seeing Chuan regain consciousness, Wu Jingzhu could no longer hold back her tears. Soon, Chuan learned from his mother why he found himself in the hospital. Early that morning, workers at the slaughterhouse discovered him unconscious on the premises. Realizing he was still alive, They hurriedly transported him to the hospital and notified his parents. I fainted at the slaughterhouse? Chuan felt a bit dazed. He recalled practicing the pig-killing techniques his father had taught him the previous night. How could he have suddenly lost consciousness? It seemed he could no longer practice those 3 strokes recklessly until his skills improved. Fortunately, he had fainted at the slaughterhouse. Had it been in the wilderness, he would likely have been dragged away by some ferocious beast by the time he awoke. Mom, I'm fine now. Let me out of the hospital. Chuan sprang up from the hospital bed. He needed to elevate his strength to contend with the 6th-tier ascendance realm before Lu Xing paid another visit. Otherwise, both he and his parents would undoubtedly be in peril. Mr. Chuan, please lie back down. Your mental state is currently not optimistic, and you require hospitalization. The female doctor positioned herself in front of him. I'm fine. My mental state is as lively as playing Identity V. Chuan disregarded the doctor and took Wu Jingzhu's hand. Striding out of the hospital, it would be a joke if he was truly cured of his mental illness. If he could no longer perceive other beings as pigs, he would be rendered completely useless. Upon exiting the hospital, Chuan headed straight for the slaughterhouse. Master Tiexin's knife had yet to be completed, and he could not venture into the wild. His only option to enhance his strength was to return to the slaughterhouse and continue killing pigs. For the next 9 days, Chuan rose early and returned late. His life reduced to 3 activities: eating, sleeping, and slaughtering pigs. In those 9 days, he slaughtered over 500 pigs, and his realm ascended to the 9th-tier apprentice level. Name: Chuan. Occupation: Divine Level Pig Slayer. Level: 9th-tier apprentice. 4.8. Strength: 50. Agility: 50. Mentality: 50. Occupational talent: Nemesis of the Pig Clan, Blade of the Slaughter God. Occupational skill: Blood Shadow Butcher. LV1. Nemesis of the Pig Clan. Inflicts an additional 1000 damage to pigs. Each pig slain increases this talent's enhancement by 1. Damage dealt by pigs is halved. Blade of the Slaughter God. Designate a weapon as the pig-killing knife. Each pig killed with this knife provides 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The pig slayer releases their malevolent aura, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 1 second. The gap between the 9th-tier apprentice realm and the 1st-tier ascendance realm is simply too vast. Chuan sighed helplessly. In fact, he had reached the 9th-tier apprentice realm since the 3rd day. However, after becoming a 9th-tier apprentice, the experience gained from slaughtering a fat pig decreased from 1 to 0.1. This indicated that the experience points required to break through his realm had increased tenfold. I still need to venture into the wild. Upgrading at the slaughterhouse is far too slow. Although he could enhance the additional damage of the nemesis of the pig clan at the slaughterhouse, without a supporting realm, its efficacy diminished significantly. Assuming he could deal 5 damage at the apprentice level, that 1000 additional damage would amount to 50 points. However, if he reached the ascendance realm or master realm, even without that 1000 bonus, his damage output would far exceed 50 points. Strengthening his own foundation was paramount. The higher his realm, the greater the effect of the nemesis of the pig clan would be. Fortunately, today marked the 10th day, the day he had agreed with Master Tiexin to collect his knife. Chapter 19. Slaying dragons and drinking blood. Chuan set out early, arriving at Master Tiexin's residence. On his 2nd visit, he was clearly familiar with the way. After knocking, the burly man from last time appeared again. He evidently recognized Chuan and led him directly to Master Tiexin. Master Tiexin, I apologize for the intrusion. I have come to collect the knife. Chuan greeted politely. Ah, you are quite punctual. The knife is ready. Shaoli, please retrieve the pig-killing knife for him. Master Tiexin instructed the burly man beside Chuan. Yes. Master, the man replied, turning to leave. A moment later, he returned holding a square, wooden box made of sandalwood, presenting it to Chuan. Upon receiving the box, Chuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he realized it weighed a hefty 100 pounds. Young friend, inside is the knife you requested. Please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction, Master Tiexin said with a smile. Chuan, filled with excitement, took a deep breath and lifted the lid of the box. The chilling aura of the blade instantly enveloped the air, causing a painful sensation on his skin. His pupils constricted sharply. Within the box lay a robust pig-killing knife, resting silently atop satin. The blade glimmered with a stunning cold light. Silver patterns winding around it, exuding a faint malevolent aura. The handle and blade were seamlessly crafted from the same metal, with the handle covered in wooden material for a non-slip grip. An ominous crimson groove ran from the blade to the end of the handle, clearly indicating that Master Tianxin had considered the issue of blood-affecting grip during frequent slaughters. Chuan grasped the pig-killing knife, feeling its smooth yet extremely heavy heft, akin to wielding a massive hammer. He swung it a few times, and the air crackled with sonic booms. "What a magnificent knife!" Chuan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm in terms of spiritual weapons. If the knife forged by Master Tianxin was akin to El Bu, then the Qingfeng knife he had seized from Lu Jinglong was comparable to Xing Derong. Chuan had a premonition that if he were to clash this pig-killing knife against the Qingfeng knife, it would likely shatter the latter in just a few strikes. "I'm glad you're satisfied. Since you like it, you may as well give it a name. From now on, you shall be its master." Master Tianxin nodded with a smile. "A name? Then let us call it Dragon Slayer," Chuan declared, gazing at the pig-killing knife in his hand. "Dragon Slayer?" Even Master Tianxin momentarily lost his composure. It was merely a pig-killing knife. Why give it such a grandiose name? Were you planning to ascend to the heavens? "As long as my young friend is pleased." Both Master Tianxin and his disciple exchanged odd glances. Yet they had no choice. After all, Chuan was the client. "By the way, Master Tianxin, what grade is this knife?" Chuan inquired. "Upper yellow grade," Master Tianxin answered. Chuan inhaled sharply. He had saved Xiaonan, and the Xia family had rewarded him with an upper yellow grade spiritual weapon. It was undeniable that the Xia family was indeed wealthy. He had initially thought it would suffice to possess a lower yellow grade pig-killing knife. "Thank you, Master Tianxin. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't take up more of your time." With his new knife in hand, Chuan was eager to venture out of the city and test it. Armed with this upper yellow grade pig-killing knife and his flame-scaled soft armor, he felt exceptionally confident about re-entering the wild. "Shaoli, please see off our young friend Chuan." Master Tianxin calmly nodded. After departing from Master Tianxin's residence, Chuan hurried to the city gates. 10 days had passed, leaving him with only 5 days until Lu Xing's deadline. Within these 5 days, he needed to elevate himself to the first-tier ascendance realm to ensure he could confront Lu Xing. As he approached the city gates, Chuan noticed a significant increase in injured adventurers nearby. Damn it! Recently, it seems that those extraterrestrial beings and ferocious beasts have gone mad, attacking anyone they see. It's utterly bizarre. Indeed. I passed by a plated land cow, thinking it was herbivorous and that I would be safe at a distance. Go my shock, that beast chased me for dozens of miles. What bad luck. Fortunately, I ran faster than my companions. Is something major happening recently? But there have been no notices from above. Regardless, it's best to stay within the city for now. The ferocious beasts outside have not only become more aggressive, but their numbers have also increased significantly. Venturing out now is like lighting a lantern in the toilet, seeking death. From the conversations of the adventurers, Chuan learned that the number of ferocious beasts and extraterrestrial beings in the wild had surged, and their aggressiveness had escalated. They attacked anyone on sight. This, however, was good news for him. He had been worried about finding ferocious beasts once he exited the city. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chuan completed his registration and exited the city, eagerly yearning to test his new blade against ferocious beasts. However, not far from the city gates, he became acutely aware of being followed. 3 figures lingered at a distance behind him, skillfully concealed yet unable to evade Chuan's keen perception. After all, his spiritual attribute had remarkably reached 50 points, a level that surpassed many seasoned practitioners. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he feigned ignorance and continued deeper into the wilderness. The pursuers evidently awaited the moment he distanced himself from the city gate. As predicted, upon reaching a more secluded area, a sudden whistling sound sliced through the air behind him. He instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding a slender throwing knife that skimmed past his scalp, severing a few strands of his dark hair. "Well, it seems you managed to evade my ambush." A curly-haired youth, appearing to be in his late 20s, stepped forward, casually toying with a glinting throwing knife, clearly the one responsible for the earlier attack. Simultaneously, a somewhat shorter, stocky man and a flat-headed youth emerged from the shadows. The aura emanating from the trio unmistakably marked them as peak 9th-tier apprentices. Brother Lu Xing was indeed correct. This kid dares to leave the city. It appears he is intent on abandoning his parents and fleeing. The stocky man scoffed. You've shown remarkable restraint. Kid, we've been lying in wait at the city gate for 10 days to finally catch you, the flat-headed youth remarked, stretching his neck. What did Brother Lu Xing say? If this kid dares to venture outside, we should sever his tendons and bring him back. The curly-haired youth licked his knife, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Then what are we waiting for? Attack. The stocky man brandished a spiked club and charged at Chuan. Calmly, Chuan glanced at the trio, a radiant smile spreading across his face. I initially anticipated that my dragon slayer knife would first taste the blood of an alien beast. But it seems it shall be human blood instead. He reached into his backpack, grasping the hilt of the dragon slayer knife, slowly drawing it forth. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth, akin to a weapon that had witnessed countless slaughters. The sharpness of the blade seemed to prick at the skin. The three were momentarily taken aback. The terrifying presence, coupled with the imposing name of the dragon slayer knife, left little room for doubt. Even the stocky man hesitated, momentarily rooted in place. Under their astonished gazes, Chuan revealed the dragon slayer knife in its entirety. With a resounding clash, the polished blade gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Upon beholding the pristine weapon, the trio was initially taken aback before erupting into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! You dare call that a dragon slayer? It looks more like a butcher's knife. Not at all, my friend. I rise early each day to practice abstract techniques, yet I can't compare to your innate talent. You're far too abstract. Using a butcher's knife as a dragon slayer? Are you mentally unwell? Their laughter echoed. The stark contrast between Chuan's demeanor and their own was almost comical. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blade light cut through the air, silencing one of them mid-laughter. The flat-headed youth's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chuan. Disbelief etched across his face. Unbeknownst to him, a fine line of blood had appeared on his throat. Trembling, he reached for his neck, and as if it were the last straw, blood gushed forth, and he collapsed. Lifeless. Butcher Chuan has slain a two-legged pig with his butcher's knife, gaining a 5 increase in level, with an additional 1 boost in damage against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Chuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that treating a person as a pig yielded differing experience points based on their strength and realm. At that moment, the curly-haired youth and the stocky man stood frozen in shock, their laughter fading as they stared at the corpse of their companion, their expressions utterly absurd. He-s dead? He-s really dead? The curly-haired youth muttered, struggling to comprehend. It appears so, the stocky man stammered. His grip on the spiked club trembling. It was crucial to note that the flat-headed youth's strength was on par with theirs. Chuan, wielding a butcher's knife, had effortlessly dispatched him as one would a pig, leaving them unable to comprehend how he had executed the strike. Did this not imply that Chuan could just as easily slay them? Run! The curly-haired youth turned and fled without hesitation, unwilling to gamble with his life. You bastard! Seeing the curly-haired youth abandon him, the stocky man panicked, wishing to escape as well, but Chuan was already upon him, delivering a swift strike. The stocky man raised his spiked club in a futile attempt to defend himself. But against the superior quality of the dragon slayer knife, the club was as ineffectual as paper. With a swift motion, the knife cleaved through the stocky man's weapon, severing it cleanly, as well as his body. The curly-haired youth, stricken with fear, fled desperately. Yet, before he could venture far, a heavy butcher's knife pierced through him, pinning him against a tree. Blood trickled down the blade, pooling on the ground. Chuan stepped forward and withdrew his knife. He had not anticipated Lu Xing would send individuals to ambush him at the city gate. Fortunately, with his new weapon in hand, dealing with 3 peak 9th-tier apprentices had become manageable. After dispatching the trio, Chuan embarked on what would be his inaugural looting experience. As they were all practitioners, they were likely to possess valuable items. The curly-haired youth had an assortment of throwing knives and concealed weapons, which Chuan discarded as he was unskilled in such tools. The only noteworthy item on the stocky man was the spiked club, a low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon, though it was now rendered useless. Disappointment washed over him as he examined the flat-headed youth's belongings. The man was nothing more than a lecher, cluttered with various aphrodisiacs. Chuan even found a third-tier xianine pill among his possessions. This concoction was rumored to unleash xianine energy within a female's body when ingested, disrupting her mental state regardless of her strength. Chuan pocketed the xianine pill. While it was of no use to him, it could fetch a handsome price if sold. Just as he believed his haul amounted to nothing more than the pill, he noticed the flat-headed youth's clothing appeared oddly bulky. He approached, tearing away the fabric, and to his delight, discovered a skill scroll nestled within. Such a treasure? Chuan felt a surge of excitement. It was common knowledge that practitioners unlocked exclusive skills upon ascending to new realms. Aside from self-creation, which required years of experience, or teaching, as his father had done with him, the only other means of acquiring new skills was through skill scrolls. These scrolls contained the insights of previous practitioners, preserved for future generations to learn. This flat-headed man had not utilized it, thus it became a boon for Chuan. Without hesitation, he activated the skill scroll. Acquired intermediate movement skill, Nether Shadow. Nether Shadow, minor completion when activated. Increases agility attribute by 30 for 30 seconds. Just an intermediate movement skill? That's acceptable, considering it was free. Chuan grinned. Skills, much like levels, were categorized into various tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. For a pauper like Chuan, obtaining an intermediate skill scroll without cost was a tremendous stroke of luck. Once he had completed his looting, Chuan chose not to leave immediately. Instead, after eviscerating the flat-headed youth and the others, he climbed a nearby tree to conceal himself. Utilizing the potent scent of blood from the three bodies, he would soon attract nearby ferocious beasts. Rather than exhaust himself searching, it would prove far more efficient to lie in wait for prey to come to him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a spike demon was drawn to the scene. A low-tier creature of the demon race. The spike demon resembled a gorilla, its body covered in protruding bone spikes. When threatened, it would unleash all its spikes in a single volley. The spike demon approaching was evidently a 9th-tier apprentice. As well as it approached the trio of corpses, sniffing cautiously before scanning its surroundings. Then opened its maw filled with sharp teeth and bit down on the flat-headed youth's head, savoring its meal. The crunching of teeth against bone echoed as the spike demon feasted, oblivious to the figure descending from the tree above. By the time the spike demon sensed Chuan's presence, it was too late. Startled, it emitted a roar, unleashing its bone spikes to fend Chuan off. But Chuan had no intention of retreating. He swiftly twisted his body, turning his back to the spike demon and curling into a ball. The bony spikes fell upon Chuan's back, yet failed to penetrate. That moment, the flame-scaled armor proved its tremendous worth. After enduring a wave of bone spike assaults from the spike demon, Chuan pivoted and struck with a swift slash. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, culminating in the swift termination of the spike demon's life. The butcher Chuan utilized his cleaver to slay a special pig, resulting in a 5 increase in level, an additional 1 damage boost against the pig race, and an increment of 0.1 to his free attributes. Chapter 21. Breaking through to the intra-level realm. Having dealt with the spike demon, Chuan ascended the tree once more. He resembled a fisherman in this locale. With the corpses of the 3 flat-headed men serving as his bait, a multitude of ferocious beasts, lured by the scent of blood, approached. However, what awaited them was not sustenance, but Chuan's butcher's blade. Chuan believed in treating all creatures equally. Regardless of the type or strength of the approaching beast, he wielded but a single strike. Under the 1000 enhancement against the pig race, no beast had yet withstood his second blow. After all, the area was not particularly deep, and the most formidable beasts encountered thus far were merely 9th-tier apprentices. He had yet to encounter any beasts of the entry-level realm. Gradually, as the corpses of the beasts piled into small mountains, none dared to approach further. Beasts are not foolish. A strong scent of blood indicates the presence of food, and an exceptionally strong scent signals that they themselves are the prey. I can no longer wait idly for my next catch. It seems I must delve deeper, Chuan yawned. Having squatted in the tree all day, his waist sore from the strain, at this juncture, he was not far from breaking through to the entry-level realm, yet he needed to slay these formidable pigs to expedite his leveling. Unbeknownst to him, as he prepared to venture deeper into the wilderness, a pair of crimson vertical pupils suddenly opened in the distant mountains. Based on Chuan's calculations, after slaying another 9th-tier apprentice beast. Or possibly 4 or 5 8th-tier apprentices, he should be able to break through to the entry-level realm. However, after advancing several kilometers, he encountered not a single beast. Logically, as night fell, it should have been the prime time for beasts to be active. This situation was evidently abnormal. Chuan tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying knife, becoming increasingly vigilant. He sensed that he may have inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a powerful beast, which could explain the absence of any beasts in the vicinity. Just then, the ground beneath Chuan suddenly trembled violently, as if a dragon were stirring beneath. A golden spider leg erupted from the earth, lunging towards Chuan. He swung his blade, but could not sever it. He merely deflected it, sending a shower of sparks flying into the night. Such a hard leg! Chuan exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, 8 blood-red eyes illuminated the darkness. Before Chuan stood a colossal spider, approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter, with 8 long legs glistening like metal, sharp beyond measure. A 3rd-tier entry-level realm beast, the golden-legged wolf spider. Chuan's pupils contracted sharply. In a wonder, he had seen no beasts along his path. The golden-legged wolf spider was an omnivorous beast, devouring both humans and other ferocious creatures. Had he encountered this creature upon his first venture out of the city, Chuan would have unhesitatingly fled. Yet now, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. By slaying this golden-legged wolf spider, he would undoubtedly ascend to the entry-level realm. The entry-level realm signifies the threshold of true cultivation. For this audacious human intruder, the golden-legged wolf spider was clearly infuriated. It propped its massive body up with its 4 hind legs, while the front 4 legs, akin to spears, relentlessly jabbed towards Chuan. The clash of the dragon-slaying knife against the spider's legs sparked a series of fiery collisions. Chuan understood that he must evade the spider's legs to strike at the beast's body. The golden-legged wolf spider lacked venom, relying solely on its 8 rock-solid legs for offense and capture. He forcefully shook off a spider leg and charged towards the golden-legged wolf spider. The golden-legged wolf spider recognized Chuan's intent. Beasts of the entry-level realm possessed a modicum of intelligence. Suddenly, it lowered its body, and its 2 front legs swept towards Chuan like scythes. Chuan leaped, narrowly evading the attack. A cunning glint flashed in the spider's 8 small eyes, and another leg lunged towards Chuan. His expression changed. Suspended in midair, he had no place to hide. He could only position the cleaver before him, relying on the sturdiness of the blade and the flame-scaled armor to withstand the blow. He was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing through several ancient trees before coming to a halt. Had it not been for the pig race nemesis diminishing the golden-legged wolf spider's assault, he feared he might have broken a few bones. This beast possesses formidable strength. Chuan grimaced in pain. If a 3rd-tier entry-level realm golden-legged wolf spider was this challenging, he shuddered to imagine the terror of a 6th-tier entry-level realm Lu Xing. Just as another spider leg lunged towards him, Chuan decisively activated the shadow of the netherworld. It was as if a shroud of darkness enveloped him, blending seamlessly with the night, transforming him into a specter of the shadows. His agility, already at an impressive 50 points, surged further with a 30 enhancement from Shadow of the Netherworld, rendering him dazzlingly swift and bewildering the golden-legged wolf spider. Before the golden-legged wolf spider could lock onto Chuan's fleeting form, he made the first move, a terrifying aura surging forth. The blood shadow butcher was unleashed. Even though the spider's realm was higher than Chuan's, it could not escape the grip of terror induced by the divine skill. A second passed in the blink of an eye. For Chuan, who had activated Shadow of the Netherworld, a second meant he could advance 65 meters, just as the golden-legged wolf spider emerged from its state of fear. Chuan was already before it. Gripping the cleaver in reverse, he severed its lifeline with a clean and decisive stroke. This strike was one he had practiced thousands of times in the slaughterhouse, and he executed it with unparalleled precision. The golden-legged wolf spider's body, evidently less resilient than its legs, collapsed to the ground, its 8 legs drooping lifelessly. The butcher Chuan utilized his cleaver to slay a special pig, resulting in a 15 increase in level, an additional 1 damage boost against the pig race, and an increment of 0.1 to his free attributes. Acquired divine skill, soul-slaying blade intent. After slaying the golden-legged wolf spider, Chuan successfully broke through from the apprentice realm to the entry-level realm. This major breakthrough also unlocked his second profession-specific skill, and he eagerly examined his current attributes. Name: Yi Chuan. Profession: Divine Butcher. Level: First Tier Entry-Level Realm, 6. 2. Strength: 102. Agility: 102. Mentality: 102. Professional Talent: Nemesis of the Pig Race, Blade of the Divine Slayer. Professional Skills: Blood Shadow Butcher, LV2. Soul-Slaying Blade Intent, LV2. Other Skills: Shadow of the Netherworld, Basic, and Nemesis of the Pig Race. Inflicts an additional 1015 damage to pigs. Each pig slain increases this talent's enhancement by 1. Damage dealt by pigs is halved. Blade of the Divine Slayer. Designate a weapon as the Butcher's Blade. Each pig that falls beneath this blade grants 0.1 to free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The Butcher releases his murderous aura, forcing pigs into a 2-second state of fear. Soul-Slaying Blade Intent. The Butcher's Cleaver possesses inherent blade intent, allowing it to ignore 20 of the pig's defense upon striking. Upon breaking through to the entry-level realm, Yi Chuan's 3-dimensional attributes doubled. The profession skills unlocked by the entry-level realm delighted him. The ability to ignore 20 of the defense was akin to having an innate armor-piercing effect. Profession-specific skills would enhance alongside the advancement of the practitioner's realm. For instance, the Blood Shadow Butcher skill transitioned from a 1-second control effect to 2 seconds upon Yi Chuan's breakthrough to the entry-level realm. As his realm continued to rise, the soul-slaying blade intent would eventually allow him to completely disregard defense. Yi Chuan felt a surge of excitement. The disparity in power before and after his breakthrough was staggering. If he were to face the golden-legged wolf spider again, he was confident that a single strike would suffice. Now, I possessed the means to confront Lu Xing. A glimmer of determination shone in Yi Chuan's eyes as he ignited a campfire. Intending to rest for a moment and satiate his hunger before promptly returning to Qing City. Having killed 3 of Lu Xing's subordinates, he feared that if he delayed his return, Lu Xing might retaliate against his family. Yi Chuan skillfully severed a leg from the golden-legged wolf spider and placed it over the fire to roast. This creature, akin to a king crab, differed only in habitat, whether from sea or land. Once roasted, it would yield high-quality protein. Just as Yi Chuan focused on his grilling, a woman with long, slender legs and pointed horns approached him, her delicate features radiating a warm smile as she crouched beside him. "Little brother, that smells delicious. Could you spare me a bit?" Chapter 22. The demoness of the demon clan. A chill coursed up Yi Chuan's spine, reaching the crown of his head. His heart raced uncontrollably. He had not noticed when this woman had approached him, indicating either her exceptional stealth or her overwhelmingly powerful strength, far surpassing his own. "Of course, just a moment, let me add some seasoning," Yi Chuan replied with a grin, feigning ignorance as he produced a 3rd-tier xianyin pill from his pocket, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it over the spider leg before handing it to her. He thoughtfully cracked open the shell of the spider leg, seizing the opportunity to hand it over while also catching a glimpse of the woman's visage. Beneath a head adorned with twisted horns lay a graceful figure, elegantly encased in wine-red stockings that clung to her fair, exquisite legs. From the curvature of those horns, Yi Chuan surmised her lineage, a demon, specifically, a succubus. "Thank you," the woman smiled brightly as she accepted the spider leg, delicately nibbling on it while engaging in conversation with Yi Chuan. From her, he learned that her name was myriad. "By the way, young man, have you seen a pair of blood-red flowers nearby? They grow together in 2s. myriad inquired suddenly. "Blood-red flowers? The blood crystal twin flowers?" "Yes." Yi Chuan nodded. "Oh, where are they located?" myriad asked eagerly. "Those flowers were taken by a despicable human named Lu Xing. He even killed the 2 adorable little snakes that guarded the blood crystal twin flowers. Would you like to take revenge? I can help lure him out of the city." Yi Chuan asserted passionately. "Do you take me for a fool? You wish to use my hand to deal with your enemy?" myriad's rosy lips twitched slightly. "I advise you to speak the truth. My beast companion recorded your appearance before it perished. Do you think that's how I found you?" "Oh, so you knew all along. You should have said so earlier." Yi Chuan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. In the next moment, he launched into action, swinging his dragon slayer knife toward myriad's head. Whoosh! The razor-sharp blade sliced through myriad's form, emitting a series of sonic booms. Her figure wavered before vanishing from sight. Illusion? Chuan's expression shifted. Textbooks had mentioned that succubi were exceptionally skilled in illusion magic, which is why he had focused solely on Meritus's long legs, avoiding her gaze. Yet despite his caution, he had unwittingly fallen victim to her magic. I will ask you one last time. Where are my blood crystal twin flowers? Meritus's chilling voice echoed. Yet Chuan could not discern her location. If you return that flower to me, we can consider this matter resolved. For a succubus, the blood crystal twin flowers held immense significance. The sustenance of their race relied upon constant copulation with other species, making the preservation of youth crucial. An aging succubus signified an imminent demise. The flowers are in the city. Let me go, and I shall retrieve them, Chuan replied. It seems you remain uncooperative. No matter, I will compel you to speak the truth. As soon as Meritus's words fell, a plume of pink smoke surged toward Chuan. Even though he had held his breath in anticipation, he still felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and soon darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. When he awoke once more, Chuan found himself shackled by iron chains, suspended from a wooden frame. Meritus stood before him, holding two slender iron rods, her expression radiant with amusement. Awake? Do you know? I possess a particular form of torture known as playing the violin. It involves piercing your testicles with these two rods and pulling back and forth. The more obstinate you are, the faster I will play. Upon hearing this grim description of torture, Chuan's face turned ashen, and in that moment, he recalled the answer to the security question he had set when he was 8 years old. I'll tell you. My father is Huing Jun, my mother is Zhang Meili, and I live at 1001 Fando Garden on Fando Street. What else do you wish to know? I will divulge everything. Is that so? Then tell me, where are my blood crystal twin flowers? Meritus inquired, grasping Chuan's jaw. They were taken by the Xia family. They have probably been consumed by now, Chuan replied truthfully. Meritus's expression darkened immediately. Even though she had suspected her blood crystal twin flowers might not return, the confirmation ignited her fury. In that case, I shall take you as compensation for the flowers you owe me. Meritus thrust the iron rod toward Chuan. Your mother. Chuan's countenance shifted dramatically. With a powerful heave, he broke the iron chains binding him, utilizing his 100-point strength attribute. He fell to the ground, and Meritus's iron rod struck the wooden frame instead. You managed to break free from those chains? Meritus exclaimed in surprise. How could a mere first-level ascendant possess such strength? Yet even with his remarkable power, it was still insufficient against her. As Meritus prepared to strike again, she suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through her body, as if a strange force were wreaking havoc within her. She found herself struggling to maintain control, staggering unsteadily. At last, it has taken effect. Chuan exhaled in relief, having almost doubted the authenticity of the Xianin pill. The powder he had crushed should not have taken this long to activate. What have you done to me? Meritus asked, a hint of panic in her voice. I gave you a delightful treat. How do you feel now? Is your body particularly hot? Do you find yourself craving a robust man? Chuan flashed a benign smile at Meritus. It was that spider leg. You drugged me. Meritus quickly realized what had transpired. Struggling to steady herself. However, as a succubus, her body was already saturated with yin energy, and with the effects of the Xianin pill kicking in, the world around her began to blur. Meritus curled up in a corner, clearly battling the drug's influence. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Chuan striding toward her. Meritus bit her red lips. She was no child. She had already guessed Chuan's intentions. It was merely a matter of carnal desire. Very well, she could use this human boy to alleviate the drug's effects before disposing of him. Resolutely, Meritus ceased her resistance, her cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Chuan. Come here. I desire you, Meritus murmured seductively. In this state, even an experienced veteran would recognize the intense allure that emanated from her. Coupled with Meritus's exquisite features, it was unlikely that any man could resist her charms at that moment. They would inevitably be stirred by their most primal instincts. Chuan was no exception. His gaze ignited with fervor as he lunged toward Meritus like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Meritus even began to tear at her own clothing, fully immersed in the ocean of desire. Yet just then, a flash of white light jolted Meritus back to reality. for the figure lunging toward her was not a tender embrace, but rather a gleaming butcher's knife. Chapter 23. The Nine Heavens Alliance. Whoosh! The razor-sharp blade flashed past. Without hesitation, Chuan swung the knife, confident that this strike, empowered by the will of the Dragon Slayer, could sever Myriad's head from her shoulders. After all, while a succubus's physique was resilient in bed, outside of it, their bodies were considerably weaker than many of their demonic kin. Myriad let out a scream, summoning every ounce of strength to evade to the side. Yet even so, Chuan's butcher knife left a deep, bone-revealing gash across her face. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Myriad's slitted eyes glared at Chuan with venomous hatred, the pain radiating from her face and the effects of the Xian pill continually affecting her. Seeing that his sneak attack had failed to eliminate Myriad, Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he understood that he could no longer afford to engage with her. Her power was too formidable. While she remained incapacitated by the effects of the Xian pill, he needed to flee quickly. Otherwise, once Myriad regained her strength, he would undoubtedly become her next victim for the violin. Chuan shouldered his bag and activated his shadow of the underworld. Charging toward the exit, he soon realized he was in Myriad's lair. As he fled, he encountered numerous emaciated corpses, some human, some orc, and even a multitude of goblins. Undoubtedly, these corpses were remnants of Myriad's feasting. As succubi were known to feed on life essence, Chuan pressed on, only to discover he had been led to a mountainside by Myriad. Damn, where do I run now? Chuan was taken aback. Surrounded by towering ancient trees, devoid of any point of reference, if he chose the wrong direction and ventured opposite to Qingcheng, he would truly be doomed, as if first-level ascendant. Straying too far into the wilderness could result in being devoured by a formidable beast. Yet remaining in this spot was equally perilous. If Myriad regained her strength, he would meet the same fate. It seems I must resort to my trump card. Chuan's gaze hardened. Knife as a compass. He hurled the butcher knife skyward. And as it fell, he dashed in the direction indicated by the blade's tip. He could only leave his fate to chance. Chuan plunged into the dense thicket. However, misfortune seemed to befall him. For no sooner had he fled than a ferocious beast emerged, roaring in fury. The creature stood nearly 5 meters tall, its fur ablaze like fire, its body rippling with explosive muscles. A 9th-level ascendant beast. The Windfire Departure Ape. Chuan's face paled at the sight. Encountering such a beast while fleeing was akin to receiving a death sentence. The Windfire Departure Ape roared and swiped a massive paw toward Chuan. In that moment, Chuan noticed something amiss. The beast's speed was unnaturally slow. Wait, this creature is injured. Chuan's gaze sharpened as he quickly discerned that although the Windfire Li Yuan bore no visible wounds, numerous areas of its body were indented, as if it had suffered from blunt force trauma in its prime. The Windfire Li Yuan would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent for Chuan, who currently possessed limited strength. However, a gravely injured and near-death Windfire Li Yuan, with its power diminished to a mere fraction, presented a different scenario altogether. Without hesitation, Chuan activated his shadow of the underworld technique to augment his speed. Deftly evading the enraged strike of the Windfire Li Yuan, he then leaped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the creature. Blood Shadow Butcher. Chuan unleashed his skill, forcing the 9th-tier Windfire Li Yuan into a state of fear for 2 seconds. With his butcher's knife in hand, he executed a decisive strike, enhanced by the soul-harvesting blade intent, leaving the Windfire Li Yuan unable to withstand the blow. Butcher Chuan has slain a special pig with his butcher's knife, increasing his level by 12 and enhancing his pig-slaying prowess with an additional 1 damage boost, along with a 0.1 increase in free attributes. As he beheld the corpse of the Windfire Li Yuan crashing heavily to the ground, Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the creature had been gravely injured. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. You actually managed to kill this Windfire Li Yuan? From behind the trees emerged a man in his 40s. Wielding a large hammer, standing nearly 6 feet tall, his piercing eyes curiously scrutinized Chuan. He immediately assessed that the young man before him was merely at the first tier of the Ascendant Realm. And even though the Windfire Li Yuan was severely wounded, it should not have been a foe that such a novice could contend with. Chuan's gaze tightened. and he instinctively took several cautious steps back. He did not assume that encountering another human signified safety. Moreover, he sensed that this man was likely of a much higher caliber, exuding an aura of palpable danger. "Uncle Qian, what's going on?" A young girl, adorned in a flowing white dress and carrying an ancient guqin, slowly approached. Her graceful figure contrasted with the somewhat innocent expression on her face, embodying both sensuality and charm in a singular being. "Miss Jiang, the wind-fire Yuan that had just escaped from us was slain by this young man," Qian Gong remarked as he approached the fallen beast. Clearly astonished. "A clean throat slit, impressive. Your knife skills are quite precise." Zhang Shiyan's beautiful eyes turned towards Chuan, curiosity glimmering within them. "I appreciate your assistance, dear friend. May I inquire your name?" "I am Chuan." "No need for thanks. Could you direct me towards Qingqing?" Chuan inquired. "You hail from Qingqing? Why not accompany us then? We are on our way back to Qingqing, and it would be mutually beneficial for us to look out for one another. By the way, we are members of the Nine Heavens Alliance," Zhang Shiyan responded with a smile. "The Nine Heavens Alliance?" Chuan exclaimed, taken aback. One of the two prominent alliances, the Nine Heavens Alliance was indeed one of the foremost powers in Qingqing, rivaling even the Xia family. "In that case, I would be honored to accept your invitation," Chuan replied, a friendly smile gracing his face. Though he was unaware of Miridas's exact strength, he reasoned that should she pursue him, the Nine Heavens Alliance would likely afford him some respite. "Excellent. Once we have dealt with this wind-fire Yuan, we shall set off," Zhang Shiyan nodded, already contemplating the prospect of recruiting Chuan. This young man had ventured alone into such perilous territory. If he were to join the Nine Heavens Alliance, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength in due time. Meanwhile, Qian Gong and 3 others were energetically engaged in their task of dismantling the wind-fire Yuan's remains. "Are you going to skin it?" Chuan watched for a moment before inquiring. "Indeed," Zhang Shiyan replied. "The hide of the wind-fire Yuan is exceptionally unique. With proper refinement, it can render one immune to the searing heat of flames. Shall I give it a try?" Chuan suggested, growing impatient as Qian Gong and the others, though stronger than him, were excruciatingly slow in their task. If they delayed any longer, Maritas would surely be upon them. "You can? The skin must be removed intact," Zhang Shiyan explained. "Rest assured, I will ensure its completeness." Chapter 24, Thunder Lion Alliance. Chuan approached with his butcher's knife in hand. For him, a master butcher, skinning a pig was as effortless as eating or drinking. With a single leap, he ascended onto the wind-fire Yuan's back, taking over Qian Gong's position. He then began to wield his butcher's knife with finesse, each slice precisely severing the connections between the skin and muscle fibers of the creature. His fluid movements resembled an artful performance, captivating to behold. Qian Gong and Zhang Shiyan, along with the others, instinctively held their breath, fearing their breaths might disrupt Chuan's concentration point. 10 minutes later, a pristine pelt lay in Chuan's hands, devoid of any bloodstains, as though it had naturally shed. "Hiss!" Qian Gong gasped in astonishment. "Chuan, your skinning technique is astounding. Have you trained specifically for this?" While skinning the wind-fire Yuan was not inherently difficult, to do so swiftly while maintaining its integrity was a remarkable feat, one that Qian Gong believed he could not replicate. "I learned a bit from my father," Chuan replied, handing the pelt to Qian Gong. "Let your father teach me as well. That technique is truly impressive." Qian Gong clapped Chuan's shoulder vigorously, clearly impressed by the young man's skill, having already been astonished twice in such a short time. "All right, Uncle Qian. Now that we have obtained the wind-fire Yuan's pelt, shall we return?" Zhang Shiyan suggested. Qian Gong grinned broadly. "Finally, we have gathered all the materials. Everything is in place, and this time we shall certainly gain entry to the burning Heaven Valley." "Let us hope so," Zhang Shiyan nodded in agreement. However, with the emergence of the Fireblade King's legacy in the burning Heaven Valley, numerous powerful individuals are likely to arrive, and even entering may not guarantee any rewards. Chuan listened quietly to their conversation, refraining from interjecting, which caused Zhang Shiyan to feel somewhat anxious. She had intended to mention the burning Heaven Valley to pique Chuan's interest and entice him to join the Nine Heavens Alliance. Yet his lack of response left her bewildered. Was he truly dense? Seeing no other option, Zhang Shiyan decided to be direct and asked, "Chuan, Are you not interested in the legacy of the Fireblade King? Yi Chuan's eyes sparkled with clarity as he blinked. Who is the Fireblade King? Zhang Shiyin. After a moment of silence, she began to explain. The realms of Transcenders are divided into Apprentice, Ascendant, Master, and Grandmaster stages, each further divided into 9 minor tiers. Upon breaking through the 9th tier of the Grandmaster stage, one may attain kingship. The Fireblade King is a powerful being of the kingship realm. Yi Chuan's understanding deepened, so that was the case. No one had ever explained such matters to him. After all, it was rare for a butcher to achieve even the Ascendant realm in their lifetime. Would you take me along? Yi Chuan inquired. Of course, as long as you join the 9 Heavens Alliance, Zhang Shiyin replied, seizing the opportunity as Yi Chuan expressed interest. I will consider it, Yi Chuan replied, not immediately acquiescing. Firstly, he was still evading Meridas's pursuit. Secondly, even if he were to join the 9 Heavens Alliance, the chances of obtaining the legacy of a kingship realm expert were slim. After all, it was unlikely to find many grandmasters in all of Qingqing, let alone a king. In essence, Zhang Shiyin was merely painting an enticing picture. Very well. Once you reach a decision, feel free to seek me out at the 9 Heavens Alliance or approach Uncle Qian, Zhang Shiyin said, not overly anxious, as the olive branch had been extended. As the group began their return journey, Yi Chuan found no opportunity to act. Qian Ligong led the way, and any beast daring to cross their path would either flee in terror or be crushed beneath his hammer. Yi Chuan surmised that Qian Ligong was likely a master. Upon exiting the mountains, an overwhelming aura of menace engulfed them. Yi Chuan initially believed Maritas had caught up to him and was prepared to flee, only to discover that the source of the killing intent was not a foreign threat, but rather humans. A kindly smiling figure clad in gray, flanked by a group, surrounded Yi Chuan and his companions. They were all attired in uniform clothing, emblazoned with a vivid image of a lion, seemingly leaping through thunder. Qian Ligong, I hear that your 9 Heavens Alliance has not only acquired the glazed fire lamp, but has also successfully hunted a windfire Li Yuan? The leader of the gray-clad group inquired with a smile. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of the Thunder Lion Alliance, Qian Ligong's expression darkened. The Thunder Lion Alliance was another top-tier faction in Qingqing, and their relationship with the 9 Heavens Alliance was adversarial. The precision with which they had located them and their knowledge of recent events suggested an insider among their ranks. Qian Ligong first glanced at Yi Chuan, but quickly dismissed the notion. As Yi Chuan had merely encountered them by chance, and they had obtained the glazed fire lamp before meeting him, thus, he could not possibly be the source of the information. Do you dare to betray the 9 Heavens Alliance? Qian Ligong glared at the 3 individuals within their own ranks. One long-haired man stepped away, distancing himself from Yi Chuan and the others. Boss Qian, the Thunder Lion Alliance has promised that if I relay this information to them, they will grant me a high-quality yellow-grade spirit weapon and a bundle of advanced skill scrolls. One must look out for oneself. Zhanyan, are you not afraid of having a life without a life to enjoy it? Qian Ligong's gaze bore into the traitor among them. You should be more concerned about your own safety, Zhanyan remarked with a cold laugh. You seek death, Qian Ligong bellowed. Swinging his massive hammer towards Zhanyan's complexion turned pale. With only the 9th tier of the Ascendant Realm, he stood no chance against Qian Ligong, who had already attained the 1st tier of the Master Realm. A blow from Qian Ligong would surely be fatal. Lord Lei Gang, save me. Zhanyan cried out for help from the members of the Lei Shi Alliance. Just as Qian Ligong's hammer was about to descend, Lei Gang extended his right hand and struck down upon Qian Ligong's hammer. A burst of lightning flared, forcefully pushing Qian Ligong back several paces. Have you already broken through to the 2nd tier of the Master Realm? Qian Ligong's face changed dramatically. What? Afraid? Then hand over the Yili fire lamp and the skin of the Fenghua Lian, and we can all maintain our dignity, Lei Gang suggested with a cold smirk. Dignity, my foot. You think just because you're a tier higher, I would be afraid of you? Qian Ligong roared, swinging his hammer fiercely at Lei Gang, his momentum like a raging torrent, embodying the might of a single warrior against 1,000. Li Nan, Su Wanxin. You two quickly take Miss Zhang and Brother Yechuan away. Don't worry about me. With that, Qian Ligong charged towards the members of the Lei Shi Alliance, forcing them to retreat in haste. Leave? Not a single one of you from the Jiutian Alliance will escape today. Thunderous might. Lei Gang's gaze sharpened, as a violent surge of lightning erupted from his hand, hurtling towards Qian Ligong. Faced with Lei Gang's onslaught, Qian Ligong had no choice but to respond with caution, aware that his realm was inferior to Lei Gang's. With Qian Ligong's obstruction removed, the dozen or so members of the Lei Shi alliance immediately pursued Chuan and the others. All were at the Ascendant Realm, with several already at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. We cannot escape. Prepare to confront them. Zhang Shiyan's delicate face hardened, and she began to unfasten the guqin from her back. Chuan felt somewhat exasperated. He had joined Zhang Shiyan and her companions in hopes of having them assist against Miridas's pursuit, yet somehow he found himself helping them fend off the Lei Shi alliance instead. This was quite the loss for him. Chapter 25. A critical moment. 10 slender, white jade fingers danced lightly across the translucent guqin strings. Zhang Shiyan's fingers glided gracefully, producing a melodious sound akin to the gentle trickling of a brook in the mountains, beautiful and enchanting. Yet beneath this celestial melody lay an indescribable aura of lethal intent. With each pluck of the strings, dozens of sound waves coalesced into tangible forms, resembling sharp blades as they sliced towards the members of the Lei Shi alliance. One member, caught unawares, was immediately left with a deep gash visible to the bone across his chest. Stop her. Don't let her continue playing. Several ranged attackers from the Lei Shi alliance sprang into action, launching fireballs, frost, vines, and various magical assaults towards Zhang Shiyan. Li Nan and Su Wanxin shielded Zhang Shiyan from the onslaught, braving the furious barrage. Meanwhile, Chuan had already utilized his shadow of the underworld to distance himself from the crowd, keeping his gaze trained on the battlefield between Lei Gang and Qian Ligong. Chuan understood that the skirmish at their end was merely a distraction. Only the two masters, Lei Gang and Qian Ligong, could truly determine the outcome of this battle. Assisting Qian Ligong in overcoming Lei Gang was the only path to victory. Observing Chuan's apparent nonchalance as he stood aside, Li Nan and Su Wanxin were both incensed. While they fought desperately, Chuan seemed to be merely spectating. Chuan, what are you doing? Help us. Su Wanxin exclaimed anxiously, stamping her foot. Dressed in dark red leather armor that barely concealed her chest, her impressive physique was not hidden, and her fierce demeanor resembled that of a wild leopard when angered. Enough, Wanxin. He is not one of us from the Jutian Alliance, and given that he is only at the 1st tier of the Ascendant Realm, it is indeed unreasonable to involve him in this battle, Zhang Shiyan replied, shaking her head. Though Li Nan and Su Wanxin felt some dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to acquiesce, given Zhang Shiyan's authority. At that moment, the clash between Qian Ligong and Lei Gang had escalated to a fever pitch, with Qian Ligong clearly at a disadvantage. Each strike from Lei Gang's thunderous assault left Qian Ligong with increasing sensations of numbness coursing through his body. As the tides of battle turned, Qian Ligong's muscles grew increasingly weary, and his movements slowed. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Qian Ligong was acutely aware of this fact. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he gripped his hammer tightly. Mountain-splitting hammer. Qian Ligong swung down his hammer with tremendous force, capable of cleaving through even the tallest mountain. It was evident that he intended to settle the matter with a single decisive blow, wishing to avoid prolonging the confrontation with Lei Gang. Finally, you've fallen into my trap. Lei Gang, rather than displaying any sign of panic, revealed a cunning smile. Qian Ligong, I've been waiting for you to walk right into it. Thunderstorm net. Lei Gang shouted, as countless bolts of lightning spread like serpents, forming a massive net of electricity that crackled ominously. Qian Ligong's expression shifted dramatically. He was uncertain if his hammer would resolve the situation, but he was certain of one thing. If he fell victim to Lei Gang's trap, he would suffer a severe blow. However, with no retreat left, he could only charge forward, hoping for mutual destruction. In this moment of peril, an indescribable aura of murderous intent seemed to coalesce into a tangible force. Surging towards Lei Gang, the god-tier skill, Blood Shadow Butcher, Chuan had made his move. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, even Lei Gang, at the 2nd tier of the Master Realm, could not escape the grip of fear. Chuan understood that the only skill he had that could threaten Lei Gang was the control aspect of Blood Shadow Butcher, so he had been waiting for the perfect opportunity. With Lei Gang engulfed in fear, the thunderstorm net fell apart without a fight. Though Qian Ligong was still processing the sudden turn of events, as a seasoned veteran, He would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Seeing Lei Gang momentarily exposed, Qian Ligong swung his hammer directly into his chest. Pfft. Lei Gang coughed up blood, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut. A closer look revealed that his chest had been caved in by Qian Ligong's strike. This is bad. The members of the Lei Shi Alliance, who had been besieging Jiang Shiyan, suddenly paled in horror. If Lei Gang were to fall, Qian Ligong would certainly dispatch them one by one like whack-a-mole. They abandoned their attack on Jiang Shiyan, rushing towards Lei Gang. "My lord, are you all right?" One of them helped Lei Gang up, hastily administering healing pills. "It's you." Lei Gang glared fiercely at Chuan as he sat up. "You are merely at the first tier of the Ascendant Realm. How can your skill affect me? Could it be that you are a legendary combat class? That is impossible. In these past few years, only one legendary combat class has emerged from Qingsheng, and she is a woman." Confusion and shock filled Lei Gang's eyes. After all, they were separated by an entire realm. Only a legendary class skill could possibly cross such a vast divide to affect him, as the unique skills of a class are tied to its level. A legendary combat class implies that all its skills are of legendary quality. "What gives you the right to define my gender?" Chuan retorted. Lei Gang was momentarily taken aback before spitting blood once more. Jiang Shiyan gazed at Chuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Chuan had brought her countless surprises. What other astonishing revelations lay hidden within this seemingly youthful boy? "Retreat!" Lei Gang shouted in frustration. Now severely injured, continuing the fight would only lead to mutual destruction with the Jotian Alliance. Qian Ligong and his allies were well aware of this logic. Despite Lei Gang's severe injuries, he was still a second-tier master, and even a dying camel is larger than a horse, so they had no intention of pursuing the members of the Lei Shi Alliance. The Lei Shi Alliance had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. While the traitor Jian Yin attempted to slip away amongst their ranks, Qian Ligong charged straight at him. "They can leave, but you treacherous scoundrel, cannot." Qian Ligong roared. Their enmity with the Lei Shi Alliance was well established, and it was only natural for them to act against one another. However, Jian Yin, as his teammate, had betrayed him, and Qian Ligong could no longer tolerate it. Were it not for Chuan, they would have been in dire peril, possibly losing everything here. "Brother Qian, spare me. I know I was wrong. I truly understand. I just got married, and my wife is already pregnant. Please spare me." Realizing he could not escape, Jian Yin fell to his knees, weeping profusely. Had he known the Lei Shi Alliance would fail to kill Qian Ligong, he would never have dared to betray them. "Rest assured, just for calling me brother, I will take good care of your wife. I promise to provide your child with shampoo every night." Chapter 26. Mastery of Shadow of the Underworld. Bang. A single hammer strike shattered Jian Yin's head as if it were a ripe watermelon. Qian Ligong showed no mercy to such a traitor. If Jian Yin could betray them once for profit, he could do so a second and third time. Such a person could not be left alive. After dealing with the traitor Jian Yin, Qian Ligong turned his fervent gaze towards Chuan and embraced him warmly. "Ha ha ha, brother Chuan, I owe you my gratitude this time. Upon returning to Qingsheng, I invite you to indulge in a foot bath. A luxurious one at that. In the future, should any matters arise in Qingsheng, just give me a signal, and I shall certainly come." Qian Ligong was acutely aware that if it were not for Chuan's pivotal control skill, it would not be Lei Gang who was gravely injured now, but rather himself. "Uncle Qian, if you wish to pamper yourself, do so alone, and do not lead Chuan astray." Jiang Shiyan cast a disapproving glance at Qian Ligong, perplexed by his brazen words. After all, there were two young ladies present. Ah, this is a grave misjudgment. The hallmark of a boy's transformation into a man lies in his composure when donning the insignia. Qian Ligong chuckled. Su Wanxin stepped forward, casually wrapping her arm around Chuan's neck, causing him to feel a sudden, weighty sense of constriction. "I apologize, Chuan. I was too impulsive earlier and mistakenly accused you. I thought you were merely spectating, but consider this a debt of gratitude from me. Don't take it to heart." Su Wanxin spoke somewhat sheepishly. "Not only do you owe Chuan a favor, but we all owe him one, and it is a matter of life and death." Jiang Shiyan interjected. The others nodded in agreement. Had it not been for Chuan, they would have surely faced peril. "Brother Chuan, May I audaciously inquire about the level of your profession? Li Nan could not contain his curiosity. Divine level. Yi Chuan, still ensnared by Wan Xin's embrace, replied candidly. A collective gasp echoed among the group. Such a professional rank was among the pinnacle of super geniuses even within the 9 major districts of the human race. Wait a moment. Are you not from Qingqing? If a divine-level occupation had emerged in Qingqing, the Jiutian Alliance would have been aware. Jiang Shiyan questioned, perplexed. Miss, we have indeed received news. Considering the blade wielded by Brother Yi Chuan, have you not deduced anything? Qian Ligong coughed lightly, offering a hint. Divine level? Blade? The confusion in Jiang Shiyan's eyes morphed into astonishment. You are that divine-level butcher? Li Nan and Su Wanxin's expressions turned peculiar. The good news, divine-level occupation. The bad news, a butcher. But isn't a butcher limited to slaughtering pigs? How could Yi Chuan, this butcher, dispatch a windfire leaving ape with a single stroke? However, they wisely refrained from delving further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and prying too deeply would be rather inconsiderate. Let us take a moment to regroup. Wandering about now may lead to another ambush by the Thunder Lion Alliance. I have sent out a distress signal, and the Jiutian Alliance will be here shortly to assist us. Qian Ligong shifted the topic. The others readily concurred. Li Nan and Su Wanxin took it upon themselves to maintain vigilance against potential beastly ambushes. Growing somewhat bored, Yi Chuan approached Jiang Shiyan and inquired, Miss Jiang, could you demonstrate the sonic wave attack you used against the Thunder Lion Alliance earlier? You may simply call me Shiyan. Are you seeking to refine your mobility skills via concentrated sonic wave attacks? Jiang Shiyan discerned Yi Chuan's intentions. Precisely, Yi Chuan affirmed. The shadow of the underworld was a skill he had acquired through a skill scroll. It could not enhance with his level but required constant practice to improve proficiency. The rapid and dense sonic wave attacks were ideal for honing his agility skills. Are you certain? My realm surpasses yours considerably. A moment's carelessness could result in your injury. Jiang Shiyan expressed concern. I am certain, Yi Chuan replied. Very well, do take care and I will gradually increase the speed. Do not push yourself too hard. Upon Yi Chuan's insistence, Jiang Shiyan retrieved her guqin, an exceptional spiritual weapon exuding an aura of ancient mystery. As she began to play, the melodious sound echoed, coalescing into a sharp blade of sound that sliced towards Yi Chuan. He deftly evaded with a swift movement. Shiyan, you may increase the pace, he encouraged. Jiang Shiyan nodded, and upon her next strike, the blade multiplied from 1 to 3. Faster. More speed. Even faster. The urgency in Jiang Shiyan's music escalated, and the sonic blade surged to over 20. Any ordinary first-tier practitioner would have been severely injured or even slain by such an onslaught. Yet Yi Chuan moved with ease, as if the sonic blades posed no threat to him. Jiang Shiyan's eyes sparkled with astonishment, mirrored by the intrigued gazes of Qian Ligong, Su Wanxin, and Li Nan. You can increase the pace further. I am managing well, Yi Chuan urged. Jiang Shiyan nodded and intensified the number of sonic blades. With a resonant twang, 25 sonic blades surged forth to cleave at Yi Chuan. Shadow of the Underworld. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened as he activated the skill, his speed skyrocketing, allowing him to evade Jiang Shiyan's attacks from increasingly acute angles. The others stood in shock, realizing that Yi Chuan had not even activated his mobility skill until now. Jiang Shiyan quickly comprehended that Yi Chuan could not be judged by conventional standards. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to unleash 70% of her strength. As the flowing notes cascaded, dozens of sonic blades relentlessly struck towards Yi Chuan. Under such intense pressure, his mastery of the shadow of the underworld grew ever more proficient. As time passed, beads of sweat began to dampen Jiang Shiyan's bangs, yet Yi Chuan showed no signs of slowing down. At this point, several cuts adorned Yi Chuan's body. Without the protection of his flame-scale armor, he would have suffered far worse injuries. Still, he pressed on, even closing the distance toward Jiang Shiyan. The nearer he approached her, the less room he had to evade, while Yi Chuan willingly placed himself in jeopardy. Yet Jiang Shiyan soon noticed that despite drawing closer, his speed was actually increasing. He even began to leave behind afterimages. As a series of phantoms appeared, Yi Chuan evaded her attack range and stood behind her. Thank you. Yi Chuan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Under the pressure exerted by Jiang Shiyan, He had achieved mastery of the Shadow of the Underworld. Shadow of the Underworld. Mastery upon activation increases agility by 40 for 1 minute. When moving rapidly, can leave behind a series of afterimages to confuse opponents. Not only was the enhancement increased by 10, but the duration was also doubled, and an additional afterimage effect was granted, an undeniable boon to Yi Chuan's prowess. Jiang Shiyan wiped the sweat from her forehead. You, my friend, are quite the anomaly. Being your sparring partner is utterly exhausting. Just as Yi Chuan was about to express his thanks, he suddenly sensed something. Turning his head to glance behind Jiang Shiyan, offering an awkward smile. Hold on. The more exhausting part is yet to come. Chapter 27, Demoness Pursuit. The more exhausting part is yet to come? What do you mean? Jiang Shiyan asked, puzzled. As she followed Yi Chuan's gaze, a tall woman with horns slowly approached, exuding an almost palpable aura of menace. A deep scar ran from the corner of her eye to her jaw, with blood occasionally seeping from it. A demoness? Jiang Shiyan's expression shifted slightly, and Qian Ligong tightened his grip on his hammer, keeping a wary eye on Marites. My target is him. All of you. Step aside. Otherwise, I will eliminate you all. Marites pointed at Yi Chuan, her vertical pupils filled with crimson malice. Oh? Such bravado. Then show me your prowess by killing one. Qian Ligong scoffed, positioning himself firmly in front of Yi Chuan. Li Nan and Su Wanxin also readied themselves for battle, clearly unwilling to surrender Yi Chuan. In that case, you shall die together with him. Marites began to weave her fingers, a pink light emanating from her, enveloping Yi Chuan and the others. Damn it! This demoness is at least a 5th-tier master. Brother Yi Chuan, how did you provoke this creature? Run, run! Qian Ligong exclaimed, startled, as he struck the ground with his hammer, causing the earth to tremble and momentarily unsteady Marites, before hastily ushering the group to flee. Although Yi Chuan was the lowest in rank among them, his exaggerated attributes allowed him to keep pace with Qian Ligong. A master practitioner. Yi Chuan, how did you attract this demoness? Su Wanxin inquired. I inadvertently unearthed her blood crystal twinflower. She sought to kill me, and I retaliated with a strike. Yi Chuan succinctly recounted the events. Qian Ligong's brow furrowed deeply. Demonesses are extremely sensitive about their appearance. Having unearthed a flower that grants eternal youth and ruined her beauty places you in an irreconcilable predicament. Shall we split up? That demoness is targeting me and will not trouble you, Yi Chuan suggested. What do you take us for? Jiang Shiyan rolled her eyes. You saved us earlier. We have yet to repay that debt. If we abandon you now, it would be the height of ingratitude. Miss Jiang is correct, Brother Yi Chuan. You need not worry. If we can hold out a little longer, the Jiutian Alliance's reinforcements should arrive soon, Qian Ligong affirmed. Hearing their words, Yi Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment. He had thought that if Jiang Shiyan and the others were willing to sell him out, he could simply activate the perfected shadow of the underworld and flee. He only needed to outrun Qian Ligong and the others, not Marites. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Shiyan and the others displayed such loyalty. Uncle Qian, if I can immobilize that succubus like I did with Lei Gang just now, do you think you can kill her? Yi Chuan inquired. Qian Ligong's eyes brightened at his words. How long can you keep her frozen? 2 seconds. 2 seconds, you say? Qian Ligong's expression turned contemplative. It's worth a try. Killing this succubus may be out of reach, but we should be able to buy ourselves some time to escape. After all, succubi excel in illusion, and their physical strength is rather average. All right. When that succubus catches up, we'll make our move. Yi Chuan replied calmly. The group of 5 continued their frantic flight, with the menacing Marites closely pursuing them, her distance from them dwindling. Now, just as Marites was about to catch up to the last member, Li Nan, Yi Chuan shouted sharply, coming to an abrupt halt. Blood Shadow Butcher. An astonishing aura of malevolence coalesced into a solid form, surging towards Marites. Momentarily paralyzed by fear, Marites was propelled forward by inertia. A perfect opportunity. Mountain-splitting hammer. Seizing the moment, Qian Ligong swung his massive hammer as if playing baseball, striking directly at Marites. While this blow might not inflict fatal damage upon her, it was sufficient to send her flying hundreds of meters away, granting them precious time to escape. Bang! As anticipated by Qian Ligong, Marites was indeed sent hurtling away. However, in that instant, he was astonished to find that Yi Chuan had appeared on Marites' trajectory, seemingly out of nowhere. All that remained beside him was an afterimage of Yi Chuan. "Brother Yi, what are you doing? Come back. Don't seek death. That is a 5th-tier master-level succubus." Qian Ligong shouted anxiously. Why Yi Chuan remained silent, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. If he did not eliminate this succubus, he feared he would never leave the city again. The will of the soul-reaping blade converged upon the Dragon Slayer blade. And with the enhancement of a 20 armor-piercing effect, Yi Chuan thrust the blade viciously into the back of Marites' heart, propelled by the force of Qian Ligong's hammer. Violet blood splattered, staining Yi Chuan's face a deep purple. Emerging from her state of terror, Marites let out a blood-curdling scream, her eyes ablaze with fury, mingled with a barely perceptible hint of fear. "I will flay the skin from your bones." Dreamscape. A cloud of pink mist began to envelop the surroundings. This was the succubus clan's most adept illusionary construct. Those ensnared within would find themselves trapped, unable to awaken. "This is bad. The succubus is going all out. Brother Yi, run. Keep your distance from her." Qian Ligong urged frantically. As the pink mist engulfed him, Yi Chuan's gaze indeed grew somewhat vacant. But in the next moment, he bit down hard on his tongue, blood seeping from the corner of his lips. The sharp pain allowed Yi Chuan to maintain the last flicker of clarity within the illusion. Gripping the butcher's knife tightly, he began to twist it within Marites' body. Marites screamed in agony. As a succubus, she found herself at a disadvantage in close combat, her techniques rendered ineffective. She could only desperately unleash her illusions, attempting to draw Yi Chuan's consciousness into the dreamscape. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan relentlessly stirred the butcher's knife within Marites' innards, intent on extinguishing her life. The two were locked in a stalemate. Qian Ligong and the others watched in dread, powerless to intervene. Yi Chuan and Marites were too closely entwined for ranged attacks, while approaching would lead them to fall prey to Marites' illusions. In this deadlock, Marites was the first to crumble. If it continued, she would bleed out. Suddenly, she twisted her head sharply, her neck cracking as she turned nearly 180 degrees to face Yi Chuan directly. Seduction Technique. Chapter 28. Elegant Dismemberment. Marites' eyes transformed into 2 pink, heart-shaped orbs, radiating an unusual allure. This was the succubus clan's innate skill, capable of evoking the most primal desires within the hearts of others. Even the mightiest of beings would find it difficult to resist this charm, developing peculiar feelings towards her. Yet, Marites quickly sensed something amiss, for in Yi Chuan's gaze, there was not a trace of worldly desire. He looked at her as one would at a piece of pork. This technique might be effective on others, but proved utterly futile against Yi Chuan. To him, she was merely a larger pig. No human would harbor desires for a pig's head, nor should they. Unaffected by the seduction technique, Yi Chuan withdrew the butcher's knife from Marites' back. To him, she was no different from the pigs he had slaughtered before, just a slightly more formidable pig. Whoosh! The sharp glimmer of the blade flashed in an instant, leaving a fine crimson line across Marites' pale, elegant neck. Her head began to slide off, her expression one of disbelief, unable to fathom that she had met her demise at the hands of a mere first-tier human. Butcher Yi Chuan has slain a special pig with the butcher's knife, gaining a 150 increase in level, and an additional 1 damage bonus against the pig race, along with a 0.1 increase in free attributes. The decision to counterattack against Marites, though exceedingly perilous, yielded extraordinary rewards for Yi Chuan. His level surged to the 2nd tier of the Ascendant Realm, now just a few steps away from the 3rd tier. It was only with Qian Ligong's assistance that Yi Chuan dared to make such a bold choice. Had he faced this succubus alone, his instinct would have been to flee at a T that moment. Zhang Shiyin and the others were left utterly astounded. Their gazes were vacant, their expressions dazed, as they regarded Yi Chuan as if he were an extraterrestrial being, a 1st-tier ascendant, countering a 5th-tier master. What absurdity was this? Such a narrative would hardly be believable even in fiction. Although succubi were not adept in close combat and had been caught off guard by Qian Ligong's full-force strike, she was still a 5th-tier master. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have dismissed such claims as nonsense. Yi Chuan crouched before Marites' lifeless body, skillfully beginning his looting. He calmly dissected the succubus, knowing that a master-level succubus should have condensed a magic crystal within. Sure enough, as Chuan meticulously removed and arranged her organs, he discovered a peculiar crystal radiating an unusual glow. The crystal was entirely black, oval-shaped, akin to black agate, yet it felt remarkably smooth and somewhat pliable to the touch, containing a terrifying power within. The cultivation methods of other races differed from those of humans. They would condense an energy crystal within their bodies. For instance, high-level demon races would form magic crystals, while high-level beast races would produce beast crystals. These energy crystals served numerous purposes, such as enchanting spiritual weapons or brewing potions, with special treatment. Combat-oriented professions could absorb the energy within. A magic crystal from a master-level demon could easily rival the worth of a high-grade spiritual weapon. What a windfall! Chuan beamed brightly. This single magic crystal was worth the immense risk he had just taken to confront myriad. He turned to share his joy with Qian Ligong and the others, only to find them regarding him with wary expressions, their eyes filled with fear. Uncle Qian, Shiyan, what is the matter with you? Chuan asked, puzzled. No, it's nothing, brother Yi, you carry on, Qian Ligong stammered, swallowing hard. When they had witnessed Chuan skinning the wind firely, they had felt little unease, considering it merely a beast. However, seeing him meticulously disassemble myriad, a humanoid being, into a pile of parts had stirred an uncontrollable sense of dread within them. There was no denying that Chuan's speed and elegance in dismembering myriad were astonishingly swift, leading them to question whether he had ever experimented on living beings before. Chuan seemed to grasp their thoughts, awkwardly rubbing his nose. It was only natural for a pig to feel fear upon witnessing another pig being dissected before its eyes. Just then, several figures rushed into view, kneeling before Chuan's group. The foremost individual, with short hair standing erect like steel needles, emanated an aura that even Qian Ligong found overwhelming. Miss, we have arrived late. Please punish us. This is not your fault. We did not anticipate that there would be a traitor among us in the Jotian Alliance. You arrived swiftly enough. Escort us home. Zhang Shiyan nodded, turning to Chuan. Chuan, will you come with us? No, I already know how to return to Qingqing. You all go ahead, Chuan replied, shaking his head. He had initially teamed up with Zhang Shiyan and the others to deal with myriad, but with her demise, there was no longer any need for him to accompany them. All right, take care of yourself. Should you decide to join the Jotian Alliance, feel free to seek me out if you join. A spot in the Burning Heaven Valley will undoubtedly be yours in 6 months, Zhang Shiyan assured. Upon hearing this, the newly arrived members of the Jotian Alliance gazed at Chuan in astonishment. A spot in the Burning Heaven Valley was a significant pledge. Many talented youths within the Jotian Alliance fought tooth and nail for a chance at such an opportunity. Thank you. I will give it careful consideration, Chuan replied with a subtle nod. For professions centered around combat, joining a powerful faction undoubtedly presents numerous advantages. For instance, such factions provide a wealth of resources to enhance one's strength, formidable mentors to guide one's path, opportunities to venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts and rival clans, as well as teammates who can offer protection. However, a dilemma arises. Chuan is not a combat-oriented profession. He is merely an ordinary butcher, and his strength increases solely through the relentless slaughter of pigs. Aligning himself with any faction would, in fact, become a constraint. After watching Zhang Shiyan and her companions depart, Chuan chose not to return to Qingqing. Instead, he donned his butcher's knife and set off towards the lair of myriad. Merely obtaining a single magic crystal was insufficient. A 5th-tier master-level succubus surely possessed a trove of treasures within her lair. Chapter 29. Advanced skill scrolls relying on his memory, Chuan swiftly returned to myriad's lair, slipping into an inconspicuous cave. The cave's exterior bore no remarkable features, littered instead with the remains of creatures drained of life by myriad. These corpses served as a grim warning to any lost beasts or humans. This cave was not a place to tread lightly. Upon entering the cave's interior, Chuan first arrived at the torturous chamber where myriad had once suspended him. Beyond this chamber lay the true heart of myriad's lair, drip, drip. The sound of water echoed in Chuan's ears. After passing a stone pillar, a small pool came into view. The pool's dark purple waters flowed languidly, with drops creating ripples that shimmered with peculiar energy fluctuations. Could this be the abyssal demon pool? Chuan pondered for a moment, eventually recalling a description he had encountered in the library of Qingqinghai. Each time a demon ascends in rank, they must refine their body using the waters of the abyssal pool, ensuring they can harbor greater amounts of demonic energy. The waters of the abyssal pool also possess the ability to temper the bodies of humans, which is why they are frequently found for sale in the trading posts of major cities. A small jar of abyssal pool water can fetch tens of thousands of coins. The vast pool before him likely held value no less than the magic crystal he possessed. To his astonishment, the succubus myriad turned out to be quite the little fortune-maker. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuan stripped off his clothes and plunged directly into the pool, submerging his head while extending a hollow tube for breathing. The icy waters pierced through him like daggers, causing him to shudder violently as his lips turned blue from the chill. Relentless sensation, akin to countless steel needles simultaneously pricking every pore of his body, assaulted him. The intense pain contorted Chuan's features, yet he gritted his teeth, unwilling to emerge from the abyssal pool. He could distinctly feel his body's resilience gradually increasing under the pool's stimulus. This enhancement not only fortified his defense and vitality, but also granted him a terrifying explosive power. Time trickled by. Chuan lost track of how long he had been submerged in the abyssal pool. The torment brought on by the waters began to wane, and only when the waters ceased to provoke any sensation did Chuan finally rise. Dark purple droplets cascaded down his muscular frame, dripping onto the surface of the pool. His flesh, having undergone the purification of the abyssal pool, now radiated a metallic sheen. As he gently clenched his fingers, a surge of formidable strength coursed from his fists through his limbs. Sensing the tumultuous energy within him, Chuan couldn't help but smile. He felt confident that, even unarmed, he could overpower a third-tier beast with sheer physical prowess. Such an expansive abyssal pool cannot be wasted, Chuan mused. Stroking his chin, he then rummaged through myriad's lair for every conceivable container to gather water, filling them to the brim and stuffing them into his pack. Even so, he could only manage to carry away a third of the pool's waters. If only I had a storage artifact. A pair of yoga pants would suffice, Chuan lamented internally as he gazed at the remaining pool. Feeling a pang of regret. Although the energy had diminished somewhat after his immersion, it would still command a handsome price. Since he could not take more, Chuan ceased his insistence and continued to scour myriad's lair. Soon, he stumbled upon several bundles of skill scrolls, but alas, they were inscribed in demonic script, incomprehensible to him. He could only hastily stuff them into his backpack. At this point, Chuan had nearly exhausted the valuable items within myriad's lair. What remained was either worthless or beyond his capacity to carry. With his pack straining and nearly bursting, Chuan exited the cave, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to Qingqing, he promptly made his way to the trading post. As he stepped through the door, all eyes in the establishment converged upon him. The reason was obvious. The pack he bore appeared utterly absurd, resembling an ant carrying a grain of rice. "Hello, I come to sell some items." When Chuan placed his pack onto the counter, the entire surface trembled. The attendant was none other than the plump, dark-skinned lady from his previous visit, who gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. "Am I really that unattractive?" "Huh." Chuan was momentarily taken aback. "I asked if I am unattractive," she pressed further. "You're fine." "Not unattractive," Chuan replied, stretching the truth. He saw everyone as a pig's head and could hardly discern which one was more appealing. "Then why haven't you reached out to me?" "For several nights." She had donned enticing attire, eagerly awaiting his contact, yet it never came. I've been quite busy lately. Could you assist me in processing these items first?" Chuan retrieved a teapot from his pack. Its spout sealed shut. "What is this?" the lady inquired, puzzled. "Abyssal pool water." Her surprise was palpable as she opened the teapot to inspect its contents. "Not bad. Though it has a bit of impurities, it is indeed abyssal pool water." "Is this all you have?" "There's more. 5 barrels, 4 cups, 3 basins, 2 spittoons, and 1 night pot." Chuan continued to produce a variety of containers from his pack, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. "No way. You reusing these shabby containers for abyssal pool water? This is akin to storing Maudai in a red plastic bucket." "Sir, please hold on. I need to find staff for testing," the lady said, cradling the teapot as she departed. returning shortly. These waters are fine, though the impurities are considerable, so we can only offer you 70% of the market price. How does that sound? She asked. That works, Chuan nodded. Given that both he and myriad had bathed in the pool, the impurities were indeed expected, and receiving 70% was beyond his expectations. I've calculated it. You have a total of 78. 5 liters of water. ATA market price of 35,000 per liter, discounted to 70, you'll receive 25,000 per liter, totaling 1,962, 500. Is that acceptable? No problem, just transfer the funds. Shortly, Chuan received confirmation of the funds, feeling a surreal sensation at suddenly becoming a millionaire. Surely your trading post has someone knowledgeable in demonic script? How much for a translator? Chuan inquired. It's charged by the character. Each one costs a single coin. Fair and square, the lady replied with a smile. All right, please translate these 4 bundles of skill scrolls for me. Chuan handed over the scrolls he had found in myriad's lair. Moments later, the lady returned, having completed the translations. Hello, sir. The translations are finished. Among these 4 bundles of scrolls, there are 3 intermediate skill scrolls and 1 advanced skill scroll. Chuan glanced over them. The 3 intermediate scrolls contain skills related to charm. While these might be beneficial for a succubus, they seemed rather redundant to Chuan. He preferred a direct approach with a swift strike rather than charming a pig's head. He decided to sell all 3 intermediate skill scrolls to the trading post, netting another 1,500,000 coins. However, the advanced skill scroll piqued his interest. Illusory strike? Chapter 30. Orphaned while he had no desire to learn the succubus's charm techniques, he was intrigued by the art of illusion. Illusion is among the most unique skills, sometimes deemed a miraculous technique, other times utterly worthless. Its value largely depends on the user's application. After all, the inherent lethality of illusion is extremely limited, yet when wielded adeptly, it can yield unexpectedly victorious outcomes. Chuan tucked the final skill scroll into his pocket, deciding against selling the magic crystal. He currently possessed 3,500,000 coins and was not in immediate need of money. Rather, he wished to utilize myriad's magic crystal to enhance his own capabilities, perhaps by imbuing his dragon-slaying knife with magic. With his current financial resources, even if he could not afford Master Taixian, he could certainly hire a renowned blacksmith. As Chuan turned to leave, the lady hurried after him, once again providing her contact information. Sir, remember to reach out to me. I can do hot baths and popping candy. With that, she shyly retreated behind the counter. Chuan couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this all part of her plan? He turned around and unceremoniously cast his contact information into the trash bin. Adjusting to the situation was certainly effortless, yet the mere mention of AI sent a shiver down his spine. Moreover, he could not possibly harbor any worldly desires towards a blockhead. Chuan made his way home. Eager to share the joy of his newfound wealth with his parents, he pushed open the door. Mom and Dad, I'm back. The excitement on Chuan's face abruptly froze, for he was met with utter chaos within his home. The sofa lay overturned, the television lay smashed on the floor, and fragments of furniture littered the ground, as though bandits had ransacked the place. Dad? Mom? A chill gripped Chuan's heart, and panic surged within him. He frantically searched the house, yet there was no sign of his parents. Tears welled up in his eyes. No, I must remain calm. Taking deep breaths of fresh air, he forced himself to regain composure. His father was a butcher with a modest reputation, and his mother was a cook. Both led simple lives with uncomplicated social interactions, having never offended anyone, and maintained excellent relations with their neighbors. There was no reason for them to simply vanish, unless, Lou, wake up? Chuan's head snapped up, his eyes ablaze with fury, radiating a murderous intent akin to a beast poised to pounce. Without a doubt, the disappearance of his parents was intricately tied to Lu Xing. Gripping a butcher's knife, Chuan charged straight towards Qingqing High School. The security guard at the gate was utterly powerless to stop Chuan, who had already reached the second tier of his cultivation. He strode through the school gates and headed straight for the archives room. When the teacher in the archives attempted to intervene, Chuan swiftly knocked him unconscious. He rifled through the files of their class and soon located Lu Jinglong's address. Armed with this information, he rushed over. Lu Jinglong's residence was situated in the affluent district of Qingqing. characterized by standalone villas with gardens, all guarded by security personnel. As Chuan approached with fierce intent, several guards attempted to intervene, but they were unable to even graze the hem of his clothing. Their speed was no match for his. Chuan arrived at Lu Jinglong's doorstep. Bang, without a word, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the iron gate of Lu Jinglong's yard flying. Damn it! Who the hell dares to kick down Lu Xing's door? The commotion quickly drew Lu Xing and Lu Jinglong out of the house. Upon seeing Chuan, Lu Xing paused for a moment before sneering. "Oh, it's you? I thought you had fled. You've got some nerve to confront me after what you've done to my son. Enough with the nonsense. Where are my parents?" Chuan's eyes seethed with rage. His parents were his only family in the world, his most sacred boundary. Crossing that boundary was akin to touching a dragon's reverse scale. Death would surely follow. Your parents? Ha ha ha. A parent's failure to teach their child is their own fault. The mistakes you've made must be borne by your parents to as for them. I've already chopped them into pieces and fed them to the fish. By now, they should be ready to come out. Lu Xing crossed his arms, a mocking expression plastered across his face, his eyes brimming with derision. This is the consequence of bullying my son. Do you understand? Lu Jinglong, hiding behind Lu Xing, wore a look of excitement. A buzzing filled Chuan's ears. From the moment Lu Xing revealed that he had dismembered his parents, all sound faded away, leaving only the sight of a blockhead incessantly chattering before him. Dead? His parents were dead? Chuan felt a chilling sensation creep through his limbs, his eyes void of emotion. He had brought about the demise of his own parents. He was at a loss as to how to accept this grim reality. It wasn't until 5 security guards overwhelmed him and pinned him to the ground that Chuan's consciousness finally returned to his body. As clarity returned, his eyes turned crimson with fury. "Get off me!" Like a raging beast, Chuan hurled the 5 guards away with sheer force. Through the grueling trials of the infernal pool, his physique had been honed to an extraordinary level, far surpassing that of the guards. Chuan's gaze fixated on Lu Xing, his murderous intent palpable. "Lu Xing, the blood debt of killing my parents shall not go unpunished. I shall use the blood of your entire family to appease the souls of my parents." As soon as the words left his lips, Chuan lunged at Lu Xing. "Ha, what a joke. Just you." Lu Xing's face was filled with disdain. He had heard such threats countless times before and was still living well. Survival of the fittest is an eternal truth. If you want to blame someone, blame your own weakness. Chuan clenched his fists and swung at Lu Xing's head. Lu Xing casually raised a hand to block the attack, confident in his 6th-tier cultivation, believing it to be a trivial task. But in the instant their fists collided, Lu Xing's expression shifted. His pupils dilated in terror. An unparalleled force surged from Chuan's fist, driving Lu Xing's hand forcefully against his own face. Bang! Lu Xing's body was propelled like a cannonball into the house behind him. Debris flew, and dust clouded the air. Chapter 31. Bare-handed, this sudden turn of events left Lu Jinglong stunned, his mouth agape as he stared at Chuan. His father, Lu Xing, was a 6th-tier powerhouse. How could Chuan, unarmed, have sent a 6th-tier cultivator flying with a single punch? Wasn't he just a butcher? How could a butcher possess such terrifying combat prowess? Lu Xing emerged from the rubble, his face grim, filled with uncertainty. He had not held back. He simply could not withstand Chuan's punch. His arm still throbbed with pain as if a heavy truck had collided with him. 2nd-tier cultivation? At that moment, Lu Xing finally recognized the anomaly. His eyes widened in disbelief. The aura radiating from Chuan had indeed reached the 2nd tier. A mere butcher? How could he level up so rapidly? Even if he slaughtered all the pigs in Qingqing, it was impossible to achieve such a swift ascent. Ignited by the flames of vengeance, Chuan disregarded Lu Xing's astonishment and charged at him once more, intent on revenge. He did not wish to grant Lu Xing a swift death with the butcher's knife. He aimed to beat him to death, punch by punch. As Chuan closed the distance again, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped Lu Xing, as if not a man, but a ferocious beast were charging at him. Chuan's fingers clenched into a fist, delivering a heavy blow aimed squarely at Lu Xing. Lu Xing raised his hand to block, now prepared for the attack, yet he was still sent staggering backward several meters, struggling to regain his balance. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground. Before Lu Xing could catch his breath, Chuan was upon him again, moving with a speed that defied belief. Lu Xing gasped. This kid not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also an alarming speed. Yet there was no time for shock. Chuan delivered a swift kick aimed at Lu Xing's head. Lu Xing was sent flying once more, and upon landing, his fury ignited. Kid, do you truly believe Lu Xing is made of clay? Rock armor. Lu Xing finally unleashed his true strength. As a mid-level combat profession, his body became encased in hard granite armor, turning him a grayish-white. The armor enveloped him entirely, leaving only his eyes, nostrils, and mouth exposed. Chuan's fist slammed into Lu Xing's body, causing him to stagger back. However, with the protection of the granite armor, Lu Xing suffered little to no injury. Kid, don't waste your effort. As a butcher, you cannot breach my defenses. Lu Xing roared, and after Chuan's next punch landed on him, Lu Xing retaliated with a powerful strike to Chuan's chest. The immense force sent Chuan crashing against the iron railing behind him, bending it severely. Had his body not been reinforced in the infernal pool, that punch would have left him gravely injured. Lu Xing leaped high, aiming a flying knee at Chuan. Boom! The knee struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater. A shadow clone? Lu Xing paused momentarily. While Chuan, empowered by the speed of his shadowy phantom technique, appeared behind Lu Xing. Bang! Chuan's fist connected with the back of Lu Xing's neck, followed by a second, third, and fourth punch. Chuan attacked with a relentless precision. As if programmed, his expression devoid of emotion, each punch landing with rapid succession. Each blow targeted the same spot, and even as his hands became bloodied and raw, he showed no signs of stopping. Lu Xing was overwhelmed by the tempest of blows, caught unawares and failing to mount a counterattack. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his neck, under the relentless onslaught of Chuan's fists. The granite armor at the back of Lu Xing's neck shattered. What? Lu Xing's eyes widened in shock, a hint of fear creeping into his gaze. To shatter his granite armor with bare hands. Just how formidable was this kid's physique? Clenching his fists, Lu Xing swung wildly at Chuan. Chuan raised his hand to block, but was still sent sprawling, even with the damage reduction from being a nemesis of the pig tribe. The reckless engagement drew blood from the corner of Chuan's mouth. However, he was utterly unconcerned, once again leaning forward, bracing himself against Lu Xing's elbow strike with his back, and then delivering a powerful punch to Lu Xing's abdomen. In an instant, the granite armor protecting Lu Xing's midsection showcased a spiderweb of cracks. You lunatic! You madman! Lu Xing's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that Chuan was employing a reckless fighting style. Willing to exchange injury for injury without hesitation, he struck fiercely, attempting to push Chuan away. Yet Chuan remained steadfast, as if his feet were anchored by steel spikes, refusing to budge an inch. When Lu Xing kicked him, Chuan retaliated with a knee strike. When Lu Xing threw a punch, Chuan responded with an elbow jab. The two stood their ground, relentlessly exchanging blows, and Lu Xing's granite armor slowly crumbled away. The more Lu Xing fought, the more terrified he became. This man before him was an absolute monster, a reckless monster at that. He had never encountered anyone from the life profession possessing such formidable physical strength and close combat capabilities. Lu Xing was genuinely frightened. The damage to his granite armor was so severe that it no longer offered adequate protection. Terrified, Lu Xing seized an opportunity to flee, but Chuan was not about to grant him that chance. In the split second Lu Xing turned to escape, Chuan lunged forward, delivering a fierce left kick to Lu Xing's back, sending him staggering. Immediately after, a right whip kick struck Lu Xing's head, causing him to crash to the ground like a collapsing tower. Chuan mounted him 0.1 punch, 0.2 punches, 0.3 punches. The sound of relentless strikes echoed as Lu Xing initially managed to shield his head with his arms. Yet, as Chuan's punches grew increasingly forceful, Lu Xing's arms gradually fell limp, his forearm twisted at a grotesque angle, clearly broken. After several blows, the granite armor on Lu Xing's face shattered, and soon after, Chuan's fists began to make intimate contact with Lu Xing's head. In no time, Lu Xing's head swelled to the size of a grotesque pig's head. He could even hear the agonizing creaking of his skull. At this moment, Chuan was not in much better shape himself. His fists were already a bloody mess, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. Nevertheless, Chuan showed no signs of stopping. his expression devoid of emotion as he continued to pummel Lu Xing's head. Fear illuminated Lu Xing's swollen eyes. He realized Chuan truly intended to beat him to death in terror. Lu Xing cried out, "Wait, just wait. I didn't kill your parents. It has nothing to do with me. They might not even be dead." Chapter 32. The letter under the table. Lu Xing's words caused Chuan's fists to pause. A flicker of life returning to his lifeless gaze. "Then where are my parents?" As Chuan spoke, he realized his voice had grown hoarse beyond recognition. I don't know." Lu Xing shook his head. As Chuan's fists prepared to descend once more, Lu Xing screamed in terror, "I truly don't know. That day, upon learning you had killed my 3 subordinates, I did contemplate capturing your parents. However, when I arrived at your home, there were not only your parents, but also several individuals in black robes." Individuals in black robes? What did they look like? Chuan furrowed his brow, unable to recall ever having seen such figures in his home. "I couldn't see clearly. Those people were completely shrouded in their hoods, indistinguishable as either male or female. However, one thing I can assure you." A profound terror flickered in Lu Xing's eyes, akin to a domesticated sheep encountering a wild tiger. Those black-robed individuals were incredibly powerful. Their mere aura was suffocating. Qingsheng certainly lacks such formidable beings. Chuan's frown deepened. His parents were merely ordinary people. How could they possibly provoke such powerful adversaries? It seemed those black-robed individuals had some conflict with your parents. They were arguing, but I couldn't discern the content of their dispute. Oh, right. There was a ghostly face emblem on their black robes. Lu Xing began to spill his words like beans from a bamboo tube. I wanted to get closer to eavesdrop, but at that moment, one of the black-robed individuals spotted me, and I immediately lost consciousness. When I awoke, your house was completely deserted, left in ruins. I speak only the truth. Your parents' situation has nothing to do with me," Lu Xing desperately explained. Fear etched across his face under the threat of death. Black-robed individuals arguing and disappearing. Chuan's brow furrowed deeply, perplexed. Could it be that his parents were concealing something from him? Yet, the possibility that his parents might still be alive eased the tension in his heart. He cast his gaze down at Lu Xing, whom he had pinned beneath him, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Although Lu Xing was not responsible for his parents' demise, it was evident that a bitter enmity had formed between them. As the saying goes, revenge begets revenge. Lu Xing's survival could potentially lead to further troubles for him. Lu Xing was startled by the murderous glint in Chuan's eyes, which seemed to regard him as nothing more than a piece of meat. Trembling, he stammered, "You, don't do anything rash. There are cameras here, and so many people are watching. If you kill me, you won't escape." Chuan lifted his head, realizing that their brawl had attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors, who curiously peeked out to witness the spectacle. He released Lu Xing, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and silently departed. Killing someone in plain sight within the city would only lead to complications. After Chuan left, Lu Xing, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, lying on the ground with a vacant stare at the sky. He had never felt so close to death before. How could a mere butcher possess such terrifying combat prowess? Was this even reasonable? Moments later, Lu Xing's expression morphed into one of rage. This matter absolutely could not be left unresolved. If he couldn't deal with Chuan, he would seek someone capable of confronting him. He refused to believe that even a second-tier master-level class changer couldn't handle Chuan. Staggering to his feet, Lu Xing was quickly supported by Lu Jinglong. "Dad, are you all right?" Lu Jinglong's face was filled with shame, for he had lacked the courage to intervene while watching Chuan mercilessly beat Lu Xing. In that moment, Chuan had resembled a frenzied beast. Lu Jinglong had wanted to step in and stop Chuan, yet his legs had betrayed him. Why Chuan's presence had evidently become an insurmountable mountain in Lu Jinglong's heart. "It's fine. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Your father will handle it. Go fetch my phone." A fierce glint flashed in Lu Xing's eyes. After Lu Jinglong retrieved the phone, Lu Xing dialed a number. The moment the call connected, he endured the agony coursing through his body, speaking in an overly obsequious manner. "Cousin, it's me, Lu Xing." "Oh, Lu Xing. What's the matter?" Lei Gang lounged on a soft sofa, 2 delicate young women attending to him. while the flavors of exquisite dishes intertwined. "Cousin, I was nearly killed. You must stand up for me." Lu Xing lamented with righteous indignation. "Oh, someone dares to kill you in Qingqing? Who is this person?" Lei Gang's brow furrowed in concern. "The person is of no significance. Just an ordinary family, but this fellow is extraordinarily strange. A butcher with an abominably strong physique. I suspect he possesses something valuable." Lu Xing's eyes glimmered with cunning. "Oh, a butcher almost killed you. A sixth-tier master? Now, that piques my interest. Just wait, I will come to you tonight." After finishing his sentence, Lei Gang hung up the call and turned to the young women. "Have we found the brat who disrupted my Lei Lion Alliance's plans?" The young woman looked up. "Lord Lei Gang." "Not yet. Our people are urgently investigating." "Good, hurry up. This matter must not be easily resolved. I want that brat to pay a bloody price." A fierce killing intent flickered in Lei Gang's eyes. The Lei Lion Alliance had finally found such an excellent opportunity to ambush the Jotian Alliance, only to be thwarted by a wild brat who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Even if Lei Gang could swallow this grievance, the members of the Lei Lion Alliance would not. Meanwhile, Chuan returned home directly. The house was empty. At this hour, his mother would typically have prepared a steaming pot of pork bone soup for him. Chuan meticulously began to clean the house, convinced that his parents would not leave without reason. Even if they had to depart, they would surely leave behind some clues. Why Chuan cleaned with great care. Even sifting through the contents of an overturned trash bin, extracting each piece of garbage one by one, in the vast emptiness of the house. Only the sounds of Chuan tidying up echoed. Finally, while clearing the dining table in the living room, Chuan discovered a letter buried beneath a marble slab. Excitement surged within him, mingled with a tinge of fear. Taking a deep breath, Chuan's gaze steadied as he opened the envelope and pulled out a sheet of paper. However, upon reading the contents of the letter, his pupils dilated sharply, filled with disbelief. Chapter 33. Rooting out the problem, the wind rustled the leaves outside, slicing the bright sunlight into mottled shadows that danced upon Yuan's desk. A ballpoint pen spun between Yuan's thumb and forefinger. He had an abundance of words he wished to convey to his child, yet he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. After a moment's hesitation, the tip of his pen descended onto the blank sheet of paper before him. "Xiao Chuan, Father once believed you were an ordinary butcher, and that our family of 3 could lead a stable and tranquil life. Until that fateful day when you revealed to me that you could slay all living beings as if they were mere pigs. It was then that I realized fate had played a cruel jest upon me. Father and mother can no longer accompany you. The path ahead is one you must tread alone. You have always been a sensible child. I have faith in your ability to care for yourself. Do not attempt to seek us out. You are not their match, as long as you live a life filled with happiness. That is all that matters." Yuan, signing off. Yuan let out a heavy sigh, pausing his writing. Wu Jingzhu gently embraced him from behind, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having wept before. "Yuan, are we being too cruel to Xiao Chuan? Young eagle, it is only by leaving their parents that they can truly spread their wings and soar." Yuan replied solemnly. "Moreover, our child is not merely a young eagle, but a fledgling dragon. I have never heard of a profession that grows strong solely through slaughter." He turned to Wu Jingzhu, pulling her into his embrace. "Xiao Chuan has grown up. Let him choose his own path. If he wishes to ascend to the highest peak, as his father, I will lay the steps for him. If he grows weary of bloodshed and desires to live as an ordinary person, then let me bear the storms that come." Yuan placed the completed letter upon the table. That moment, it found its way into Chuan's hands. Clutching the letter, Chuan's brow furrowed in concentration. The they his father referred to must be the dark figures that Lu Xing had seen. Who were they? Why must his parents depart simply because he could treat all living beings as pigs? A multitude of questions swirled in Chuan's mind, akin to a tangled ball of yarn. Taking a deep breath, he carefully tucked away the letter left by Yuan. Although he could not fathom the answers to those questions, he did possess one lead. Lu Xing had mentioned a ghostly face emblem on the garments of the hooded figures. Yet, at least he had received 2 pieces of good news. The first was that his parents were still alive. The second was that Chuan had shed 2 vulnerabilities, meaning he could now focus solely on enhancing his strength. as long as he could elevate his abilities to a level capable of defeating those dark figures. He was certain he would reunite with his parents. With this clarity, Chuan's expression grew markedly calmer. He retrieved the bundle of advanced skill scrolls he had found in the lair of the succubus and utilized one immediately. He acquired advanced illusion skill, enchantment strike. Enchantment strike. Minor success conceal oneself and generate an illusion 1 meter in front to confuse enemies. Those with lower mental acuity than the user cannot see through the illusion. Chuan felt a surge of delight. With the passive skill Godslayer's Edge, it was quite challenging to find anyone of equal realm with a higher mental acuity than his own. While this skill lacked lethality, if applied judiciously, it could yield unexpectedly advantageous outcomes. After utilizing the advanced skill scroll, Chuan resumed the task of tidying his disheveled home, by the time nightfall descended. The once chaotic abode had transformed into a pristine and orderly space, albeit somewhat vacant, devoid of furniture. After preparing a quick meal of instant noodles to satiate his hunger, he tucked the dragon-slaying knife into his coat and descended the stairs, opting not to take the staircase or the elevator. With a leap from the balcony, Chuan landed gracefully, disappearing into the cloak of night. Dressed in a voluminous trench coat, his face obscured by a hat and mask. He made his way back to the affluent district where Lu Xing resided. Having already visited by day, Chuan navigated the area with ease, slipping past the guards unnoticed. Upon reaching Lu Xing's doorstep, he knocked on the door. "Hurry and open the door. It must be your cousin." From within, Lu Xing's voice resonated, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Lu Jinglong quickly opened the door, only to find a razor-sharp butcher's knife poised against his throat. Feeling the chill of the blade, Lu Jinglong's muscles tightened in fear, the Adam's apple bobbing nervously in his throat. Just as he attempted to plead for mercy, Chuan swiftly ended his life in an instant. Lu Jinglong collapsed to the ground, akin to a pig in a slaughterhouse, unable to emit even a single scream, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was a rare-level combat profession with a bright future ahead. How could he meet his demise in such a manner? Chuan calmly closed the door and stepped inside. "Cousin, you finally arrived. Please? Have some tea." Lu Xing emerged, holding a cup of hot tea, only to be met with the sight of a figure completely shrouded in darkness, wielding a bloodied butcher's knife. "Who are you?" Lu Xing immediately grew wary, recognizing the ominous intent in the stranger's presence. His peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Jinglong's lifeless body at the entrance, sending him into a state of utter despair. "Jinglong, my son." Lu Xing's eyes filled with rage. "I will kill you." Rock armor, granite armor enveloped Lu Xing, bestowing him with extraordinary defensive capabilities. Yet, what awaited him was Chuan, launching forward with an executioner's strike after activating Shadowy Phantasm. In a mere heartbeat, a fine line of crimson appeared at Lu Xing's neck, the formidable granite armor yielding to Chuan's butcher's knife as if it were naught but tofu. The moment Chuan activated Shadowy Phantasm, Lu Xing recognized him, as he felt his life force ebbing away. He clutched his neck, his gaze fixated on Chuan. How could it be? They had fought fiercely just that afternoon. Why was he now unable to withstand even a single blow from Chuan? Lu Xing staggered backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. "What on earth are you two up to? What's all this commotion?" A wealthy woman, adorned with a facial mask, emerged from the inner chamber. Upon witnessing the two lifeless bodies in the living room, she gasped in horror, about to scream, but Chuan swiftly silenced her with a strike, ensuring the family remained orderly in their demise. "It's done." Chuan nodded in satisfaction. A pig that attacks must not be spared, for it is better to eliminate the threat early. After resolving the nuisance that was Lu Xing, Chuan set the place ablaze, flames leaping high into the sky, their brilliance illuminating the night in an extraordinary display. In an instant, the surrounding populace was roused by the inferno. With his task completed, he prepared to leave, blending into the night. But just then, a bolt of lightning struck towards him. Chapter 34. The investigator arrives. This strike was exceedingly fearsome, clearly beyond Chuan's capacity to withstand. Enchantment strike? Chuan left behind an illusion, identical to himself, while the real Chuan slipped behind it. The violent thunder cracked against the illusion before him, creating a massive crater in the ground. Had he taken the brunt of the blow, Chuan surmised he would have likely been gravely injured. Realizing that his opponent was beyond his capabilities, he turned and fled without hesitation, disappearing into the darkness in a flurry of movement. "Don't run." Blue arcs of lightning danced between Lei Gang's fingers as he pursued, yet he soon lost track of Chuan's figure. Lei Gang furrowed his brow in confusion. For some reason, Chuan's silhouette had struck him as eerily familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. Moments later, the fire at Lu Xing's residence was extinguished, and 3 charred corpses were removed from the scene. Lei Gang's eyelids twitched slightly, though he held little affection for Lu Xing. Witnessing the annihilation of Lu Xing's family stirred a fire of anger within him. "Investigate. I want to know who has the audacity to do this," Lei Gang commanded. Meanwhile, Chuan, having narrowly escaped, exhaled a sigh of relief. He recognized Lei Gang as the master-level second-tier powerhouse who had previously intercepted him in Jiang Shiyan. Fortunately, Lei Gang's mental acuity was lacking, allowing Chuan's enchantment strike to successfully deceive him. Otherwise, escaping would have been far more difficult. Once ensnared by a master-level second-tier opponent, Chuan stood little chance. As they were separated by an entire realm, how could Lei Gang be present there? Could he truly be the cousin Lu Xing mentioned? Chuan pondered, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Did that mean he was somehow entangled with Lu Xing's family? Disposing of his garments, Chuan donned a pair of shorts and returned home via the balcony. A single fire was sufficient to cleanse many remnants. If Lei Gang sought to trace the matter back to him, it would not be an easy task. After all, who would believe that a mere butcher could silently eradicate a 6th-tier master-level individual? In the days that followed, Chuan maintained a low profile. His daily routine consisted of a simple back and forth between the slaughterhouse and home, awakening to slay pigs and retiring to rest once he had done enough. Though the pace of his realm advancement was slow while butchering ordinary hogs, it did not hinder his enhancement of the pig clan's additional damage and his own attributes. However, after 5 days, Chuan found himself confronted. Yet, it was not the Lei Shi alliance that sought him out, but rather investigators. As he opened the door, an apple in hand, he was met by 2 investigators standing at his doorstep, one male and one female, both exuding a palpable aura of strength. Chuan's gaze sharpened slightly. The investigators were a specialized organization of the Human Federation responsible for maintaining law and order, and their visit indicated that Lu Xing's case had cast suspicion upon him. Mr. Chuan, greetings. We have a few questions to ask you. May we come in? A tall female investigator spoke in a low voice, presenting her credentials. Certainly, Chuan replied, ushering the 2 investigators inside. Please have a seat. The 2 investigators fell into a brief silence. For Chuan's home lacked even a simple stool. The living room was stark and devoid of any furniture. "Thank you. We can stand," the female investigator, Huang Mei Lin, said as she produced a notebook and pen. Prior to their arrival, she had thoroughly examined all of Chuan's records. Chuan, standing at 1.78 meters tall and weighing 72 kilograms, possessed the following attributes: Strength 5, Agility 3, Mentality 2, a livelihood profession, and a master pig butcher. Both of his parents, Yi Yuan and Wu Jingzhu, were also in livelihood professions, the former being a senior pig butcher and the latter a mid-level chef. Before his demise, Lu Xing had visited Chuan's home, where a conflict had arisen between them. Chuan had also recorded 2 outings from the city, each time returning with valuable spoils. After his second excursion, for reasons unknown, he had stormed into Lu Xing's home, engaging in a fierce brawl with him in plain sight. A mere pig butcher had managed to pummel a combat professional of the 6th tier into a state of disarray. More alarmingly, Chuan was known to be mentally unstable. Huang Mei Lin had reviewed Chuan's medical history and discovered that nerve compression in his cervical spine caused him to experience visual hallucinations. Along with a severely impaired mental state, it was evident that Chuan's records were riddled with highly suspicious anomalies. A mentally ill pig butcher, after 2 outings, had assaulted a combat professional of the 6th tier. Such an occurrence was as bewildering as a eunuch visiting a brothel twice, only to become the object of affection for the establishment's leading courtesan. Chuan, there's no need for you to be anxious. I will ask, and you will respond, understood? Huang Mei Lin said patiently. Upon seeing Chuan nod, she began her inquiry. 5 nights ago, where were you? At home, Chuan replied. Is there anyone who can corroborate that? Huang Meilin pressed. No, Yi Chuan answered truthfully. So, there is no one to confirm your presence at home 5 nights ago. What are you doing? Huang Meilin seized upon this crucial lead, implying that Yi Chuan had the opportunity to kill Lu Xing. I was looking for my parents. They've disappeared. Can you help me find them? Yi Chuan raised his head, gazing at Huang Meilin with an expression of innocence, his moist eyes reminiscent of an unadopted puppy by the roadside. Huang Meilin felt a twinge of discomfort under Yi Chuan's unwavering gaze and swiftly redirected the conversation. So your parents didn't inform you of their whereabouts before mysteriously vanishing? She inquired. Yes. After I returned from the city, I couldn't find them, Yi Chuan responded. Huang Meilin's eyes revealed a contemplative glint. Could the disappearance of Yi Chuan's parents be linked to the death of Lu Xing's family? She felt she was on the verge of uncovering the truth. If Lu Xing was indeed the culprit behind Yi Chuan's parents' disappearance, then Yi Chuan would have a clear motive for murdering Lu Xing's family. Motive and opportunity were now both present. Yet, there remained one question. The records indicated that Yi Chuan was a livelihood profession, and how could a livelihood professional quietly kill a combat expert of the 6th tier? This was clearly illogical. Moreover, the afternoon before Lu Xing's death, Yi Chuan had beaten Lu Xing, which further complicated matters. Observing Yi Chuan munching on an apple, Huang Meilin seized the moment to ask, Yi Chuan, can you tell me what you did during your 2 outings from the city? I went to butcher pigs, Yi Chuan replied honestly. Are there pigs for you to butcher outside the city? Yes. But the pigs outside are particularly formidable. There are many that I cannot defeat, Yi Chuan explained. Many pigs? You can't defeat them? Huang Meilin narrowed her eyes, pressing further. What else can you do apart from butchering pigs? Pfft. Yi Chuan tilted his head back, sending a piece of apple flying. The apple, coated in saliva, landed squarely on Huang Meilin's head. Her expression darkened, but considering Yi Chuan's mental condition, she ultimately refrained from losing her temper. Yi Chuan, do you know Lu Xing? Huang Meilin inquired, maintaining her composure. Yes, he's a bad person. His son bullied me, and then he came looking for me, claiming I stole his son's things. He even demanded compensation from my family. Yi Chuan clenched his teeth, nervously rubbing the hem of his shirt, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Huang Meilin narrowed her eyes at this sight and bluntly asked, So, did you kill Lu Xing? Upon hearing this, both Huang Meilin and the other investigator tensed, prepared for a potential confrontation. If Yi Chuan was indeed the murderer of Lu Xing, it would imply that he possessed combat abilities exceeding the 6th tier. No, I can't kill 2-legged pigs. Only 4-legged pigs can be slaughtered, Yi Chuan replied, tilting his head with an eerie smile. You two are just 2-legged pigs. A chill ran down the spines of Huang Meilin and the other investigator, as if they were being stalked by a natural predator, evoking a primal sense of fear. All right, I understand. You need not worry about your parents. We will dispatch personnel to investigate their whereabouts, Huang Meilin said, closing her notebook. Her instincts urged her to leave this place immediately. After departing from Yi Chuan's home, the other investigator could not contain himself and asked Huang Meilin, why not apprehend him? Yi Chuan is highly suspicious. We currently lack substantial evidence, and based on his earlier behavior, he clearly suffers from severe mental illness. Even if we were to take him in for questioning, we would likely yield no useful information, Huang Meilin replied, glancing at the other investigator. Moreover, consider this. Even if he were to confess, the testimony of a mentally ill individual lacking capacity and responsibility cannot serve as valid evidence. The other investigator fell silent, recognizing the validity of Huang Meilin's reasoning. Given Yi Chuan's current state, even a direct admission of guilt would be rendered ineffective without tangible evidence. A thoughtful expression crossed Huang Meilin's beautiful eyes. To uncover the truth, we must investigate the whereabouts of Yi Chuan's parents. I have a hunch that finding them will lead us to the answer. Agreed. Let us begin by tracing the direction of Yi Chuan's parents. The other investigator nodded in agreement. After Huang Meilin and her colleague left, Yi Chuan emerged slowly from the dim corridor. The plan had unfolded remarkably smoothly, justifying the risks he had taken to eliminate Lu Xing's family. Aside from the unexpected appearance of Lei Gang, there had been no significant complications. The 9 major districts of the Human Federation were all monitored by investigators, making it a fitting choice to enlist their help in locating Yi Qiyuan and Wu Jingzhu. Otherwise, relying solely on his own efforts, Even if his strength increased in the future, finding his parents amidst a vast sea of people would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Next, I must deal with the Leisure Alliance. A glimmer of gravity crossed Chuan's eyes. The arrival of investigators indicated that those from the Leisure Alliance would soon catch wind of him as well. I cannot linger here any longer. Chuan glanced back at his home with a tinge of reluctance. The members of the Leisure Alliance would not be as courteous as the investigators. After hastily gathering his belongings, Chuan stepped out of his home. Before him lay a singular path, to seek refuge with the Jotian Alliance. Of course, he could leave Qingqing, but with Huang Meilin having just questioned him, fleeing immediately would imply guilt. So, allow Huang Meilin to pursue leads regarding his parents without suspicion. Chuan resolved to remain in Qingcheng. He first visited Master Tai Xian's residence, seeking him once more. Is it you? Master Tai Xian recognized Chuan at once. Having forged spirit weapons for a lifetime, he had never seen anyone use a spirit weapon for butchering pigs, making a deep impression on him. What brings you here? Is there a problem with the knife I forged for you? No. Young man, I have come to humbly request your assistance, Master Tai Xian, Chuan replied politely. Oh, what do you wish for my assistance with? Surely you don't intend to forge another pig butcher's knife. Master Tai Xian raised an eyebrow, picking up a nearby pipe to smoke. No, master, you'll understand shortly. Chuan produced the magic crystal. A magic crystal from a master-tier demon. How did you manage to acquire such a fine item? Master Tai Xian's eyes widened. Taking a closer look at Chuan, the aura emanating from this young man was clearly that of a second-tier combatant. Wait, a second-tier combatant? Master Tai Xian choked on the smoke, coughing uncontrollably. He distinctly recalled that when Chuan last visited to have a knife forged, he was merely an 8th-tier apprentice. Had this young man skyrocketed in strength? Master Tai Xian scrutinized Chuan more deeply. This lad was likely far from ordinary. Are you looking to use this magic crystal to enchant your pig butcher's knife? Master Tai Xian inquired. Indeed, Chuan nodded. Master Tianxin stepped forward, taking the magic crystal from Chuan's hands to scrutinize it meticulously. The magic crystal of a succubus, judging by the energy fluctuations, likely belonged to one at the 4th to 6th tier of master rank during its lifetime. The effects produced by this type of magic crystal's enchantment have a rather limited enhancement on lethality, but they can certainly render your attacks more diverse. In my experience, it is highly probable that it will render your blade elusive and unpredictable. Are you certain you wish to enchant your cleaver with this? Master Tianxin's expression was somewhat peculiar, questioning the need for such extravagance in the slaughter of a pig. Absolutely, Chuan replied. Very well, the processing fee is 3 million. Master Tianxin stated his price. Why? Chuan gasped, his face displaying a hint of disbelief. Master Tianxin, you must be jesting. 3 million could purchase a superior yellow-grade spiritual weapon. What purpose would I have to deceive you? This enchantment is not guaranteed to succeed, and should it fail, I would need to source another magic crystal to compensate you. 3 million is already the price after deducting the value of your crystal. Master Tianxin tapped his brass smoking pipe thoughtfully. All right, please proceed, Master Tianxin. Chuan gritted his teeth. Having ventured into the city twice, he had managed to save 350,000. He did not anticipate that one enchantment would cost him 300 million. Rest assured, if it succeeds on the first attempt, I shall refund you 1 million. Now, present your cleaver. Master Tianxin offered Chuan a favor, recognizing the benefit of befriending such a promising young talent. Thank you, Master Tianxin. Chuan handed over the cleaver. Upon receiving it, Master Tianxin grasped the magic crystal with his other hand, summoning an astonishing flame from his palm. The magic crystal slowly melted in his grasp, transforming into a vibrant pool of colorful black liquid. Guided by Master Tianxin, the liquid enveloped the cleaver, gradually forming a mesmerizing pattern upon its blade. The design was irresistibly enchanting, depicting a pink heart with black wings sprouting from either side. Just a glance at this pattern caused Chuan's expression to shift dramatically. My heavens, is that not an obscene mark? Chapter 36. The enigmatic artisan Chuan could hardly contain himself. While he had indeed used a succubus's magic crystal to enchant the cleaver, there was no need to brand it with such a lewd emblem. Imagining that scene, Chuan felt his defenses crumbling. He suddenly found himself wishing for Master Tiexin's enchantment to fail. Yet, the more he feared it, the more it came to pass. Under Master Tiexin's masterful forging skills, the obscene mark became increasingly radiant, ultimately merging completely with the cleaver. The enchantment was successful. It appears you are quite fortunate, young friend Chuan. Master Tiexin wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes gleaming with delight. Chuan remained silent. What troubles you? Young friend Chuan, you seem rather unamused, Master Tiexin inquired, puzzled. Oh, I'm just overjoyed. Chuan managed to force a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Master Tiexin, assuming Chuan was dissatisfied with the price, began to explain, young friend Chuan, do not let the swiftness of the enchantment process mislead you into thinking it is overpriced. The value lies primarily in the technique, much like the art of lockpicking. After all, here in Qingxing, you won't find a more proficient enchanter than myself. Master Tiexin, I harbor no grievances regarding the cost. I simply recalled a rather disheartening matter. My wife is remarrying. Chuan fabricated a response. I did not expect young friend Chuan to have experienced such depth at a young age. Truly, one who has weathered 1,000 sails returns as a youth. Master Tiexin mused nostalgically. Master Tiexin, what is the enchantment's effect? Chuan inquired. Having a lewd mark inscribed on the blade was one thing, but if the enchantment's effect were subpar, Chuan would truly be at his wit's end. Why not test it for yourself? Master Tiexin chuckled. Raising the enchanted cleaver to strike at Chuan dodged swiftly, yet he did not perceive any difference in the cleaver. It was not until Master Tiexin unleashed his ninth strike that the cleaver emitted an eerie pink glow. The pattern upon its blade seemingly imbued with life. The black wings fluttered, and the pink heart pulsated vigorously, radiating an irresistible allure. The scene before Chuan transformed. Before him stood not the burly, white-haired Master Tiexin, but a pair of enchanting legs, long, fair legs clad in white stockings, intertwined and exuding an intoxicating charm. The tops of the stockings peeked out from beneath a pair of ultra-short shorts adorned with a cartoon dog motif, while the upper body was similarly clad in a white camisole featuring the same motif, revealing fair skin and an enticing collarbone. And above that, there was a pig's head. That moment, the pig's head blushed, lightly biting its cherry lips, gazing at Chuan with a sultry expression. My heavens! Chuan jolted awake, and in that instant, everything before him reverted to normal. The pig-headed figure vanished. He hastily sidestepped to evade Master Tiexin's strike. Oh! Master Tiexin exclaimed, surprised that Chuan could awaken from the illusion so promptly. How was it? Are you satisfied with the enchantment's effect? He handed the enchanted cleaver back to Chuan. Chuan examined the cleaver and finally comprehended the enchantment's effect. Enchantment effect, enchantment, enchantment. After 9 consecutive strikes, a seductive illusion will randomly manifest. Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated the enchantment effect of Miridas's magic crystal to be so potent. He had personally experienced the intensity of that seductive illusion. Had it not been for the pig's head appearing at the last moment, he would have been hard-pressed to resist the urge to procure an old Beijing chicken roll. If, during battle, an enemy were to suddenly fall into such an illusion, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Chuan stroked his chin, realizing that this enchantment effect, combined with his deceptive techniques, aligned perfectly with his penchant for bewildering foes. Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed from a humble butcher into an enigmatic artisan. Thank you, Master Tiexin. Chuan readily handed over 2 million, accepting the lewd mark as a triviality, as long as the enchantment's effect was commendable. Being a pauper, he had no need for further concerns. After stowing away the enchanted cleaver, Chuan prepared to make his way to the Jotian alliance. However, halfway there, he was unexpectedly stopped. Chuan, I finally found you. I've been frantic. Zhao Ming, the principal of Qingxing High School, rushed breathlessly toward Chuan. Chuan instinctively stepped back, wary. What is it, principal? Young man Chuan, your alma mater has nurtured you for 3 years, now? When it is in distress, you must lend your assistance. Zhao Ming grasped Chuan's hand. I'm sorry, principal, but I'm rather busy. Chuan withdrew his hand. I'll pay more, Zhao Ming shouted. Principal, I suddenly have some free time. Chuan smiled, as money was precisely what he lacked. Seeing Chuan relent, Zhao Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as he could negotiate, he was merely anxious about Yi Chuan refusing to help. The situation is as follows. Are you familiar with the Dragon Breath Training Ground? Zhao Ming inquired. Yi Chuan nodded. The Dragon Breath Training Ground was one of Qingqing's iconic structures, located adjacent to the Qingqing Trading Center. It served as a venue for combat-oriented professions to hone their skills and accumulate battle experience. For those willing to pay, the Dragon Breath Training Ground would also provide opponents of comparable strength for practice. This year, the college entrance examination competition will be held at the Dragon Breath Training Ground. But you are aware that Lu Jinglong unfortunately passed away, leaving a vacancy for Qingqing High School. The principal hopes you can fill in and help our school secure first place. After listening to Zhao Ming's words, Yi Chuan was somewhat puzzled. Isn't Su Lingxian participating? This year, she is the only legendary combat profession from Qingqing. Who could possibly rival her? You are unaware, as you are not a combat profession. Zhao Ming smiled wryly. Su Lingxian will undoubtedly secure first place. But that would only be her individual victory. The college entrance examination competition tests the overall strength of the schools, hence the point system. First place earns 10 points, second place 9 points, and so forth, with the 10th place receiving only 1 point. Those who do not make the top 10 will not earn any points, with a total of 55 points available. In simpler terms, even if Su Lingxian claims first place, if no one else from Qingqing High School enters the top 10, our school will still be unable to claim victory. Yi Chuan nodded, comprehending Zhao Ming's implication. There are 4 high schools in Qingqing. And if Zhao Ming's hypothetical scenario were to unfold, with Su Lingxian securing first place while no other student from Qingqing High School made it into the top 10, Qingqing High School could potentially find itself at the bottom of the rankings. After all, if the 45 points were distributed among the other 3 schools, each would receive 15 points. But, are you certain that a life profession butcher like me can participate in the college entrance examination competition? It seems that no precedent exists for such a thing in the entire human federation, Yi Chuan remarked, his expression somewhat incredulous. Zhao Ming, upon hearing this, looked seriously at Yi Chuan and stated, "Is that what you should be concerned about? Yi Chuan, let me tell you, you are different from others. Do not waste your time on butchering." Chapter 37. Yi Chuan's reward. The absence of precedents for life professions participating in the college entrance examination competition arises from the fact that no school would undertake such an abstract endeavor. To pit professions of the lifestyle category against those of the combat category is akin to setting Bin Boerba against Tang Sang and his disciples. Even if the lifestyle professions possess the same level of prowess, they would merely be toyed with by their combat counterparts. Deep down, Zhao Ming felt an acute sense of helplessness. Had there been any other students of merit at Qingqing High School besides Su Lingxian and Lu Jinglong this year, he would not have sought out Yi Chuan. The incident in the wilderness, where Yi Chuan effortlessly defeated Lu Jinglong with a single punch, indicated that Yi Chuan's combat capabilities were likely not inferior to Lu Jinglong's. Now, he could only treat this dead horse as a live one. All right, as long as the lifestyle professions can take the stage, I have no objections. Now, let us discuss the matter of remuneration, Yi Chuan said with a radiant smile. As long as you can secure a place in the top 10, remuneration can be arranged. What do you desire? Zhao Ming pressed on. I want a spiritual weapon with storage capabilities. Yi Chuan articulated his demand, as a weapon with spatial storage was the most coveted item he lacked at present. With such storage, the variety of beast materials he could bring back each time he ventured outside the city would significantly increase, and those materials translate to substantial wealth. Yi Chuan, you're asking for a bit much, aren't you? Zhao Ming remarked, his expression pained. A spiritual weapon with storage capabilities was something not a single blacksmith in all of Qingqing could forge. Each one held considerable value, and Zhao Ming himself had yet to possess such a prized item. Then seek someone else. Yi Chuan shook his head. As he had no shortage of other items, as he could easily procure them by hunting pigs outside the city. Wait, don't. Zhao Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. Here's the deal. If you can place in the top 3, I'll secure you a spiritual weapon with storage capabilities. If you make it into the top 10, but not the top 3, I'll grant you a bonus of 500,000. How does that sound? As long as Yi Chuan could break into the top 10, coupled with Su Lingxuan's assured first place, the championship for Qingqing High School would be virtually guaranteed. As for the top 3, it wasn't that Zhao Ming underestimated Yi Chuan. Rather, such a feat was undeniably challenging. Anyone who could reach the semifinals in the college entrance examination competition was no ordinary contender. A lifestyle profession relying on an early advantage in level might manage to scrape into the top 10. But aiming for the top 3, that was akin to dreaming. Deal. Yi Chuan beamed, fully aware of Zhao Ming's ulterior motives, yet chose not to expose them. The top 3, indeed. He recalled that the first prize in the Qingqing College entrance examination competition came with a bundle of rare skill scrolls. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my alma mater for your timely assistance, Zhao Ming said, gripping Yi Chuan's hand with excitement. Obtaining 500,000 to settle the matter was undoubtedly a lucrative deal for him. Both wore smiles, convinced they had struck a favorable bargain. In 10 days, the college entrance examination competition will commence. Just come to the school for assembly then. During these 10 days, remember to hunt more pigs and ensure you elevate your strength to the first stage of the ascendant realm before the competition begins. Understood? Zhao Ming instructed. Understood, Principal, Yi Chuan replied, his expression somewhat bemused. To reach the first stage of the ascendant realm, but he was already at the second stage. After bidding Zhao Ming farewell, Yi Chuan made his way directly to the Nine Heavens Alliance. Along the way, he sensed someone tailing him until he reached the entrance of the Nine Heavens Alliance, at which point the feeling of being surveilled dissipated. Undoubtedly, those lurking in the shadows were members of the Thunder Lion Alliance. Quite prompt, Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes. A glint of danger flashing beneath. The Nine Heavens Alliance was located in the heart of Qingqing, within a towering building entirely owned by them. Hello, I would appreciate it if you could announce my arrival. My name is Yi Chuan, and I am here to see Jiang Shiyan, he stated respectfully to the guard at the entrance. You are young Master Yi Chuan. Miss Jiang instructed that you need not announce your arrival at the Nine Heavens Alliance. I shall escort you in, the guard replied. A smile spreading across his face upon hearing Yi Chuan's name, and he led him inside. He brought Yi Chuan to her room and gently knocked on the door. Miss Jiang, young Master Yi Chuan has arrived. Oh, please let him in. The guard opened the door, revealing Jiang Shiyan clad in a long gown, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin, exuding elegance and grace. Yi Chuan, have you come to a decision? Jiang Shiyan asked, her face brightening with evident delight upon his arrival. Not exactly. Primarily, I was left with no other options. If I had not come to the Nine Heavens Alliance, I fear I would soon meet a grim fate on the streets, Yi Chuan replied with a wry smile. Left with no options? Jiang Shiyan narrowed her eyes. Is it the Thunder Lion Alliance? Yi Chuan nodded. I apologize. We are to blame for your troubles, Jiang Shiyan said with a hint of embarrassment. Rest assured, the Nine Heavens Alliance will not treat you poorly. Should your strength grow formidable in the future and you wish to depart, I shall not obstruct your path. Then I am truly grateful to you, Miss Jiang, for sheltering this homeless individual, Yi Chuan said with a smile. Did I not mention to simply call me Shiyan last time? Jiang Shiyan shot him a playful glare. Your timing is impeccable. We have just procured a significant quantity of the waters from the underworld magic pool, which greatly benefits the physical bodies of those who have transitioned. Allow me to take you there. The waters from the underworld magic pool? Yi Chuan paused momentarily, then asked with a peculiar expression, purchased from the Qingqing trading post? How did you know? Your information network is impressive, Jiang Shiyan inquired, puzzled. Nothing much. You go ahead and bathe. I shall sit this one out, Yi Chuan declined repeatedly, well aware that the waters from the underworld magic pool at the Qingqing trading post were those he had previously sold after using them himself. You truly are an unusual person. You won't even bathe in the waters from the underworld magic pool? Then let me show you around the Nine Heavens Alliance, Jiang Shiyan said as she led Yi Chuan out, beginning their tour of the Alliance. The interior of the Nine Heavens Alliance was replete with amenities, resembling a miniature city. The first floor served as the reception hall, the second floor housed the cafeteria, while the third floor resonated with powerful energy fluctuations. The third floor is the skill practice area. As you might already know, aside from the innate skills that come with one's profession, all other skills require continuous practice to enhance proficiency and mastery, Jiang Shiyan explained patiently, much like a tour guide. The fourth floor is the combat area. If you wish to gain combat experience, you may venture to the fourth floor, where formidable practitioners will be present to offer guidance. As for the fifth floor, you must not go there, Jiang Shiyan said, pursing her lips, her earlobes slightly flushed. Initially, Chuan was unaware of the reason, until they passed by the 5th floor, where peculiar sounds emerged from within. "Brother Tong, did you not say we were classmates? Why have you begun to learn from me?" Chuan's expression turned bemused. It seemed the 5th floor of the Nine Heavens Alliance served as an entertainment and relaxation area. Chapter 38. Skill Practice Area. Zhang Shurian quickly pulled Chuan away from the 5th floor, effectively blocking out the indecent sounds. Members of the Nine Heavens Alliance often ventured outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Living perilous lives. Thus, the 5th floor's recreational activities provided them with a much-needed outlet. "The spoils should not flow to outsiders," she remarked. "Above the 6th floor, all areas are residential. Which level do you prefer to reside on? Higher or lower?" Zhang Shurian inquired. "I'm fine with either, as long as I don't have to share with others," Chuan replied. "Then I'll arrange for you to stay on the 8th floor," Zhang Shurian said as she led him up to the 8th floor. After inputting a password on the door lock, a fingerprint scanner emerged on the door. "Please register your fingerprint." Chuan raised his hand to press it against the scanner, which flashed momentarily before emitting a green light. And with a click, the door swung open. "All right, you will be residing in room 803 from now on. Without your permission, no one else can enter," she stated. Chuan stepped inside. The room was spacious with a pleasant view, allowing him to see a significant portion of Qingqing from the balcony. "What must I do to officially join the Nine Heavens Alliance?" Chuan inquired. "Being at the Ascendant Realm, you are required to complete one task of 2 stars or above each month. This may be a team task or an individual one. Each task will provide contribution points, which can be exchanged for anything you desire within the Nine Heavens Alliance," Zhang Shurian explained as she counted off on her fingers. "For instance, spiritual weapons, skill scrolls, or one-on-one guidance from powerful practitioners can all be exchanged using contribution points. You may even opt to convert them into cash. 1 contribution point equals 1,000 yuan. "I understand," Chuan nodded. The Nine Heavens Alliance essentially functioned like a large corporation, albeit one staffed entirely by those who had transitioned. "The Thunder Lion Alliance is undoubtedly keeping a close watch on you, so refrain from accepting any tasks for the time being. I will ensure that 100 contribution points are added to your card. Take some time to remain low-key within the Nine Heavens Alliance and rest well," Zhang Shurian said with a warm smile before kindly closing the door behind Chuan. Lying on his bed, Chuan began contemplating his plans for the days ahead. With only 10 days remaining until the college entrance examination competition, he could not afford to venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts, lest he risk being ambushed by Lei Gang and his men. During these 10 days, his sole focus would be to enhance his proficiency in the techniques of Phantom Shadow and Illusory Strike within the Nine Heavens Alliance. As for the remaining matters, he would address them after the competition concluded, and he secured a spiritual weapon with storage capabilities from Zhao Ming. Once he had formulated his thoughts, Chuan rose to head to the skill practice area on the 3rd floor. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by Qianli Gong, who wore a broad smile as he stood at the entrance. "Chuan, my dear brother, you finally made it," Qianli Gong exclaimed as he embraced Chuan enthusiastically. "Here. This is your identity card. It will be necessary for task exchanges and contribution point transactions. If you lose it, you can replace it on the 1st floor." Qianli Gong handed a card-like object, reminiscent of a work ID, to Chuan and then, with a playful squint, remarked, "So, how about I take you up to the 5th floor, so you can experience the joys of adulthood? Don't worry, it's on me." "No thanks, Uncle Qian. I have extremely sensitive skin," Chuan repeatedly declined. "Alas, you child, so unappreciative of good intentions. In a few years, you'll realize how rare it is to have a friend willing to treat you to a foot bath." Qianli Gong shook his head, attributing Chuan's response to his youth and lack of understanding of the true essence of affection. "What are your plans next?" "I want to go to the 3rd floor to practice some skills. By the way, how many contribution points are needed to exchange for a bundle of skill scrolls at the Nine Heavens Alliance?" Chuan inquired. Since he was preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination, he needed to learn some skills with lower lethality. After all, he was accustomed to swiftly ending encounters with a single strike. 100 contribution points for a low-level skill scroll, 300 for a mid-level one. 1,000 for a high-level one, and rare-grade scrolls cannot be exchanged. Some special skills require an additional fee. Qianli Gong, clearly a seasoned veteran of the Nine Heavens Alliance, promptly quoted the prices. Chuan awkwardly touched his nose. He only had 100 contribution points, which would be entirely consumed for a low-level skill scroll. What? You need skill scrolls? Just tell me, what type of skill scroll are you looking for? Qianli Gong pressed further. I want a skill scroll for blade techniques or close combat, Chuan replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qianli Gong asked, what level? Do you have any requirements? None. Chuan shook his head. All right. You wait for me on the 3rd floor. I'll bring it to you shortly. Consider it on me. Qianli Gong patted his chest. Thank you, Uncle Qian, Chuan said. No need for thanks. If you say thank you again, I might get angry. Qianli Gong feigned anger, pretending to kick Chuan. Chuan made his way to the skill practice area on the 3rd floor and inquired at the front desk, Hello, could you please tell me where the agility skill practice area is? Hello. The agility skill practice area is located in Zone C. 1 contribution point allows for 24 hours of usage, the front desk attendant replied with a smile. I'll take a day then. Chuan handed over his identity card. And with a beep, his contribution points were reduced to 99. He proceeded to Zone C and casually entered a room. The space was not large, around 50 square meters, with a screen at the front that allowed for the adjustment of evasion difficulty. Chuan cautiously selected the lowest level. Suddenly, a magic array lit up in front of and behind him, and 2 blades of wind rushed toward him. Utilizing his impressive agility attribute, Chuan effortlessly evaded them. Noticing that the lowest difficulty was surprisingly simple, he unhesitatingly began to increase the challenge. As the difficulty escalated, the number of wind blades also increased. Yet this was still far from Chuan's limit. He boldly set the practice difficulty to the highest. Hellish level. The screen momentarily lagged, and then magic arrays illuminated all around him, front, back, left, right, as well as the ceiling and floor. Sensing the impending danger, Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. Oh my! As expected, the next moment, countless wind blades descended upon him from every direction. The 50-square-meter room was instantly filled with wind blades. Even though Chuan activated his shadow of the underworld to its utmost, leaving behind a series of afterimages, he could not entirely avoid the slicing winds, which left several gashes on his body. Yet, rather than fear, excitement flickered in Chuan's eyes. Under such daunting pressure, he could distinctly feel his proficiency with the skill improving. At this rate, in just a few days, he would master the shadow of the underworld to perfection. The whistling sound of the densely packed wind blades emanating from Chuan's room left those practicing agility skills in Zone C dumbfounded. Such a commotion could only signify the activation of the hellish level of practice difficulty. Within the entire 9 Heavens Alliance, few could endure such a challenge. Which big shot is practicing in there? Is it Emoqing or Huang Xinyang? Only those 2 master-level assassins could handle hellish-level practice difficulty, right? I don't know, but it must be someone extremely adept at speed. That's true. At the hellish level, wind blades fly from all directions. If one is not careful, they could be sliced to ribbons. Let's just wait and see, right? At hellish level, the person inside surely won't last long. Chapter 39. Mastery of the Blade Fist. The crowd nodded in agreement. Even Emoqing and Huang Xinyang, the 2 fastest members of the 9 Heavens Alliance, could only endure for an hour or 2 at the hellish level. After all, such intense training demands a high level of mental concentration to dodge the wind blades, which is a severe test not only for agility but also for mental fortitude. Prolonged mental strain, without sufficient mental attributes, would lead to quick fatigue. The onlookers expected to see the person emerge shortly, yet they found themselves waiting for 3 hours. What the heck, dude? What's going on? It's been 3 hours. Is that person dead in there? How could a normal person survive 3 hours at hellish difficulty? Let's get someone to check. We can't let this turn into a tragedy. Concern rippled through the crowd. Just then, the room door opened, and Chuan slowly stepped out, his body marked with numerous blood streaks from the wind blades, and his clothes drenched in sweat. Upon seeing a crowd gathered at the entrance, Chuan was startled. What are you guys up to? Chuan asked warily. Regretting not bringing a cleaver, the members of the 9 Heavens Alliance looked at Chuan as if he were a monster. This guy had been in hellish difficulty for 3 hours and emerged with only superficial injuries? Some couldn't help but check the room Chuan had occupied, curious if the magic array had malfunctioned. Hey, 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 clear the way. What else with the crowd? Got nothing better to do. It's just 3 hours at hellish difficulty. What is so strange about that? Qian Ligong's boisterous voice broke through the throng. What a rare sight indeed. Qian Ligong grumbled to himself. Compared to what he had witnessed outside the city with Yi Chuan, this was nothing. If they had seen the moment Yi Chuan beheaded a master-level succubus due to underestimating him, that would have been truly shocking. Little brother Yi, I've brought you the skill scrolls you wanted. Qian Ligong handed 2 bundles of skill scrolls to Yi Chuan. Both were mid-level. One for close combat and the other for blade techniques. Thanks, Yi Chuan began. But upon uttering the first thanks, Qian Ligong immediately glared at him, causing Yi Chuan to swallow the second thank you. Now that's the spirit. I told you, no need for thanks between friends, unless you no longer consider me a friend. Qian Ligong laughed heartily. All right, you must be eager to practice your new skills. I won't disturb you any longer. If you want someone to spar with after learning, feel free to look for me. I'm off. Watching Qian Ligong's departing figure, Yi Chuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Qian Ligong was indeed an interesting character. He glanced down at the 2 bundles of skill scrolls and immediately used them. Acquired mid-level blade technique, Breaking Cloud Slash. Breaking Cloud Slash. Minor mastery increases attack power by 50. Executing strikes with the force of breaking through clouds, swift and fierce. When applied properly, it can instantly defeat an enemy. Acquired mid-level close combat skill, Shattering Stone Fist. Shattering Stone Fist. Minor mastery gathers all surrounding power into the fist within 3 seconds. Delivering a strike that can shatter stone and collapse mountains. Yi Chuan's eyes sparkled with delight. These 2 bundles of skill scrolls were undoubtedly the types he needed most at present. With the Shattering Stone Fist, even without a cleaver, he could utilize his exaggerated 3-dimensional attributes to unleash formidable combat power. Moreover, the Breaking Cloud Slash, combined with the will of the Soul Reaper, would undoubtedly elevate his already terrifying blade techniques to new heights. Yi Chuan promptly approached the front desk and rented 2 more practice rooms, one for practicing blade techniques and the other for fist techniques. Over the next 10 days, aside from eating and sleeping, Yi Chuan spent nearly all his time on the 3rd floor, fervently practicing the Breaking Cloud Slash, Shattering Stone Fist, and Shadow of the Underworld skills. The illusory strike was a high-level skill, and mastering it was no easy feat. So he devoted all his energy to these 3 mid-level skills. His relentless training style sent ripples of shock through the 9 Heavens Alliance. Even Qian Ligong and Jiang Shiyan made special trips to check on Yi Chuan. Fearing he might overexert himself, Yi Chuan smiled but offered no explanations. The enemies he would face in the future could be far more terrifying than he imagined. He had to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. On a moonlit night, 10 days later, with stars twinkling brightly and silver moonlight enveloping the 9 Heavens Alliance building, within a skill practice room on the 3rd floor, 6 magic arrays shimmered continuously. And a torrent of wind blades filled the room. At that moment, there were actually a dozen people inside, and the wind blades slashing against them passed through without inflicting any harm. Moments later, the arrays gradually dimmed, and the dozen individuals vanished, leaving only Yi Chuan standing alone. Phew! The shadow of the underworld has reached perfection. Yi Chuan's eyes, filled with bloodshot excitement, gleamed with joy in the span of these 10 days. Through his relentless practice, Yi Chuan has mastered the techniques of Breaking Cloud Slash and Shattering Stone Punch to an extraordinary level. The Shadow of the Nether, too, has been refined to its utmost perfection. Breaking Cloud Slash, mastery increases attack power by 80. The blade strikes with the force of breaking clouds, swift and fierce, capable of instantaneously vanquishing foes when wielded with precision. Shattering Stone Punch, mastery concentrates all bodily strength onto the fist within 2 seconds, unleashing a strike that can shatter stones and topple mountains. Shadow of the Nether, perfection upon activation, enhances agility by 70 for 3 minutes. During rapid movement, a series of afterimages are left behind to confound opponents. Although Yi Chuan's realm and dimensional attributes remain unchanged since he joined the Jotian Alliance 10 days ago, still at the 2nd level entry realm, the combat prowess he can now unleash is undeniably worlds apart. Yi Chuan is now more than capable of easily defeating his former self from 10 days prior. With some time left before heading to school, further practice may not yield breakthroughs. Perhaps I should seek someone for a real battle? Yi Chuan pondered. Realizing that his 10 days had been solely devoted to skill practice, A spar with a skilled opponent would undoubtedly deepen his understanding of his abilities. With this thought in mind, he sought out Qian Ligong on the 9th floor for a friendly bout, where Qian, despite being awake, was eager to spar on the 4th floor. Chapter 40. The bright moon and the firefly. The first rays of dawn tore through the black veil of night, bathing the entire Qing city in a golden hue. Chuan packed his belongings and stepped out of the Zhoutian Alliance's gates. I'm off. Today marks the day of the crucial college entrance examination, and Chuan is still preoccupied with Zhao Ming's storage spirit weapon. Zhang Shiyan and Qian Ligong, who sported a panda-like swollen eye, were at the entrance to bid him farewell. Qian uncle, what happened to your eye? Zhang Shiyan inquired curiously, gazing at Qian Ligong. Don't mention it. This kid is a monster. He gave me this black eye. Qian Ligong grumbled irritably. He had been sound asleep when Chuan abruptly roused him from his slumber. Still bleary-eyed, Qian Ligong made his way to the 4th floor battle area, initially thinking that sparring with Chuan, a second-level entry realm, against him, a master realm, would be akin to self-torture. However, the moment they engaged, he realized his grave error. Chuan's movements were extraordinarily elusive, each shift leaving afterimages in his wake. Moreover, when Qian Ligong attempted to counter, he found another phantom of Chuan appearing before him. This left Qian Ligong perplexed, unable to discern the true Chuan's position. No longer daring to underestimate him, Qian Ligong began to give his all. Seeing his seriousness, Chuan unsheathed his formidable blade, each strike sharp enough to command respect. Yet, after the 9th slash, Qian Ligong suddenly beheld the visage of his first love from 18 years ago, clad in a full set of QQ undergarments. Leaving him momentarily stunned, in the next instant, Chuan delivered a shattering stone punch squarely to his eye socket. This left Qian Ligong feeling utterly vexed. Although he had not summoned his spirit weapon and was only able to exert 60 to 70% of his strength, it was humiliating for a master realm to be bested by a second-level entry realm, resulting in a black eye. Zhang Shiyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Previously, when they had vanquished that succubus outside the city, it was due to Qian Ligong's assistance and the succubus' south weakness in close combat that allowed Chuan to launch a surprise attack. Yet this time, Chuan had genuinely injured a master realm practitioner in direct confrontation. Inflicting injury upon a master realm with a second-level entry realm was undeniably remarkable. Qian uncle, what do you think would happen if we took Chuan to that place? Zhang Shiyan suddenly mused. Qian Ligong frowned and cautioned, Miss Jiang, while I genuinely appreciate Chuan and acknowledge his strength, we must not act rashly. A single misstep could lead to a perilous abyss. I understand. Let us discuss it after we return from the burning sky valley. If he truly is suited for that place, I believe he will shine brilliantly there. Zhang Shiyan's smile was captivating, enchanting all who beheld it. Upon entering the school, Chuan encountered the teacher in charge of the records office. I remember you. You are the one from last time? The teacher exclaimed in terror, pointing a finger at Chuan. Without hesitation, Chuan knocked him unconscious once more and proceeded directly to the principal's office. Upon revealing his second-level entry realm prowess, Zhao Ming could barely contain his excitement. Even in a vocational field, a second-level entry realm would likely secure a spot in the top 10. Excellent, excellent. Chuan, you head downstairs to gather. We will set off to the Dragon Breath training ground in 20 minutes. Zhao Ming exclaimed, patting Chuan on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Chuan nodded and made his way to the gathering place below. For the college entrance examination, each school would send forth its 30 most outstanding students. The other 29 had already gathered, some meditating in silence, others whispering among themselves, while a few gazed with a hint of inferiority at the figure standing serenely in the center of the crowd. Cradling a long sword, the girl resembled a snow-capped mountain, pure and ethereal, untouched by the fires of the mundane world, free from the dust of existence. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she appeared even more radiant. Like a celestial being residing in the moon palace, a gentle breeze tousled her hair and skirt, revealing her fair legs, evoking a sense of unbidden imagination. After transitioning to the legendary combat profession of Snow Spirit Sword Immortal, Su Lingxuan's demeanor had grown markedly more frigid. Ordinary individuals would feel a profound sense of inadequacy simply standing before her. The arrival of Chuan drew the collective gaze of the crowd towards him. shock, confusion, bewilderment, disdain. Each expression was etched with complex emotions as they wondered why a mere butcher would appear in their midst. However, upon catching sight of Su Lingxian, who stood apart from the rest, they suddenly understood. Was Yi Chuan still trying to pursue Su Lingxian? Su Lingxuan's eyes, devoid of any emotion, swept over Yi Chuan without a hint of disturbance, and no matter what Yi Chuan did, he had long ceased to catch her interest. Aware that he was unwelcome, Yi Chuan chose not to provoke the crowd further and instead leaned against a wall, waiting for Zhao Ming to descend. Yet, while he sought to avoid trouble, the others were not inclined to let him be. Yi Chuan, how can you be so shameless as a grown man? Lingxian has told you several times that she doesn't like you. Why do you persist in your pursuit? Exactly. Last time you even chased her outside the city with another girl to provoke Lingxian. Now that that tactic has failed, are you trying something new? How disgusting. Lingxuan's only blemish is having you as her childhood friend. Why don't you hurry up and leave? You're just an eyesore here. Their faces were filled with outrage, as if they were about to declare, "You are not welcome here." Yi Chuan chose not to engage in dialogue with them. Instead, he showcased his psychiatric history, then stepped forward, fingers splayed, and delivered a powerful punch to a nearby pillar. The sturdy stone column was instantly dented, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards. This display of terrifying destructive power rendered the crowd speechless, their eyes wide with fear, and none dared utter another word. A madman was already terrifying. A madman with such formidable destructive capability was beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, the crowd was filled with bewilderment. How could a mere butcher unleash such devastating power? Wasn't a butcher supposed to be a mundane profession? Merely seeking attention, utterly clueless, Su Lingxian could not help but shake her head, disappointment filling her gaze as she looked at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, how have you become like this? How many more times must I tell you that showing off in front of me is pointless? No sooner had she spoken than several rays of sword light, faster than lightning, sliced through the stone pillar that Yi Chuan had just struck. The once solid column suddenly broke into 4 or 5 segments, the severed ends smooth as a mirror, perfectly even. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Their eyes filled with disbelief. For many, it was their first time witnessing Su Lingxian in action. The legendary combat profession was indeed terrifying. Su Lingxian had not even unsheathed her long sword, yet she could unleash such formidable sword light. They could hardly fathom the scene that would ensue should Su Lingxian draw her blade. Surely, all present would be no match for her alone. Despair shadowed the faces of the onlookers. If Su Lingxian were the bright moon in the sky, then they were but fireflies on the ground. Chapter 41. The Dragon Breath Trial Grounds, 4th Level Entry Realm. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. From the aura Su Lingxian emitted upon striking, he discerned her realm. Indeed, as expected of a legendary profession, although Su Lingxian was only at the 4th level entry realm, her displayed prowess far surpassed that of Lu Xing at the 6th level entry realm. Lu Xing would likely struggle to last even 10 exchanges against Su Lingxian. Noticing Yi Chuan's silence, Su Lingxian assumed he was intimidated by her strength and coldly inquired, "What are you still doing here?" Should Yi Chuan persist in his unwelcome advances, she would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. "Principal Zhao Ming sent for me. If you have any concerns, direct them to him. If he tells me to leave, I assure you I will depart immediately." Yi Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. "What does Principal Zhao Ming want with you?" Su Lingxuan's brows furrowed in curiosity. "I have no idea. Perhaps Principal Zhao Ming needs me to slaughter a pig for him," Yi Chuan replied. Disinterested in explaining further, and took a seat on the nearby steps, Su Lingxian gazed at Yi Chuan's departing figure, refraining from uttering another word. She was determined to uncover the trickery that Yi Chuan was up to. In no time, 20 minutes had swiftly passed. Zhao Ming, sporting an extravagant pompadour and clad in a tailored suit, descended the stairs. "All right, I will call the roll, and once everyone confirms their presence, we shall set off for the Longxi training grounds." Su Lingxian. Here. Wu Song. Present. Wen Jin. I'm here. Zhao Ming rapidly called out the names of the preceding 29 individuals. However, when he uttered the final name, astonishment swept over the crowd. Yi Chuan. Here, Yi Chuan stood up. Zhao Ming nodded and declared in a resonant voice, "Excellent. The 30 students present are the most outstanding representatives of this year's Qingqing High School. You will represent our school in this year's college entrance examination competition, and I hope you all unleash your full potential. Leave no regrets behind. If there are no further questions, let us depart. Just as Zhao Ming was about to lead the group, a voice suddenly interrupted. Principal, I have a question. Isn't each one a butcher? Are you really allowing a lifestyle profession like him to occupy a spot in the competition? A student stepped forward, prompting others to voice their agreement. Exactly. How did a lifestyle profession sneak in? What will others think of us? And what about Lu Jinglong? He is a rare class combat profession. Why isn't he here? How can Yi Chuan replace Lu Jinglong? This is absurd. These students were not well informed. Many were unaware that Lu Jinglong and his family had already departed. Zhao Ming, wearing a stern expression, was about to explain when Yi Chuan interjected, Principal, allow me to handle this. I will clarify to my classmates why you chose me. Zhao Ming nodded. Very well. Before Zhao Ming could finish his sentence, Yi Chuan surged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. He had long been displeased with these individuals. His physique had been fortified through the immersion in the abyssal demon pool, and combined with his exaggerated attributes, dealing with these students felt akin to confronting primary school children. A single Iron Mountain strike sent 4 or 5 of them flying. Subsequently, he delivered powerful punches, and those struck felt as though they had been hit by a truck. Some attempted to ambush Yi Chuan from behind, but he swiftly turned and delivered an elbow strike, rendering the assailant unconscious. In mere moments, a dozen bruised and battered students lay sprawled on the ground. Yi Chuan, stop! Zhao Ming exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that Yi Chuan's explanation would involve such a display of force. Rest assured, Principal, I didn't use excessive force. They only have superficial injuries. Now they will certainly no longer question my presence on the list. Yi Chuan sheepishly scratched his head, resembling a bashful neighbor boy. Zhao Ming's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the other students, who now regarded Yi Chuan with nothing but fear. Well then, let us proceed. Zhao Ming led the students onto the bus, which departed for the Longxi training grounds. As they began to disembark in an orderly fashion, Su Lingxian walked ahead, with Yi Chuan closely following. Once they had exited the vehicle, the others felt emboldened to do the same. Principal, I shall head in first, Su Lingxian stated. Very well, Zhao Ming nodded. Su Lingxian had already been granted admission to the Tianqiong Academy, and as such, those like her who had been pre-admitted were exempt from participating in the first round of the competition. As Zhao Ming guided the students into the venue, he explained the rules of the competition. The first round employed a Swiss format, where each participant drew lots at random. Accumulating 3 wins would allow progression, while 3 losses would result in elimination, with participants unable to draw against fellow students from their own school. The second round would transition to a knockout format, divided into winners and losers brackets. A single loss would push a participant into the losers bracket, and 2 losses would lead to outright elimination. Once in the losers bracket, the highest possible personal ranking would be second. While Zhao Ming elaborated, they entered the Longxi training grounds, where a considerable audience had already gathered, cheering excitedly. The college entrance examination competition had garnered significant attention, especially with the emergence of a legendary combat profession from Qingqing this year, which piqued even more interest. Many internet influencers had traveled from other cities to live-stream the event, and television reporters had claimed the prime positions early on. Zhao Ming first led them to the registration desk, then turned to pat Yi Chuan on the shoulder. Chuanzi, this time it all depends on you. About the storage spirit weapon, Yi Chuan inquired. Don't worry, as the principal of Qingqing High School, I wouldn't go back on my word. If you can secure a spot in the top 3, I will do whatever it takes to procure it for you. Now go register, Zhao Ming assured, thumping his chest. All right, thank you, Principal. Yi Chuan flashed a radiant smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, and proceeded to the registration desk. Name? The staff member, sitting upright, adjusted their glasses and looked at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan. School? Qingqing High School. Profession? Butcher. As the staff member began to write butcher on the registration form, they suddenly paused, realizing something was amiss. Wait, no, hold on. The staff member frowned, looking at Yi Chuan. Student, I advise against causing trouble. If this information is filled out incorrectly, it could ruin your life. The college entrance examination competition not only served to bring honor to the school, but also allowed students to showcase their abilities, thus providing an opportunity to catch the eye of prestigious institutions. For instance, Su Lingxian had been admitted to Tianqiong Academy, from which no weakling had ever emerged. I'm not causing trouble. I truly am a butcher, Yi Chuan replied helplessly. Why would a butcher participate in the college entrance examination competition? Are you looking for trouble? The staff member retorted, visibly irritated. What? Is there a rule that butchers cannot participate in the competition? Who made that rule? Yi Chuan countered. The staff member was taken aback, flipping through the regulations from start to finish. It appeared that there was no explicit prohibition against lifestyle professions participating. Yet, which lifestyle profession would dare to compete with combat professions? It seemed utterly absurd. Ultimately, after Yi Chuan's insistence, the staff member begrudgingly completed his registration. Setting aside his profession, Yi Chuan met all the academic requirements and was indeed a graduating high school student this year. More importantly, Yi Chuan threatened to file a complaint if he was not registered. Upon completing his registration, Yi Chuan successfully entered the main arena of the Longxi Training Grounds. At that moment, 60 large combat arenas were set up, evidently prepared for the first round. As all participants completed their registrations, a stern-looking middle-aged man ascended the stage and spoke in a deep voice. Please prepare yourselves, adjust your emotions and state. The first match of the first round is about to begin. Please give it your all and showcase your talents. The teachers from Tianqiong Academy, Jinwu Academy, and Taichu Academy are all watching you from the competition seats. If you are a piece of gold, then shine brightly and let the Academy's teachers see you. Only then will you have the chance to enter the highest institutions for further study. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned fervently toward the three formidable figures seated at the competition table. At the center was a teacher from Tianqiong Academy, a middle-aged beauty with a cold gaze that emanated an air of aloofness. Su Lingxian and another handsome young man stood behind her. Presumably students of Tianqiong Academy. The teacher from Jinwu Academy was tall and rugged, clad in golden battle armor, appearing to be under 40, with a pair of fierce eyes filled with intimidating energy. The representative from Taichu Academy was a seemingly young woman, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinguishable, yet her amber eyes sparkled like precious gems, captivating all who gazed upon her. Receiving an acceptance letter from any of these esteemed academies would be akin to a life-altering miracle. While Taichu Academy and Jinwu Academy may not rival Tianqiong Academy in the 5th Special District, they were still formidable forces not to be underestimated. The aura emanating from these three individuals was suffocating to Yi Chuan. Undoubtedly, these three were the most powerful individuals Yi Chuan had ever encountered. He found it impossible to discern their realms. Were they at the Master Realm? Or perhaps even at the higher King Realm? The presence of the three academy teachers ignited a fierce competitive spirit within many participants. With several eagerly itching to step forward and make their mark, the Longxi Training Grounds wasted no time. As the first round served merely as an appetizer, the main event would be the second round. Soon, the central large screen began to roll, and after a flurry of activity, the random draws were completed. Yi Chuan located his match information on the screen. Stage 15, Inkai High School's Lu Kai, Advanced Thunder Eagle Gunner, versus Qingqing High School's Yi Chuan, Divine Level Butcher. He rose and made his way to Stage 15. The previously quiet Longxi Training Grounds erupted into a frenzy. All attention shifted to Stage 15, disregarding the other 50-plus matches. No way, dude. What kind of joke is this? A butcher is actually stepping onto the stage. Am I seeing things? Did I consume too much venison and now I'm hallucinating? A butcher is about to fight. Is he out of his mind? Even if he is a master butcher, he remains a mere butcher. There are no pigs for him to slay in the arena. Are you out of your mind? How is this any different from a eunuch traveling across the seas to shoot romantic action films in a foreign land? The crowd buzzed with peculiar expressions adorning their faces. Even Qin Yin, a teacher from Jinwu Academy, could not help but comment, "Hey, after visiting so many cities for recruitment, this is the first time I've witnessed someone from the life skills department take the stage. What a sight to behold. What does this young man mean by this?" Lu Jingya, a teacher from Tianqiong Academy, lowered her gaze and remarked, "Perhaps it is simply a whimsical notion. After all, you men tend to indulge in such absurdities." She turned to Su Lingxian, who stood behind her. "Lingxian, he must be the childhood friend you mentioned, right?" "Indeed, Teacher Lu. I have made my intentions clear to him. Please rest assured," Su Lingxian replied, Liu Jingya nodded and addressed the handsome young man with striking brows beside Su Lingxian. Xiao Yu, if that fellow continues to misunderstand his intentions toward your classmate, do take it upon yourself to teach him a lesson so he can grasp reality. Hee, very well, Teacher Liu. I shall ensure he won't dare to even glance at Su classmate again, Lin Yu chuckled. Teaching a presumptuous butcher a lesson would be a piece of cake for him. On platform 15, Lu Kai was nearly beside himself with joy. All eyes in the Dragon Breath trial arena were now fixed upon him. Such exposure was an extraordinary opportunity. He had initially been troubled, pondering how to stand out among so many competitors and gain the attention of the 3 academy instructors. Little did he expect that he would not need to devise a plan, as Chuan had already facilitated it for him. As long as he showcased formidable strength and decisively dealt with Chuan, half the battle would be won. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Kai rushed toward Chuan, grasping his hand with gratitude etched across his face. Brother, thank you. I truly appreciate it. After the match, I shall treat you to a meal. No need for such formality. Chuan scratched his head, puzzled. They were supposed to be rivals, yet Lu Kai was eager to invite him to dinner. Were all students from Inkai High so amicable? Are you all prepared? The examiner inquired sternly. Ready, they chorused. The first match on platform 15? Commence. At the examiner's command, a black spear materialized in Lu Kai's hand, accompanied by the sound of an eagle's cry, as blue arcs of electricity flickered, emanating an astonishing aura. Liu Kai leapt high, swinging the spear down toward Chuan. His eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement, he could almost envision a bright future beckoning him. Chapter 43. The first round of the competition in the audience, Lu Wanlei, the principal of Inkai High, exchanged a teasing glance with Zhao Ming. Say, old Zhao, is there truly no one from Qingqing High? How is it that even a butcher has come forth? If you lack participants, just say the word. Inkai High would be happy to lend you a few. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Or I could lend you some from Qingyan High as well. Why allow a butcher to take the stage and make a fool of himself? Chimed in Xiaxian, the principal of another high school. Unable to suppress her laughter. You two should refrain from mocking. Perhaps that butcher is old Zhao's secret weapon. After all, he is a master butcher, one level above legendary, the principal of the last high school. When Zhongwei joined in with a sardonic tone. Humph, you'll see. Zhao Ming smirked, undeterred by their jests. He understood that their mockery stemmed from jealousy over Su Lingxuan's emergence from Qingqing High this year. What did it matter if he was a butcher? He was a butcher at the second stage of the Ascendant Realm. On the stage, Lu Kai's black spear descended upon Chuan, poised to strike him directly on the head. Yet Chuan remained completely still. Is that butcher stunned into inaction? He doesn't even know to dodge? Lu Kai is already at the 8th stage of the Apprentice Realm. If that strike lands, the butcher will be either dead or severely injured. He deserves it. A life skills professional participating in the college entrance competition is simply a recipe for ridicule. The crowd murmured, convinced of Chuan's imminent demise as they witnessed Lu Kai's fierce onslaught. Bang, with a resounding thud, a figure was sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Everyone froze, for the figure that had been thrown was not Chuan, but Lu Kai. In the blink of an eye, Lu Kai had been sent flying, and to make matters worse, his spear was bent at an unnatural angle, as though it had been forcibly twisted. Liu Kai lay on the ground, confusion written all over his face. How had he suddenly ended up here? He attempted to rise, but a sharp pain in his chest caused him to gasp. The examiner approached, assessed his injuries, and promptly announced, Chuan from Qingqing High, victory. The arena erupted into chaos. What was happening? Most of the audience had not even grasped what had transpired in that fleeting moment. Yet in the next breath, Chuan was declared the victor. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ming laughed heartily, turning to the other 3 principals. What do you think, gentlemen? Do you still underestimate the butcher? Don't forget, he is a master butcher. While he may never become a formidable warrior, he can certainly dominate others in the present. The expressions of the other 3 principals darkened, their faces falling as they chose silence. They all recognized that Chuan had reached the 2nd stage of the Ascendant Realm. This meant that he was virtually guaranteed a spot in the top 10, and with Su Lingxian at his side, the championship title was likely to fall to Qingqing High this year. That butcher possesses incredible strength. Qin Yan's eyes sparkled. As a master of body refinement, he could discern what Yi Chuan had just accomplished. Yi Chuan had merely thrown a punch, yet that punch had collided forcefully with Lu Kai's spear, sending it flying. The speed and power of that strike were such that even the Ascendant Realm would not dare to underestimate it. Alas, if only he were a combat profession. Qin Yin lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. Were Yi Chuan a combat professional, his recent performance would have certainly warranted his recruitment into Zhenwu Academy. As one ascends in realm, the advancement of life skills professions becomes increasingly arduous. For a butcher, reaching the master stage requires the slaughter of tens of thousands of pigs, and to attain the grandmaster stage, it escalates to a terrifying hundreds of thousands. Even if those pigs were cooperative, lining up for Yi Chuan to dispatch, he could only manage 8,000 in a single day, working tirelessly without rest. As of now, the highest-ranked butcher in human history had only reached the grandmaster stage at the age of 70. Just another self-important individual. Nothing to be concerned about, Lu Jingya remarked nonchalantly. She had encountered many who, having become life skills professionals, refused to accept their fate, aspiring to become powerful warriors. Not a single one had succeeded. It's simply a matter of regret. Had he been a combat professional, he would have made for an excellent candidate. Qin Yin shook his head. As the two conversed, the first match of the first round concluded. Yi Chuan stepped down from the platform, calmly awaiting his next opponent. After a half-hour intermission, the big screen began to roll once more. Xiao Jiji from Qingyan High, intermediate-level fire cloud mage, versus Yi Chuan from Qingqing High, master butcher. Having witnessed Lu Kai's fate, no one dared to underestimate Yi Chuan any longer. Once the examiner declared the match to begin, Xiao Jiji distanced himself from Yi Chuan, evidently aiming to maximize his output as a mage through a hit-and-run strategy. However, he had clearly underestimated Yi Chuan's speed. Activating his perfected level of the Nether Shadow, Yi Chuan left a series of afterimages in his wake, appearing before Xiao Jiji in an instant, followed by a powerful kick. Mages primarily focus on mental attributes. And upon Yi Chuan closing the distance, Xiao Jiji's fate was all but sealed. With a swift kick, Xiao Jiji was sent flying from the platform. Yi Chuan from Qingqing High, victory. He has now accumulated 2 wins in total. The examiner's voice echoed, leaving the audience with peculiar expressions. 2 consecutive victories. Should he win one more match, Yi Chuan would advance to the second round. The notion of a butcher emerging victorious in the first batch of matches seemed fantastical. Yet it was unfolding right before their eyes. In the third match, Yi Chuan continued his dominance, advancing directly to the second round of the college entrance competition. With 3 consecutive victories, there was no need for him to participate in the fourth and fifth matches. He settled down to observe the ensuing battles. 2 hours later, the fourth and fifth matches concluded, and over half of the participants were eliminated, unable to progress to the second round. Those who did make it now turned their attention forward as 3 figures descended from the high platform. Leading the way was the ethereal Su Lingxian, resembling a celestial being. The atmosphere in the arena erupted into fervor, the sound of cheers resonating throughout the Dragon Breath trial arena. Today, the majority of those who hurried to this place came solely to witness the legendary combat class talent. Su Lingxian, with their own eyes. It has been many years since such a super genius has emerged from Qingsheng. Behind Su Lingxian stood a man and a woman, both of whom were also students granted direct admission. Together, they would participate in the second round of the rigorous entrance examination. Yi Chuan looked up and was momentarily taken aback, for the girl behind Su Lingxian was someone he recognized. Chapter 44, The Duel with Elwaner, Xiaonan? Yi Chuan did not expect to encounter this young lady from the Xia family at such a time. Xiaonan had evidently spotted Yi Chuan as well, playfully winking at him. Yi Chuan chuckled and shook his head. This little girl still appeared to be forever youthful. With the arrival of Su Lingxian and her companions, the atmosphere in the Longxi training ground grew increasingly animated. However, the other students felt a heavy weight on their hearts, silently praying that they would not draw Su Lingxian or her 2 companions. All 3 were at the ascendant stage, with Su Lingxian reaching a formidable 4th tier. Drawing them would almost guarantee a place in the loser's bracket. Should one be unfortunate enough to draw them consecutively, even those with considerable strength might face elimination. Amidst the anxious sentiments of the crowd, the second round of the draw commenced. Second round of the entrance examination, first match. Platform 1. Qiu Yuan from Qingyan High School. A low-level ice mage versus Su Lingxian from Qingqing High School, a legendary snow spirit sword immortal. Platform 2, Inkai High School. Platform 3, El Wanner from Lingyun High School, rare blood fury warrior. Versus Yi Chuan from Qingqing High School, a divine pig butcher. Platform 4. As the draw concluded, the faces of those who had drawn Su Lingxian and her companions turned ashen. The student pitted against Su Lingxian immediately conceded, unwilling to step onto the platform, fully aware that he could not possibly contend with her. Rather than face humiliation, he preferred to preserve his strength for a better outcome in the loser's bracket. Aside from Su Lingxian's trio, the most scrutinized individual was undoubtedly Yi Chuan, the unexpected pig butcher. Upon realizing Yi Chuan's opponent, the crowd erupted in schadenfreude. He's finished. Drawing El Wanner means he's heading to the loser's bracket. El Wanner is a hot contender from Lingyun High School, almost guaranteed to place in the top 5. If not for her rare class profession, she would have been directly promoted as well. Even Zhao Ming wore a pained expression, lamenting Yi Chuan's abysmal luck. How could he draw such a tough opponent in the very first match of the second round? If fortune were to further abandon him and he drew one of the 3 directly admitted students, Yi Chuan would not even have a chance to place in the top 10. He would simply be eliminated. Yi Chuan ascended to platform 3, confronting his opponent, a girl barely 1.60 meters. Appearing somewhat delicate, she was wrapped in a loose coat, looking up at Yi Chuan with a pitiful gaze. "Brother, could you possibly let me win this time? Don't worry, I assure you, you can fully trust me." Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan patted his chest. "Thank you, brother." El Wanner's voice was sweet, evoking a sense of comfort. As the examiner announced the start, El Wanner removed her coat, revealing a remarkably powerful physique. Yi Chuan's pupils dilated in shock, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. "No way, buddy, are you Neza?" "Brother, please don't say such embarrassing things. If you keep this up, I might just fall for you." El Wanner's voice remained sweet, yet her gaze had turned sharp, her muscles bulging as she lunged towards Yi Chuan with a punch aimed at his head. Second tier of the ascendant stage? At the moment El Wanner struck, Yi Chuan discerned that their levels were indeed matched. With her physique, she should be quite resilient. This is the perfect opportunity to test my new skill. Yi Chuan had no intention of retreating. He gathered all his strength into his fist. Shattering stone punch. As Yi Chuan unleashed his punch, all his power erupted forth, colliding heavily with El Wanner's fist. El Wanner's expression instantly changed, shock evident on her delicate features. In the next moment, her arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken from the tremendous force of the shattering stone punch. Clutching her injured arm, El Wanner let out a pained scream, cold sweat streaming down her fair face. The entire Longxi training ground fell silent, the sound of a pin drop echoing. A pig butcher had just broken El Wanner's arm with a single punch. From an outward appearance, Yi Chuan's thigh was even thinner than El Wanner's arm. This was akin to a household cat suddenly leaping up to snap the neck of a T-Rex. This is impossible. The principal of Lingyun High School, Wen Zhongwei, sprang to his feet, astonished. Both El Wanner and Yi Chuan were at the second tier of the ascendant stage, yet the issue was that Yi Chuan was a lifestyle profession. The previous 3 matches could be explained as a disparity in levels. But how could this be rationalized? In a match of equal standing, how could a lifestyle profession possibly best a combat profession? It was utterly preposterous. "I suspect Yi Chuan has used performance-enhancing drugs. I demand a drug test," Wen Zhongwei declared loudly. His words snapped the audience back to reality, their gazes towards Yi Chuan tinged with suspicion. Indeed, if he had not used drugs, how could a lifestyle profession display such terrifying combat power? Many potions could temporarily amplify a transformer's combat strength, but they could subsequently inflict severe and irreversible harm. It was for this reason that these potions were classified as banned substances by the Human Federation. Any sale, purchase, or use of such drugs would lead to the arrest of the offender by investigators. The examiner furrowed his brow, turning to Yi Chuan. "Yi Chuan, it seems we need to have you accompany us for a while." "Not a problem." Yi Chuan nodded. Performance-enhancing drugs? He had no need for such things. What just transpired was merely him controlling his strength. Had he not held back, with the 12-fold extra damage against pigs, that punch could have turned El Wanner into a fragile beauty like Lin Daiyu. Soon, the Longxi training ground arranged for staff to collect blood samples from Yi Chuan, along with saliva, urine, and prostatic fluid for testing. Half an hour later, when the results were announced, The examiner's expression was somewhat peculiar. Yet he proclaimed, Chuan's tests show no abnormalities. The second round of the entrance examination will continue. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a chorus of disbelief. No drugs. This meant that Chuan, the pig butcher, had genuinely defeated a rare-class combat profession with a single punch, purely by his own strength. What a terrifying tale this was. Chapter 45. Success in reaching the top 4 in Qingqing. At the Longxi training ground, all eyes were now fixed on Platform 3. More precisely, they were riveted upon Chuan. Their expressions were laden with astonishment. A pig butcher had managed to break the arm of a blood fury warrior of the same level with a single punch. It was akin to provoking a first-grade student and ending up with a broken leg. The most shocked of all was undoubtedly Warner, the very person involved. He didn't use drugs? How is it possible that I lost to a pig butcher? Warner felt her worldview undergo a seismic shift. With her strength, she could hold her own even against those at the third tier of the ascendant stage. Yet now, she had been bested by a mere pig butcher, an absurdity of the highest order. Go ahead and concede. Chuan couldn't help but urge. Since his test results were clear, their battle should naturally continue. However, he had no desire to continue fighting Warner. It lacked meaning, akin to an adult picking on a child. Not a chance. I refuse to be bested by a pig butcher. Warner gritted her teeth. After all, she was one of the top talents at Lingyun High School this year. What would it mean to lose to a pig butcher? Blood fury surge. Warner shouted, her entire body flushing red, resembling a lobster boiled to perfection. To Chuan's astonishment, her previously broken arm began to slowly heal. This was the innate skill of the blood fury warrior profession. Upon activating blood fury surge, not only could it enhance her attributes and reduce damage taken from foes, it also allowed her injuries to mend. With a feral roar, Warner lunged at Chuan like a true beast. If you wish to forego dignity, then I shall assist you in that. Chuan shook his head and activated Shadow of the Underworld. A series of afterimages appeared on the platform, and Warner couldn't even touch the hem of Chuan's garment. He circled behind Warner and delivered a powerful left kick to her side. With Chuan's speed, Warner had no chance to react. Her body traced a graceful arc through the air before hurtling towards the audience. Not good. The examiner's face changed dramatically as he rushed forward to catch Warner. However, upon seeing her velocity, he resigned himself, lighting a cigarette to calm his nerves. He understood he could not hope to match Warner's speed. It would be futile, and no matter, someone would intervene, sure enough. Just as Warner was about to crash into the audience, a gentle force caught her, preventing any unpleasant contact with the spectators. It was the enigmatic woman veiled in mystery from Taichu Academy who intervened. After gently cradling Lu Warner, she gradually set her down upon the ground, where Lu Warner had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Qingqing High School's Chuan, victorious. The examiner extinguished his cigarette and declared Chuan's triumph. The entire Longxi trial arena fell into an uncanny silence. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have been utterly incredulous that a mere butcher could defeat a bloodthirsty warrior. The crux of the matter was that Chuan had only executed 2 moves from beginning to end. One punch severed Lu Warner's arm, and a kick sent her sprawling off the stage. It was evident to any discerning observer that Chuan had not exerted his full strength. His realm was undoubtedly at the second stage of the ascendant level. Thus, the only explanation for Chuan's effortless victory over Lu Warner was the astounding elevation of his three-dimensional attributes. At this moment, the gazes of all onlookers towards Chuan began to shift. Perhaps they had underestimated this butcher. How perplexing. How on earth did Chuan achieve this? Is he truly worthy of investment and training? Qin Yin was evidently intrigued by Chuan. After all, given Chuan's current display of extraordinary three-dimensional attributes, formidable physical strength, and terrifying combat prowess, he possessed almost no shortcomings aside from his profession as a butcher. Chiron, you are renowned for your discerning eye. What is your opinion on this Chuan? Qin Yin turned to inquire of the nearby instructor from Taichu Academy. Chiron's amber eyes shimmered with curiosity as she regarded Chuan. I cannot discern much, but I have an inkling that he is somewhat different from other butchers. There is something peculiar in the way he observes others. After all, a butcher is merely a butcher. Vocations tied to daily life are not worth nurturing. This has been verified countless times by the Human Federation, Lu Jingya suddenly doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Qin Yin calmed somewhat. Despite his robust appearance, he was quite astute. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Ah, indeed. A vocation tied to daily life is ultimately just that. As Chuan descended from the stage, the students present cast him glances imbued with newfound respect. If they had previously hoped to draw Chuan in the lottery, now they fervently prayed to avoid him. After all, this formidable individual could render Lu Wanner unconscious in just 2 moves. It was likely that aside from Su Lingxian and her 2 exceptionally gifted peers, no one else stood a chance against this butcher. In the subsequent rounds of elimination, Chuan enjoyed a treatment akin to that of Su Lingxian. His opponents forfeited even before stepping onto the stage, and it was only in the quarterfinals that he faced a student at the first stage of the ascendant level. Yet, for Chuan, this was merely a matter of a single punch. He effortlessly swept through the victor's bracket, securing a place among the top 4. Zhao Ming was nearly beside himself with joy. Had he not been seated among the audience, he would have rushed down to kiss Chuan in celebration. Reaching the top 4 was already a success. Even if Chuan did not win another match, he would still secure 4th place. 4th place awarded 7 points, and combined with Su Lingxian's 1st place, they would amass a total of 17 points, almost guaranteeing Qingqing High School the championship title, at the very least competing for 2nd place. He had indeed made the right choice in having Chuan replace Lu Jinglong. Zhao Ming now hoped for Chuan to stop at 4th place. As long as he did not break into the top 3, he would only need to pay Chuan 500,000, thus saving on the storage spirit weapon. This year, there were 3 guaranteed students whose strength created a chasm compared to others. This was precisely why Zhao Ming had dared to promise Chuan a storage spirit weapon for entering the top 3. He was confident that Chuan would not succeed. At this moment, gazing at the list of top 4 contestants, many spectators in the Longxi training field wore expressions of disbelief. It was no surprise that Su Lingxian and her 2 guaranteed peers entered the top 4. Their strength was already on a different level, which is why they secured their spots early. However, the fact that the last contestant in the top 4 was a butcher was utterly confounding. A butcher participating in the grand examination was one thing, but to actually make it into the top 4, the world seemed turned on its head. Chapter 46. Surrender. Once the list of the top 4 was announced, the surplus stages were swiftly dismantled by the staff. Only the largest arena remained, prepared for the semifinals and finals. When the grand stage was ready, the draw for the semifinals commenced. Many spectators fixated on the screen, eager to see who would face whom in the upcoming matches. The screen gradually revealed a series of bold, black characters. First match of the semifinals. Su Lingxian from Qingqing High School, Profession. Legendary level Snow Spirit Sword Fairy versus Lu Chuan from Inkai High School. Profession. Epic level Frost Moon Sword Saint. Many widened their eyes, instantly captivated. It was worth noting that up until now, Su Lingxian had not yet revealed her hand. All her opponents had willingly surrendered upon encountering her. The ethereal elegance emanating from her had dissuaded many from even daring to steal a glance, leaving them feeling inferior. Now, facing Lu Chuan, another swordsman, they would finally witness Su Lingxian, this year as top genius, draw her sword. The entirety of the Longxi training field erupted into a cacophony of applause, cheers, and shouts. Su Lingxian, come forth. I wish to see the disparity between a legendary profession and an epic one. Lu Chen's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit as he slowly unsheathed his sword. The blade shimmered like frost, radiating a moonlit glow, and the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees in that moment. As you wish. Su Lingxian drew her long sword, its slender blade emanating a chilling aura. At the instant her sword was unsheathed, the previously clear sky inexplicably began to shower down a flurry of snowflakes. Delicate white snowflakes floated gracefully beside Su Lingxian, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. That is, a mystic-level spirit weapon, the Frost Blade. A spectator in the audience recognized the long sword in Su Lingxuan's hand. Gasping in astonishment, it was known that even scouring the entirety of Qingqing, one could scarcely find a handful of mystic-level spirit weapons. Lu Chen's expression darkened considerably. Not only did Su Lingxian possess a higher professional rank, but her spirit weapon was also superior, and even her realm was a whole stage above his. How could he possibly contend with that? Lu Chen anticipated his defeat. His only desire now was to showcase his strength and leave a lasting impression, even in loss. Yet, At the moment Su Lingxian drew her sword, all the hairs on Lu Qin's body stood on end. He could scarcely comprehend how Su Lingxian had executed her strike. Her sword's edge was already poised at his throat, in other words. Had Su Lingxian wished to kill him, he would now be a lifeless corpse. The faint chill emanating from the frost blade sent shivers down Lu Qin's spine. "You have lost," Su Lingxian stated coldly. "Indeed. I have lost." Lu Chun finally grasped the stark difference between a legendary profession and an epic one. A profound sense of desolation enveloping him, as it did every spectator in the Longxi training field. Su Lingxian had not even regarded Lu Qian as an opponent, as though she had casually dispatched a stray dog on the roadside. Despair etched itself across Lu Qian's face. He knew he could not triumph over Su Lingxian. Yet he had not anticipated her to be this formidable. Before her, he could not even withstand a single strike. A chorus of gasps resonated throughout the Longxi training field. Lu Qian, in their eyes, had been a remarkable talent, an epic-level combat professional who had reached the third stage of the ascendant level at such a young age. Such individuals, provided they do not meet an untimely end, are destined to become dominant figures in the future. Yet, this seemingly talented Lu Chun had been defeated in a single stroke. Just how terrifying was Su Lingxuan's true strength? "Your Tianqiong Academy has certainly acquired a remarkable talent. That girl could likely defeat someone at the 9th stage of the ascendant level," Qin Yin remarked. A hint of envy in his eyes. Tianqiong Academy had acted too swiftly. Otherwise, their Jinwu Academy might have had a chance to compete. Indeed impressive. With that mystic-level spirit weapon, the Frost Blade, she could likely contend with even a first-stage master-level practitioner, Zhuxiran, who had seldom spoken, could not help but commend Su Lingxian. This child, Lingxian, given time, will undoubtedly become a renowned sword fairy within the Human Federation. That goes without saying, Lu Jingya added with a smile. After her swift victory over Lu Chun, Su Lingxian coldly descended from the stage, not even sparing Yi Chuan a glance. Yi Chuan remained unfazed. With Su Lingxuan's match concluded, it was now his turn. Second match of the semi-finals. Xianan from Lingyun High School. Profession: Epic-level Yulan Mage versus Yi Chuan from Qingqing High School. Profession: Divine-level Butcher. As he gazed across the stage at the graceful Xianan, Yi Chuan felt a wave of emotions wash over him. Who could have imagined that this super genius, who had received a guaranteed spot, had nearly met her end in a goblin's den just over a month ago? Life truly is a remarkable journey. Yi Chuan. It has been quite some time. Xianan's voice carried a hint of lingering resentment. At last, she had the opportunity to converse with Yi Chuan. "Indeed, it has been a while," Yi Chuan replied, feeling the atmosphere grow somewhat awkward, and he added, "How is your mother?" "She is quite well. She was thrilled to receive the blood crystal twin flowers," Xianan replied, somewhat exasperated. It was hardly conventional to inquire about a girl's mother upon reuniting after a long separation. "That is good to hear," Yi Chuan nodded. And the awkwardness returned. "What have you been up to this past month? Why haven't you come to find me even once?" Xianan asked. Due to her clandestine escape from the city, upon returning home, she was promptly confined by her father. Initially, she had anticipated that Yi Chuan would seek her out for companionship. Little did she know, Yi Chuan appeared to regard their encounter merely as a transactional affair. "I have been busy with my work. The reason I haven't sought you out is that your family disapproves," Yi Chuan candidly responded. "My family disapproves? Why?" Xianan inquired, perplexed, as her family had never imposed restrictions on her friendships throughout her life. "They fear that I might harm you." "Harm me?" Xianan was momentarily taken aback, and as realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. While his words were blunt, they were undeniably crude. "So, are you two actually going to fight or not?" the examiner interjected, clearly exasperated by the seemingly casual banter between the two contenders. "I won't fight. I concede." "I cannot defeat him," Xianan decisively declared as she stepped down from the stage. The examiner was left dumbfounded, as was Yi Chuan, and the audience was equally taken aback. Conceding? A character of epic proportions. Surrendering before a mere butcher? This was absurd. Given the preceding conversation that had left Xianan blushing, the audience could only conclude that her concession stemmed from a desire to avoid confrontation with Yi Chuan. What a disaster! Despite all the precautions, I never anticipated that the young lady would be infatuated. In the audience, the steward of the Xia family, Zhao Bo, cradled his head in despair. He had assumed that by preventing Yi Chuan from getting close to Xian and Nan, all would be well, yet he now realized how naive he had been. Everyone present, except for Xian and Nan herself, believed that her statement of defeat was an act of kindness towards Yi Chuan. Stemming from her affections, only Xian and Nan understood the truth. Her words were sincere. She had witnessed Yi Chuan's true prowess firsthand. The fact that he had not even drawn his butcher knife indicated that he had yet to unleash his full potential, and she was acutely aware that she would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, this individual showed no mercy. He fought indiscriminately, regardless of gender, and Xian and Nan had no desire to be inexplicably beaten. Chapter 47. The Pure Love Warrior Yi Chuan. And so, Yi Chuan gracefully advanced to the finals of the college entrance examination competition. The finals had devolved into an internal conflict within Qingqing High School. In the audience, Zhaoming felt an overwhelming sense of elation, nearly dizzy with happiness. Victory was assured. Securing both the first and second positions meant that Qingqing High School would undoubtedly claim the top total score this year. This outcome promised them the finest educational resources and student enrollment for the upcoming year. Although the thought of having to part with a treasured storage artifact for Yi Chuan made him wince, the overall profit was undeniable. I'm done. The atmosphere is unbearable. I'm leaving. The principal of Qingyan High School, Xia Xian, clacked her heels and strode away, unwilling to endure such humiliation, as her school ranked last this year, failing to place even in the top 4. Don't rush off, Principal Xia. Stay and chat with us. Ha ha ha. My apologies, I just remembered a joyous occasion. My wife is about to give birth. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ming's laughter echoed loudly. And the more he laughed, the quicker Xia Xian departed, until she was soon out of sight. The audience at the Longxi trial grounds began to rise in small groups, eager to leave. The finals had become an internal skirmish within Qingqing High School, where Su Lingxian was virtually guaranteed victory, and it was highly probable that the butcher, Yi Chuan, would concede without even fighting. In their view, the competition had lost its allure, devoid of suspense. Zhao Ming shared this sentiment. He turned to Yi Chuan with a beaming smile. All right. Yi Chuan, your task is complete. The first and second places are ours. You might as well concede. I don't think so. Only the first place can claim the rare skill scroll. Why not persuade Su Lingxian to concede instead? Yi Chuan replied with a grin, embodying innocence. Little did he know, his words plunged the entire Longxi training ground into an eerie silence. Many who had intended to leave were suddenly frozen in place. As if caught in a spell, all gazes converged upon Yi Chuan at that moment. What was this butcher implying? Did he genuinely wish to confront Su Lingxian? Had he lost his mind? Did he truly believe he stood a chance? Zhao Ming's smile froze on his face. Yi Chuan, stop joking. This is no laughing matter. Hurry and concede so we can wrap this up. I'll fetch you a storage artifact right away. Principal. I am not joking. I genuinely want that rare skill scroll, Yi Chuan insisted earnestly. Zhao Ming pinched his own skin to stave off fainting. Did this kid realize what he was saying? For heaven's sake, that was Su Lingxian, the only legendary combat class this year, capable of dispatching another student, Lu Chun, with a single strike. Did he truly wish to engage her? Why not claim he could soar to the heavens? Get down from there immediately, Zhao Ming urged. Alarmed. Principal, it's all right if he wishes to fight. I shall oblige him. Su Lingxian's frosty voice resonated as she grasped her sword and ascended the stage. Yi Chuan, filled with enthusiasm, leaped onto the platform as well. Zhao Ming's expression fluctuated between concern and resignation as he sighed heavily. Very well, Lingxian. Please do not take his life. Zhao Ming was somewhat aware of the history between Yi Chuan and Su Lingxian. They had been childhood friends, inseparable until Su Lingxian awakened her legendary combat class, which had gradually distanced them. Zhao Ming believed that Yi Chuan's desire for the rare skill scroll was a facade. The truth was that he sought to prove himself before Su Lingxian. Alas, silly boy, in the eyes of those who do not love you, your every action will be deemed a mistake. Zhao Ming chose to remain silent. He too had been young once, and some lessons could only be learned through experience. Rest assured. Principal, I will exercise restraint, Su Lingxian affirmed with a nod, her gaze fixed upon Yi Chuan, her emotions complex. Once upon a time, despite deciding to part ways with Yi Chuan, she harbored lingering feelings for him. as he had been someone she genuinely cherished during her youth. However, following Yi Chuan's series of ostentatious antics, all that remained for Su Lingxian was disdain, as the battle was about to commence. Those who had contemplated leaving returned to their seats, eager to witness how a mere butcher would square off against a legendary combat class. Is Yi Chuan out of his mind? Given the strength Su Lingxian just demonstrated, she could likely handle someone at the 8th or 9th rank with ease. Why is he still insisting on fighting? What many do not realize is that I am also a student of Qingqing High School. Yi Chuan and Su Lingxian are childhood friends. Upon hearing this, the audience at the Longxi trial grounds widened their eyes, sensing the fragrance of gossip. And then what? Go on, do continue. As the crowd urged. The initial speaker recounted the events surrounding the class transition ceremony and Su Lingxuan's transformation, providing his analysis. In my opinion, Yi Chuan's insistence on taking the stage stems from his unwillingness to let things end between him and Su Lingxian. He seeks to draw her attention, hoping to reignite their past romance. The audience, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity, understanding why a butcher would challenge a legendary class. Who would have thought? Yi Chuan is indeed a pure love warrior. Alas, he merely wishes to win back the heart of his beloved. What fault lies with him? He steps onto that stage with sincerity and courage. The one to be pitied is not he. It's a shame that fate is cruel. The unattainable love of youth must remain a regret. If only his class were not that of a butcher but rather a combat class, they would undoubtedly be a match made in heaven. Sigh, I can relate. Many boys empathized, feeling a pang of sadness. A butcher and a legendary snow spirit swordsman were destined for an impossible union. Tales of a wealthy princess marrying a poor boy only existed in fairy tales. Fear not, brother. At least you have been brave. You are commendable. Someone in the audience couldn't help but cheer for Yi Chuan, yet this only ignited the ire of another faction. Please, don't associate with him. Childhood friends merely indicate they grew up together. It signifies nothing more. Su Lingxian is advancing. What about Yi Chuan? Safety of women, in broad daylight, he dares to pursue Su Lingxian relentlessly. Who knows what he might do behind the scenes? This scheming phoenix man. I suspect he only clings to her now that she has become a legendary class. Folks, who understands? This is simply a toad obstinately clinging to a swan. What pure love warrior is this? Let us apprehend Yi Chuan. Chapter 48. Unveiling the treasure. As the two factions grew increasingly heated, with tensions rising to the point of potential violence, staff members rushed in to restore order. Hearing the commotion, Su Lingxuan's eyes flashed with disdain as she coldly remarked, Yi Chuan, you should not have stepped onto the stage. Your actions will not garner my attention. Rather, they will only deepen my aversion to you. Why are you so chatty? Can we start fighting already? Yi Chuan's eyes betrayed no emotion save for his yearning for the rare skill scroll. Su Lingxian shook her head. It appears you remain oblivious to the disparity between us. Here's the deal. I shall not draw my sword. If you can endure for a minute at my hands, I will concede defeat by default. Su Lingxian, clutching her long sword, exuded an aura of purity and chill. Resembling a celestial maiden residing within the moon palace, breathtakingly beautiful. You said it. Yi Chuan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Such a fortuitous opportunity. He had no desire to showcase his abilities in front of a crowd. And Su Lingxuan's words resonated deeply within him. Indeed, I did say so, but I have one stipulation. Should you fail, I kindly request that you refrain from pursuing me henceforth. Before the word entangle could escape his lips, a terrifying aura surged forth, nearly materializing as it rushed towards Su Lingxian. Yi Chuan activated the skill Blood Shadow Butcher, forcibly instilling fear in Su Lingxian, likened to a pig caught in a trap. He then advanced, swinging his arm in a sweeping motion, delivering a resounding slap to Su Lingxuan's face. Damn it! With that slap, Su Lingxian spun like a top, her white skirt fluttering romantically as she twirled. Although the slap had landed squarely on her cheek, it rendered the audience in the Dragon Breath trial arena utterly speechless. The previously boisterous factions fell silent. Wasn't he this fellow supposed to be a pure-hearted warrior? Wasn't he trying to reconcile with his childhood sweetheart? Is this truly how he intended to win her back, by delivering a slap? Surely not. Did he learn this method from Liao Fan? The crowd was left in a state of shock, staring at the arena below. In anticipated that in a clash between the legendary warrior Su Lingxian and the butcher Yi Chuan, it would culminate in Yi Chuan delivering a slap. Liu Jingya's expression darkened. This slap not only struck Su Lingxian's face, but also tarnished the reputation of their Tianqiong Academy. After all, Su Lingxian had already been granted direct admission to Tianqiong Academy. Yi Chuan was indeed audacious. As for Su Lingxian, the one directly involved, she appeared utterly bewildered. After being slapped by Yi Chuan, her eyes seemed to clear significantly. She cupped her swollen cheek, gazing at Yi Chuan with a mix of astonishment and confusion. "You dare to slap me?" Yi Chuan ignored her, glancing at the clock below. "Excellent. A minute has elapsed." Yi Chuan felt elated. The force of his slap had been just right, leaving Su Lingxian in a daze for an entire minute before she could react. "Su Lingxian, according to the condition you just proposed, I have indeed lasted a minute in your grasp. Kindly step down and concede defeat." Yi Chuan urged her. Noticing Su Lingxian remained silent, he tilted his head and asked, "With so many witnesses present, you wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you?" Slowly, Su Lingxian rose to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Chuan. At that moment, the ethereal, independent image she once projected was nowhere to be found. With one side of her face swollen, she now radiated an aura of fury akin to that of a vengeful spirit. "Yi Chuan, I admit, I underestimated you. From this moment on, I shall regard you as a true adversary and unleash my full strength against you." As her words fell, Su Lingxian drew her Ling Frost sword, which seemed to resonate with her fury, gleaming with a cold light. "Hey, wait! How can you go back on your word? Did we not agree that if I lasted a minute, you would concede? Those who lie must swallow 1,000 needles." Yi Chuan scoffed at Su Lingxian. Clenching her teeth, Su Lingxian retorted, "Fear not. Once I have subdued you, I shall concede defeat. I, Su Lingxian, am not one to break my word." With a swift motion, Su Lingxian lunged at Yi Chuan, her sword dancing through the air, unleashing a flurry of snowflakes, the lethal energy propelling toward Yi Chuan's throat. Even from a distance, Yi Chuan felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Without hesitation, he activated the skill Phantom of the Underworld, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Su Lingxian's furious strike pierced only through the illusions, carving countless intersecting scars across the arena. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan had deftly maneuvered to her side, channeling his power into a devastating stone shatter fist. The explosive force contained within his punch caused Su Lingxian's expression to shift ever so slightly. Snow dance, flying frost. The long sword in her hand wove an exquisite floral pattern, and the surrounding snowflakes seemed to come alive, rushing toward Yi Chuan as the snowflakes brushed against his cheek. A fine line of blood appeared on Yi Chuan's face. Those seemingly innocuous snowflakes were, in fact, sharper than the finest blade. The stone shatter fist struck out, shattering countless snowflakes, yet more continued to swarm toward Yi Chuan. Left with no choice, he relied on the speed granted by the Phantom of the Underworld to evade once more. The audience was left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Yi Chuan, a mere butcher, could genuinely engage Su Lingxian in such a back-and-forth. After all, even Lu Chun, an epic-class warrior, had been dispatched by Su Lingxian with a single strike. Did this imply that Yi Chuan's prowess surpassed that of Lu Chen? In the arena, Yi Chuan evaded left and right, countless afterimages swirling, leaving Su Lingxian unable to discern which was the true Yi Chuan. Throughout this, Yi Chuan sought opportunities to land a decisive blow on Su Lingxian. However, every time he attempted to strike, those pesky, sharp snowflakes clung to him like a persistent pest, denying him any chance to counterattack. "Yi Chuan, do you only know how to scurry around like a mouse, jumping and dodging?" Su Lingxian, losing her patience, openly mocked him. Finally, Yi Chuan halted. "Very well. It seems bare hands truly cannot best you. A legendary class profession is indeed extraordinary. I suppose I must resort to my prized possession." As his words fell, Yi Chuan reached into his trousers. "What are you pulling out? What are you pulling out?" Su Lingxian's expression shifted dramatically. Given Yi Chuan's lewd gesture and his mention of a prized possession, it was difficult for her not to think of something inappropriate. "Yi Chuan, please calm down. Don't be reckless. So many people are watching," the examiner implored in terror. Too late. I have grasped it. Come forth, my treasured possession. Yi Chuan chuckled coldly, gradually revealing his hand. To the astonished eyes of the crowd, he produced a gleaming butcher's knife. Chapter 49. Confronting Su Lingxian, a gust of cool wind swept through, rendering the audience silent. The examiner, who had rushed to cover Yi Chuan with a blanket to shield him from exposing inappropriate content, froze in place. This, after all that, the so-called prized possession was merely a butcher's knife? Who in their right mind hides a knife in their trousers? Moreover, what was that mark on the blade? A succubus pattern. Isn't that typically branded on the lower abdomen. How does one even get such a thing engraved on a butcher's knife? Yi Chuan had initially intended to withhold his true strength, but it seemed he would struggle to defeat Su Lingxian without wielding the butcher's knife. The perfect fit of the handle in his palm provided him an indescribable sense of security. Rest assured. This time I shall not retreat. Gripping the butcher's knife, Yi Chuan charged towards Su Lingxian. A chill ran down Su Lingxian's spine. She felt as though she were being hunted by a formidable predator. An unsettling sensation enveloping her. She fought to suppress her discomfort, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, the blade radiating like frost and snow, creating a dazzling spectacle. Yi Chuan's butcher's knife swept horizontally, colliding with the sword beams and shattering them all. Then, with a powerful downward stroke, he aimed directly for Su Lingxian. Su Lingxian raised her sword to block. Clang. The clash resonated with a metallic ring, igniting a shower of sparks. Su Lingxian was forced back several meters before finally regaining her footing. Her hand trembling slightly from the force. Yi Chuan's strength was astonishing. That single strike felt as though she had been hit by a speeding train. How could this fellow possess such terrifying power? Before Su Lingxian could ponder further, Yi Chuan was already upon her again, aiming for her throat. This strike was devoid of mercy, heading straight for Su Lingxian's delicate neck. A surge of cold coursed through her veins. She realized that Yi Chuan was not merely putting on a show. He genuinely intended to kill her. In a split second, Su Lingxian ducked her head sharply. Whoosh! The blade grazed the top of her head, severing a large chunk of her raven hair, which danced in the wind. Seeing his strike miss, Yi Chuan swung the knife at Su Lingxian again. Previously, it was Su Lingxian pursuing him. The roles had now reversed, with Yi Chuan relentlessly chasing her. This scene left the audience in stunned disbelief. Isn't he supposed to be a pure-hearted warrior? Why does it seem like that last strike was aimed at Su Lingxian's life? Do you think it's possible that love has turned to hatred? Is that the main point? The real issue is that this butcher actually possesses the strength to contend with Su Lingxian. He has a life profession. The audience gasped collectively. If the initial slap had resulted from a sneak attack, what followed was an outright display of overwhelming strength. Su Lingxian sought to create distance for a counterattack, but Yi Chuan denied her any opportunity, closing in relentlessly, his speed akin to that of a parasite. Su Lingxian's face flushed crimson as a wave of humiliation washed over her. Ever since attaining her legendary class status, when had she ever endured such disgrace? Yi Chuan, I shall take your life. Su Lingxian appeared to have lost her senses. She no longer flinched and thrust her sword towards Yi Chuan's heart. If Yi Chuan were determined to strike, her sword would surely pierce his heart. What a lunatic! Yi Chuan could not help but curse. This Su Lingxian actually wished to perish alongside him. Who among the virtuous would engage in life-and-death battles over a mere college entrance examination? Yi Chuan had no desire to accompany Su Lingxian in her tragic end. He swiftly evaded her strike. Gasping for breath, Su Lingxian felt the immense pressure Yi Chuan exerted upon her. She could not afford to lose. How could she possibly be defeated by someone she had always looked down upon? A resolute glint flashed in her eyes, as if she had made a momentous decision. Sword of the Bodhi Frost Moon. Around Su Lingxian's delicate form, sword energy surged, and the sturdy bluestone arena was marked with profound sword scars. The temperature around her plummeted, coalescing into a layer of frost. Lingxian, do not act recklessly. Utilizing this technique places an overwhelming burden on your body. Lu Jingya in the audience suddenly stood up. I apologize. Teacher Lu, I must win. The frost sword in Su Lingxian's hand radiated a fierce light. Yi Chuan sensed a considerable threat emanating from this strike. Not only was the sword in her hand a profound spirit weapon, But the skill she employed also appeared to be of high caliber. Yi Chuan, you can still concede? In Su Lingxuan's eyes, it seemed as though snowflakes were swirling. According to our wager, have you not already lost? Yi Chuan retorted. Su Lingxian pursed her lips in silence, and then her long sword descended like a thunderbolt upon Yi Chuan. Where the sword light passed, an icy chill followed, freezing even the surrounding AI art. Yi Chuan immediately activated the shadow of the underworld. A series of afterimages appearing behind him. He had perfected this skill, creating the illusion of multiple Yi Chuans on the arena. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could still discern the true body. Su Lingxian charged towards Yi Chuan's actual form without hesitation. Yet her full-strength strike merely passed through him. Su Lingxian was momentarily stunned. Little did she know, the so-called true body she had struck was merely an illusion conjured by Yi Chuan's bewildering strike. Break the cloud slash. Yi Chuan unleashed the perfected break the cloud slash. Intent on resolving the battle with a single strike, Su Lingxian attempted to evade, but this was precisely the ninth strike. The enchantment patterns on the blade flared to life, exuding an overwhelming allure. A look of confusion spread across Su Lingxuan's face as a bizarre scene unfolded before her eyes, causing her cheeks to flush, unable to resist the urge to gaze longer. That vision encapsulated humanity's most primal desires. The allure was not only effective on men, it was equally devastating to women. As Yi Chuan's blade fell, it cleaved Su Lingxuan's long sword from her grasp with a resounding clang. Just as the strike was about to claim Su Lingxuan's life, Yi Chuan abruptly altered his approach, slamming the hefty blade against her delicate face, sending her flying out of the arena and crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Chuan was not foolish enough to commit murder under the watchful eyes of the crowd, especially with that teacher from Tianqiong Academy observing him closely. Should he attempt to kill Su Lingxian, he would likely face the wrath of Lu Jingya in an instant. Silence spread like a plague. The entire Dragon Breath trial arena was now eerily quiet, so much so that a pin drop could be heard. Yi Chuan had won. A mere butcher had triumphed over a legendary combat profession. Chapter 50. The tiger and the house dog. The expressions of the spectators were filled with disbelief. Not only had Yi Chuan emerged victorious, but throughout the bout, it seemed Su Lingxian had failed to land a single blow on him. This was not merely a victory. It was a one-sided domination. If this were not a tournament, Yi Chuan could have likely achieved a flawless victory over Su Lingxian. How could a butcher, a profession focused on livelihood, accomplish such a feat? Examiner, did I truly win? Yi Chuan's voice broke the stunned silence of the examiner, who promptly declared, yes, the victor of the finals is Yi Chuan from Qingqing High School. The arena erupted into a clamor. The examiner's announcement jolted them from their stupor. It was real. They were not dreaming. A butcher had indeed defeated the legendary combat professional Su Lingxian. All eyes turned towards Yi Chuan below the stage, filled with shock, as if gazing upon a monster. Is this fellow truly just a butcher? Qin Yin was thoroughly intrigued. Do you think it's possible that Qingqing miscalculated during the assessment? Perhaps Yi Chuan is actually a combat professional? Compared to the notion of a butcher defeating a legendary combat professional, he found it more plausible that Qingqing High School had misjudged the data during Yi Chuan's vocational assessment. That is indeed a possibility. We should retest him. Zhou Shiran nodded in agreement. Such occurrences had indeed happened several times in the history of the human race. With their input, staff from the Dragon Breath trial arena quickly took the stage to reassess Yi Chuan's profession and level. However, the results mirrored those from Qingqing High School, a divine-level livelihood profession. Butcher. Qin Yin fell silent, his brow furrowed, clearly conflicted. He wrestled with whether to extend an olive branch to Yi Chuan, inviting him to Zhenwu Academy. To label Yi Chuan as a bad seed would be unjust. He had decisively crushed Su Lingxian. Yet to label him a good seed, he remained a genuine livelihood butcher. Historically, no livelihood profession had ever risen to become a formidable force. As levels increased, the disparity in combat power between livelihood and combat professions only widened. Zhou Shiran lightly tapped her fingers, equally caught in the dilemma. As an admissions officer, they too faced significant pressure regarding their quotas. You two do not intend to recruit this Yi Chuan, do you? Just then, Lu Jingya spoke up. What do you mean, Teacher Lu? Qin Yin narrowed his eyes. This Yi Chuan has become an adversary of our Tianqiong Academy. Lu Jingya replied coldly, her gaze fixed on the distraught Su Lingxian below. Ling Xuan's defeat today at his hands will undoubtedly be a thorn in her heart, and in time, she will seek to eliminate him to remove this thorn. Upon hearing Lu Jingya's words, Qin Yin and Zhua Shiran found clarity. While they did not wish to offend Tianqiong Academy over a mere livelihood butcher, it seemed unwise to antagonize them. Lu Jingya rose and strode to Su Lingxuan's side. A leap through the air. A formidable king realm expert. A gasp escaped from the audience. The master realm was already considered the pinnacle of existence in Qingqing. As for a king realm expert, it was unlikely one could be found throughout the entire city. Su Lingxian sat dazedly on the ground, her eyes vacant, as if she had lost her soul. She had lost. She had actually lost to Chuan. How could she possibly have lost to him? Observing Su Lingxuan's condition, Lu Jingya felt a pang of sympathy and quickly offered words of comfort. Lingxian, victory and defeat are commonplace. Do not take it too hard. Once you enter Tianqiong Academy, in no time, no, in just 3 months, Chuan will be unable to keep pace with you. After all, he is merely a livelihood profession. Teacher Lu, your consolation is unnecessary. A loss is a loss. Su Lingxian shook her head despondently. While I am offering you comfort, what I say is also the truth. My students at Tianqiong Academy are certainly not inferior to others. Lu Jingya's gaze shifted to a young man who had been standing next to Su Lingxian earlier. Your senior Lin Yu has only been at Tianqiong Academy for a year, and he is merely a year older than you. Though he is only an epic-level combat professional, do you believe he could defeat Chuan in less than 3 moves? Lin Yu grinned, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The crowd gasped as their pupils constricted. Master Realm 7th stage? Is this the caliber of students from Tianqiong Academy? So frightening. To reach the Master Realm within a year of enrollment. Could it be that those who graduate after 4 years from Tianqiong Academy are likely to be at the Master level or even King Realm? Is this the profound foundation of the 5th Special District of the Human Federation? Just sending out a single student could likely overwhelm our entire Qingqing. The 7th stage of the Master Realm was already regarded as a renowned powerhouse in Qingqing. Yet, at Tianqiong Academy, he was merely a first-year student. Lingxian Junior Sister. Do not be disheartened. I shall teach him a lesson. Lin Yu cracked his knuckles and coldly approached Chuan. Why Chuan narrowed his eyes. At the 7th stage of the Master Realm, he felt he lacked the confidence to win a life-and-death struggle. He might only have a 30% chance of defeating Lin Yu. Moreover, there was the looming presence of the King Realm expert. Lu Jingya, nearby. If Lin Yu truly intended to strike, Chuan would have no choice but to flee. Just as Lin Yu was about to act, a light laugh echoed. Teacher Lu, your Tianqiong Academy is, after all, the strongest institution in my 5th Special District. Is it not somewhat improper for a student who has been enrolled for a year to bully someone younger? Clad in a white dress, Jiang Shiyan approached, carrying an ancient zither on her back, her demeanor cheerful. The aura around her was somewhat unstable, clearly indicating she had recently broken through to the Master Realm. Upon her presence, several masters from the Jotian Alliance followed closely, with Qianli Gong among them, who mischievously winked at Chuan. Hee, what can you do about it if I deceive you? Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Shiyan and her companions. Since you wish to assist that detestable pig butcher, let us settle this. Everyone shall come at me together. I, Lin Yu, can easily crush all of you alone. Lin Yu, do not be impudent. Lu Jingya admonished sternly, then turned to Jiang Shiyan, her demeanor softening into a smile. Ah, Miss Jiang, what brings you to Qingqing? As a recruitment instructor from the Tianqiong Academy, Lu Jingya had traversed various human cities and recognized that the young lady before her was of no ordinary standing. What? Must I report my whereabouts to Teacher Lu? Jiang Shiyan retorted with a playful smile. That is certainly not necessary. Since Miss Jiang has taken the initiative to appear, this matter shall end here. With a gentle smile, Lu Jingya took Su Lingxuan's hand, preparing to leave. Lingxian, you have seen it for yourself. Brother Lin Yu possesses talent inferior to yours, yet in just 1 year, he has reached the 7th tier of the Master Realm. With your innate gifts, within a year, you will assuredly attain at least the 9th tier of the Master Realm, and perhaps even breach the Grandmaster level. Why then must you be confined by the trivialities of victory and defeat at present? Does a tiger, having lost to a mere house dog in its youth, wallow in despair. A tiger, once it matures, will inevitably reign as the king of the beasts. And the house dog remains merely a guardian hound. Upon hearing Lu Jingya's words, Su Lingxuan's expression softened somewhat. Yet, a lingering embarrassment shadowed her countenance. After all, she had just been bested by the very Yi Chuan whom she held in disdain. If she could not surpass Yi Chuan, did that not imply that her resolute decision to part ways with him had been misguided? Such a notion was unfathomable. She, Su Lingxian, would not falter. She was no longer the timid shadow trailing behind Yi Chuan. Thank you, Teacher Lu, for your guidance. I understand now. Su Lingxian retrieved her sword, regaining her composure, and shot a cold glare at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, today I concede defeat, but it is not to you. It is to my own arrogance and underestimation. I shall return to Qingqing in a year's time to challenge you. By then, I shall not be careless and will utilize all my skills to contend with you. As the tides change, I will prove that my decisions were indeed correct. The fire of determination reignited within Su Lingxuan's eyes. Lu Jingya was right. She need not be overly concerned with present outcomes. Her journey was destined for the stars and the sea. Suit yourself. Yi Chuan was disinclined to engage further. His sole desire was to acquire the storage spirit weapon promised by Zhao Ming and the rare skill scroll obtainable only by securing first place in the examination. As for Su Lingxian's claim of returning to battle in a year, Yi Chuan could only chuckle. Setting aside whether Su Lingxian would even be able to locate him a year later, she was not his equal now, and their disparity would only widen in the time to come. Teacher Lu, let us depart. Su Lingxian resumed her icy demeanor. As they exited, Lin Yu brushed past Yi Chuan, sneering, "Consider yourself fortunate today to hide behind a woman. Otherwise, I could dispatch you with a single strike." Perhaps, Yi Chuan shrugged. Once the members of Tianqiong Academy departed, others began to leave in small groups, their expressions revealing lingering intrigue. After all, none had anticipated that Yi Chuan, a mere pig butcher, could defeat the super genius Su Lingxian. It was nothing short of fantastical. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed such an extraordinary occurrence. Thank you. Yi Chuan turned to Jiang Shiyin, acknowledging that without her timely assistance, he might have been compelled to flee before Lu Jingya. Why are you thanking me? Since you have joined the Zhoutian Alliance, you are one of us. Assisting you is only natural, Jiang Shiyin replied, her eyes sparkling. Why Yi Chuan chose not to elaborate further, merely committing her kindness to memory. Gratitude must be reciprocated and grievances avenged. The Wang Feng realm, he mused. How many pigs must he slay to sever the head of a Wang Feng? Soon enough, Yi Chuan was handsomely rewarded with first place. Receiving a bundle of rare skill scrolls, gazing at the scrolls before him, excitement coursed through him. His revelation of strength and victory over Su Lingxian was all for this. The worth of a bundle of rare skill scrolls equated to 10 bundles of advanced skill scrolls. The disparity was staggering. After claiming the rare skill scrolls, Yi Chuan approached Zhao Ming to collect the remuneration previously agreed upon. Ah, Yi Chuan, you have acted rashly. Your actions have irreparably offended both the Tianqiong Academy and Su Lingxian, Zhao Ming said, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Initially, he had expected Yi Chuan to plead for Su Lingxuan's favor, but instead, he had chosen to confront her. What madness was this? Zhao Ming handed Yi Chuan an ancient bracelet, which emitted a faint glow and bore the marks of time, with mysterious patterns winding around its surface. Upon receiving the bracelet, Yi Chuan utilized his mental energy to explore its contents, discovering an entire realm contained within, approximately the size of half a basketball court and a story high. Although the space was limited, it was more than sufficient for Yi Chuan, alleviating his immediate concerns. This is what you requested, the Liuguang wrist. A top-tier yellow-grade spirit weapon. Take it and go, Zhao Ming urged, waving his hands as if to distance himself from any repercussions stemming from Yi Chuan's actions. Thank you. Yi Chuan donned the Liuguang wrist and returned to the Zhoutian Alliance building alongside Jiang Shiyin. Upon their return, Yi Chuan promptly utilized the bundle of rare skill scrolls. Acquired rare level movement skill, Windwalk without trace. Windwalk without trace. Minor mastery upon activation, traverse the winds. Enhancing agility by 50 for 5 minutes. When moving with the wind, this enhancement increases to 100 for 10 minutes. Hiss. Yi Chuan inhaled sharply. Compared to Windwalk without trace, the shadowy mirage was utterly negligible. The disparity between intermediate skills and rare skills was indeed profound, justifying his earlier decision to confront Su Lingxian. After using the rare skill scroll, Chuan set out to procure supplies, bottled water, canned food, fresh produce, and healing elixirs. He continued until he nearly filled the storage space within the Liuguang wrist, pausing only to leave room for materials from slain beasts. With these supplies, even if the Leisure Alliance sent pursuers, he could easily retreat into the depths of the mountains to hide for 10 days or half a month. Once prepared to leave the city, Chuan made his way to the first floor to accept a task from the Jotian Alliance. Quickly identifying a suitable one. 2-star task: hunt a giant armored crocodile lion and return its corpse intact. Reward: 900 contribution points. Note: this task is best suited for transmuters above the 8th tier of the Ascendant Realm. If completed in a group, the average tier should exceed the 5th tier, and the team must consist of no fewer than 5 members. The giant armored crocodile lion boasted a thick, armored hide, making it highly resistant to damage. Even 3 or 4 Ascendant Realm practitioners could hardly scratch it, earning it a reputation as a formidable opponent. However, for Chuan, who was skilled in pig slaughter and possessed armor-piercing skills, the giant armored crocodile lion was a splendid choice. The Jotian Alliance had consistently aided him, and he felt compelled to contribute in return. Chuan promptly accepted the task and exited the city. He had been cooped up for far too long. The days without slaying pigs had nearly driven him mad. Unbeknownst to him, the Leisure Alliance members were equally agitated. Just as Chuan stepped outside the city, Lei Gang, preoccupied with the woman, received word. "You mean that brat has finally emerged from the Jotian Alliance? And he has gone out alone?" "Indeed. I witnessed it with my own eyes," the informant replied. "Excellent. This is splendid news." A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Lei Gang's crimson eyes. "In that case, I will ensure that this brat remains outside the city forever." As Chuan strode forth from the city, he was now a seasoned veteran, no longer the greenhorn he had been during his first foray. The giant armored crocodile lion favors water, save for feeding time. It typically remains near water. The nearest river to Qingcheng is the Guoqing River. Chuan quickly pinpointed his target on the map. Following the river would surely lead him to the giant armored crocodile lion. As he set off, he soon encountered a towering giant goblin. Unlike the typical small and scrappy goblins, this one stood nearly 3 meters tall, its body a mass of muscle. The giant goblin was a mutated variant, possessing terrifying strength comparable to the 5th tier of the Ascendant Realm. Yet, alas, such prowess was trivial in Chuan's eyes. He activated the wind walk without trace, feeling the winds at his feet propel him forward. His speed surging dramatically as he closed the distance to the giant goblin in an instant. The giant goblin swung its bone club, aiming to crush Chuan's skull, but Chuan was swifter. The pig-slaying knife flashed and, with a precise stroke, severed its throat cleanly. The giant goblin clutched at its neck, wide-eyed in shock, before its massive form toppled backward with a resounding crash. The butcher Chuan wielded his cleaver to slaughter a unique pig, resulting in a 6 increase in his level, a 1 enhancement in the additional damage against the pig race, and an increase of 0.1 in his freedom attribute. Chuan stowed the Wolfang bone club of the giant goblin into the storage space of the flowing light armlet. As it was an excellent material for weapon forging and could fetch a handsome price upon his return, he set off towards the Guoqing River. Chuan bulldozed his way through. The butcher Chuan used his cleaver to dispatch another unique pig, gaining a 5 boost in his level, a 1 rise in the additional damage against the pig race, and an increase of 0.1 in his freedom attribute. He repeated the process yet again, achieving a 4-level increase with similar enhancements. Finally, he slaughtered a bipedal pig, resulting in an 8 elevation in his level, a 1 increase in the additional damage against the pig race, and an increase of 0.1 in his freedom attribute. Chuan swiftly ascended to the 3rd tier of the Ascendant Realm, racing towards the 4th tier. The amplification against the pig race was already formidable, especially after he had taken the time to consolidate his strength within the 9 Heavens Alliance. At this juncture, Chuan was virtually unmatched within the Ascendant Realm. The ferocious beasts that appeared before him were nothing more than pigs awaiting slaughter in his eyes. Thanks to the flowing light armlet, these pigs would not go to waste. Their materials could be effectively utilized. Brandishing his cleaver, He sliced his way from the entrance of Qingqing to the banks of the Wuqing River without so much as a blink. Feeling a slight dryness in his eyes, Chuan produced eye drops and administered them before embarking on his search for the tracks of the giant armored crocodile along the Wuqing River. The journey was eerily quiet. Not a single ferocious beast crossed his path. However, Chuan remained vigilant, his senses heightened in the wilderness. Silence often indicated that one had encroached upon the territory of a powerful beast. The formidable creature lurking in the Wuqing River was likely the giant armored crocodile. Sure enough, after a short while, the unmistakable roar of a beast echoed through the it was a warning. The corners of Chuan's mouth curled into a smirk. He had come precisely for the giant armored crocodile and would not retreat. Activating Windwalk, he pursued the source of the roar. Soon laying eyes on the true form of the beast, it resembled a lion but bore no fur, its entire body cloaked in heavy scales and sporting a tail like an iron whip. The beast, submerged partially in the water, fixed its bloodthirsty gaze upon Chuan. The giant armored crocodile was taken aback. It had not anticipated that this diminutive human would not flee upon hearing its warning, but instead dared to approach. In response, the giant armored crocodile unleashed an enraged roar and lunged towards Chuan with its massive jaws. The crushing force of that gaping maw was terrifying. Even a defender of the Ascendant Realm would be crushed and swallowed whole. Chuan swiftly darted to the left, evading the attack and searching for an opportunity to strike. The mission required him to bring back an intact corpse, so he aimed for a lethal blow. This giant armored crocodile was comparable to a Tier 8 or 9 Ascendant, and even Chuan knew that dispatching it with a single blow would not be an easy feat. Its defenses were formidable, and its attack power was no less impressive. Its only weakness lay in its speed, which happened to be Chuan's forte, by alternating between Windwalk and Shadow Phantom. He wore the giant armored crocodile down until it was panting, while the beast could hardly lay a finger on him. "Keep it up, big guy. Is that all you've got?" Chuan's smile was rife with provocation. Though the giant armored crocodile could not comprehend his words, it was evidently infuriated by Chuan's demeanor. With a fierce shake of its head, it swung its whip-like tail at Chuan. Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he clenched his other hand into a fist. Shattering stone fist. He delivered a powerful punch to the tail of the giant armored crocodile, unleashing tremendous force that sent the tail crashing back. In pain, the giant armored crocodile opened its massive jaws, a terrifying energy coalescing within. This was its innate skill. The energy beam it unleashed was as potent as molten lava. Yet, Chuan remained unfazed. A smile gracing his lips. Just what I was waiting for. Blood Shadow Butcher. The potent malevolence transformed into a tangible shockwave, plunging the giant armored crocodile into a state of fear, causing the energy it had been gathering to dissipate instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Chuan charged forward with his Dragon Slayer sword. That moment, the giant armored crocodile gaped its jaws wide, revealing its unprotected mouth. To ensure a 100 chance of slaying the beast. Chuan even resorted to using the Cloud Cleaving Slash. With the enhanced attack power from the Cloud Cleaving Slash, combined with the armor-piercing effect of the Soul-Slaying Blade Intent and the additional damage against the pig race, there was no room for error. The giant armored crocodile was instantly slain, utterly lifeless. Done. A smile crept onto Chuan's lips. With the giant armored crocodile dispatched, what awaited him next was a frenzied slaughter to elevate his realm. It must be said, the wilderness was indeed the most suitable place for him. Just as Chuan intended to collect the carcass of the giant armored crocodile into the flowing light armlet. A nearby human voice suddenly pierced the silence with a gasp. "Yuan Gu, come quick. There's a dead adult giant armored crocodile over here." Chapter 53. Unexpected discovery. A hunting party came into view before Chuan. The group consisted of 3 women and 2 men. 1 at the 8th tier of the Ascendant Realm, 2 at the 9th tier, and 2 masters, though Chuan could not discern their specific tiers. The one who had gasped was a long-haired girl of master rank, her bright eyes and dazzling smile fixed in astonishment upon the corpse of the giant armored croc-lion. Yu Xiaojuan's face was filled with surprise. The defensive capabilities of the giant armored crocodile were remarkable. Even their 5-member team would have to exert considerable effort to bring it down. The individual she referred to as Yuan Gu, Wang Yuan, looked at Chuan with a hint of astonishment. "My friend, may I ask your name?" Wang Yuan greeted him warmly. Chuan, he replied, already storing the carcass of the giant armored croclion within the flowing light armlet. A storage spirit weapon? Wang Yuan's gaze grew more cautious. Given Chuan's youth, possessing such an item suggested an impressive background. Noticing Chuan's intent to leave after stowing the giant armored croclion, Wang Yuan hastily called out, "Wait, Chuan. Is there something you need?" Chuan inquired. Regarding the pig-headed man before him, "What of the others in your party?" Wang Yuan asked. "I have no party. I am alone," Chuan replied candidly, his right hand discreetly resting on the flowing light armlet. If they intended to rob him, at this close range, he was fully capable of severely injuring or even killing Wang Yuan in a sudden burst. "You are alone?" Wang Yuan's expression reflected skepticism. To him, given Chuan's background, it was apparent he must have strong allies, leading him to distrust the young man. "We have discovered an entrance to a secret realm ahead, but the realm lies within the territory of a golden-eyed water lion, comparable to a master of the 5th tier. Wang Yuan elaborated on his intentions. "Thus, we seek your collaboration to slay that golden-eyed water lion. Of course, any rewards garnered within the secret realm will be based on individual merit. In this world, numerous secret realms existed, some remnants of fallen powerful beings, while others were naturally occurring spaces. The contents of a secret realm were unpredictable. Some might be barren wastelands devoid of life. A newly discovered secret realm was a tantalizing prospect for many. Should the news spread, they would likely miss their chance, which explained Wang Yuan's urgency in seeking a partner to deal with the golden-eyed water lion. A secret realm? Chuan felt intrigued. Very well. Let us not delay any further. Let us go. Are you truly alone? Wang Yuan pressed further, his expression darkening. He had already discerned that Chuan's cultivation likely hovered around the 4th tier of the ascendant realm. At most the 5th tier, such strength would merely hinder their efforts. The one who dispatched the giant armored croclion must be someone else. Why Chuan offered no explanations. He understood that Wang Yuan looked down upon his capabilities. He clenched his fist, channeling all his strength into a single punch within 2 seconds, unleashing the perfected shattering stone fist. Wang Yuan was startled, hastily raising his hands to block. However, the extraordinary additional damage from the pig race was not so easily mitigated. Even as a master, Wang Yuan was sent flying, stumbling back several dozen steps before barely regaining his balance, his hands trembling uncontrollably. What immense power! Wang Yuan gazed at Chuan in astonishment. "So, do I now qualify to collaborate with you?" Chuan asked. "Indeed." Wang Yuan nodded. With their team strength, along with Chuan's, they should be able to handle the golden-eyed water lion. "Yuan Gu, are you serious? Are we really bringing a 4th-tier ascendant to collaborate?" questioned Tinge, another male member of the 9th tier. "Ahem. You'll understand if you try it yourself." Wang Yuan coughed twice, concealing his already bruised arms behind his back. "I'm indeed eager to see what kind of combat the Ascendant Realm can offer." Before he could finish his sentence, the rushing Tingyi was sent flying back by a punch from Chuan. In an instant, Tingyi became obedient. The others quickly realized that Chuan could not be assessed merely by ordinary standards. This individual likely possessed a professional rank above the epic level, making it commonplace for him to challenge opponents of higher tiers. "Chuan, we warmly welcome you to temporarily join our team." Wang Yuan extended his hand for a handshake with Chuan. "Let us set forth." Chuan nodded in agreement. The 6-member team advanced towards the southeast, during which Chuan became acquainted with the others. The 2 women were named Ho Xia, at the 8th tier of the Ascendant Realm, and Jianpan. At the 9th tier, Wang Yuan and his companions sought collaboration, not solely due to the formidable strength of the golden-eyed water lion beast, but also because another member of their team, Yu Shaowan, a Master Realm practitioner, lacked combat prowess. Her vocation as a Fortunate Star Enhancer did not entail any combat ability but could significantly amplify the fighting capabilities of others. For instance, with Yu Shaojuan's enhancement, the 2 9th-tier Ascendant Realm practitioners, Tingying Yi and Jianpan, could contend with 1st-tier Master Realm opponents without falling behind. Wang Yuan, originally a 2nd-tier Master Realm practitioner, could, under Yu Shaojuan's blessings, match the combat strength of a 4th-tier Master Realm. Chuan nodded, curious about how much his combat strength would be elevated under Yu Shaojuan's blessings. Approximately 20 minutes later, the pace of Wang Yuan and the others slowed considerably. Continue forward a few hundred meters. and you will reach the territory of the golden-eyed water lion beast. Its strength is exceedingly terrifying, and its golden eyes are extraordinarily sharp. Wang Yuan cautioned. Chuan wasted no words and retrieved a butcher's knife from the wrist of his flowing light device. The moment the knife appeared, a faint aura of malice enveloped the air, sending chills down their spines. Wang Yuan and the others could not help but shiver, gazing at the knife in disbelief. From this blade, they sensed an indescribable threat. Chuan, why does that knife look so much like a butcher's knife? Xiaowan could not help but inquire. Chuan raised an eyebrow and explained, in the slaughterhouse. You may call it a butcher's knife. I won tea contest that. However, outside the city, it must be called the Dragon Slayer. Chapter 54. Golden-eyed water lion beast, Dragon Slayer? The expressions of Wang Yuan and his companions turned peculiar. The name indeed sounded formidable, yet the knife unmistakably appeared as a butcher's knife. Doubts lingered in their hearts. Had they unwittingly enlisted a liability by collaborating with Chuan? What kind of good person wields a butcher's knife as a weapon? But having come this far, they could only choose to trust Chuan, for the strength he had just demonstrated was irrefutable. The group began to cautiously advance. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, a group lay concealed in the shadows. Their gazes fixated on them like venomous serpents. The beast has appeared. Be cautious. Wang Yuan suddenly spoke in a grave tone, a ferocious creature, entirely deep blue, with a mane resembling flowing tentacles and a pair of eyes glistening with golden light. Materialized before them, the beast stood nearly 5 meters tall, emanating a terrifying aura of oppression. Master Realm, 5th tier, the golden-eyed water lion beast. Tungyi, your speed is remarkable. You will be responsible for distracting the beast. Jinpan, your task is to harass from a distance, obscuring the golden-eyed water lion beast's vision and preventing its golden-eyed attacks from reaching us. Hosea, maintain your usual role, protect Xiaowan. Wang Yuan commanded with composure, clearly indicating that their team was well coordinated and accustomed to working together. As for you, Brother Chuan, since you managed to deal with the armored crocodile lion, your offensive capabilities must be formidable. We need you to inflict as much damage as possible on the golden-eyed water lion beast. Chuan nodded affirmatively. If there are no objections, prepare to engage, Xiaowan. Wang Yuan urged. Xiaowan raised her hand, and a gentle orange light gradually coalesced in her palm, transforming into 4 luminous seals that soared towards Chuan and the others. Resonance of spirit light. The moment the seals enveloped them, Chuan distinctly felt his 3-dimensional attributes surge at a terrifying pace. Name, Chuan, profession, God-level butcher, level, 4th tier ascendant realm, 11.2, strength, 217.5, 82.5, agility, 217.5, 82.5, spirit, 217, 5, 82.5, professional talent, nemesis of the pig clan, blade of the butcher god, professional skills, blood shadow butcher, LV2, soul slaying blade intent, LV2, other skills, windwalk, minor completion, nether phantom, perfect, illusory strike, minor completion, shatterstone fist, major completion, cloud cleaving slash, major completion, nemesis of the pig clan. Inflicts an additional 1450 damage to pigs. Each pig slain increases this talent's enhancement by 1. Damage received from pigs is halved. Blade of the butcher god. Designate a weapon as a butcher's knife. Each pig slain under the butcher's knife grants 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood shadow butcher. The butcher releases its malice, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 2 seconds. Soul-slaying blade intent. The butcher's knife possesses its own blade intent. When striking, it ignores 20 of the pig's defense. His original 3-dimensional attributes. All at 145, soared to 217 in an instant under Xiaojuan's enhancement. Although Xiaowan herself lacked combat power, she could augment her teammates' 3-dimensional attributes by 50. No wonder she was included in Wang Yuan's hunting team. She was practically a human walking amplifier. Chuan had a sense that in this state, if he were to confront Su Lingxian, he could defeat her with a single punch without even needing the Dragon Slayer. Just as Chuan reveled in the enhancements brought by Xiaowan, Tungyi charged forward. His speed was astonishing as he zipped past the golden-eyed water lion beast, instantly capturing its attention. The beast roared, its sharp claws descending upon Tungyi. Swim against the current. Jinpan. whose profession was intermediate windwalker, could manipulate the surrounding airflow. In that moment, a powerful current surged upward, forcefully countering the claws of the golden-eyed water lion beast. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yuan lunged, his silver spear striking like a golden serpent emerging from a hole, puncturing the beast and leaving a bloody wound. The golden-eyed water lion beast howled in agony, its golden eyes glimmering even more fiercely, reflecting Tang Yingyi's terrified face. "It's over, Brother Yuan. This beast has locked onto me." Tang Yingyi's face turned pale as he realized the danger. The most terrifying aspect of the golden-eyed water lion beast was its golden eyes, from which energy beams could melt even stone, let alone flesh. Just then, a figure surged through the wind, swiftly passing by Tang Yingyi. Tang Yingyi was stunned, his expression akin to that of the Flash witnessing Superman turning his head while running at super speed. The person who zipped past him was none other than Yi Chuan. Tang Yingyi was further astonished to discover that Yi Chuan's speed actually surpassed his own. His worldview was shattered. After all, he not only outranked Yi Chuan in realm but was also supposedly superior in speed. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded before him. As the golden-eyed water lion beast prepared to unleash its energy beam, Yi Chuan suddenly leaped into the air. He understood that once airborne, with no leverage, Yi Chuan would truly be unable to evade. "Brother Yi Chuan, retreat quickly. The golden-eyed water lion beast's golden-eyed attack is extremely deadly. You'll lose your life," Wang Yuan urgently warned. Yet Yi Chuan paid no heed and continued his charge towards the golden-eyed water lion beast. The beast's eyes had already become dazzlingly bright. If this continued, Yi Chuan would surely be incinerated by the blazing energy beam. As expected, the golden-eyed water lion beast showed no mercy, unleashing two golden beams directly towards Yi Chuan. However, what unfolded next left Wang Yuan and the others utterly dumbfounded. The two golden beams shot from the beast's eyes, piercing straight through Yi Chuan's body without inflicting any harm, not even singeing his clothes. Was that an illusion? Wang Yuan's pupils constricted as he instantly comprehended what had transpired, while Yi Chuan continued his assault towards the golden-eyed water lion beast. Then swung his butcher's knife horizontally. Cloud-cleaving slash. The strike was as swift as lightning and impeccably precise. In an instant, the golden-eyed water lion beast emitted a piercing howl of agony. The golden beams vanished, and two streams of blood poured from its now blinded eyes. The excruciating pain drove the golden-eyed water lion beast into a frenzy, but its once proud golden eyes were now utterly destroyed. The golden-eyed water lion beast had become the blind water lion beast. Employing windwalk to close the distance, followed by illusory strike to bait the beast's attack, and finally the cloud-cleaving slash that left it blind. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly without a hint of hesitation. Wang Yuan and the others collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. They were now truly convinced that Yi Chuan had single-handedly slain the armored crocodile lion, though this fellow's realm is merely the fourth stage of the ascendant level. The combat prowess he displays eclipses that of many masters, leaving them feeling utterly ashamed. Chapter 55. Rift in Space. Stop daydreaming. Take advantage of its weakness and strike for its life. Let us first eliminate this beast. Wang Yuan's stern voice jolted Tang Yingyi and the others back to reality. The golden-eyed water lion beast, blinded, was now at its most vulnerable. Regaining their composure, Tang Yingyi and Jian Pan swiftly launched their assault on the creature. Several blades of wind sliced toward the golden-eyed water lion, while Tang Yingyi darted like a dragon, leaving a deep gash across the beast's body in an instant. Wang Yuan brandished a silver spear, its intricate patterns perfectly aligning with his grip. Dragon's might spear. Wang Yuan thrust the spear forward, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed, as if a true dragon soared into the sky, ferociously clawing at the golden-eyed water lion. With the enhancement from Yu Xiaojun, Wang Yuan's strength rivaled that of a fourth-stage master. And with a single thrust, he pierced the beast through. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the golden-eyed water lioness' originally azure form. Having had its eyes slashed by Yi Chuan and subsequently severely injured by Wang Yuan and his companions, the golden-eyed water lioness' aura visibly weakened. Yet, it refused to succumb easily. A fifth-stage ferocious beast was far from simple to deal with. The golden-eyed water lion let out a chilling roar, and its azure body radiated an even more dazzling blue light. This blue light coalesced into a vortex, and at its center was the creature's foul, gaping maw. In that moment, Chuan and the others felt an overwhelming force pulling at their very beings. Under this suction, they felt as if their blood was about to be drawn from their bodies. Be careful. The golden-eyed water lion possesses water manipulation abilities in addition to its golden gaze. Maintain your distance and do not approach it too closely. Wang Yuan shouted urgently. That beast is heavily wounded. As long as we can hold it off, its blood loss will surely be its demise. Tunging Yi and the others nodded, preparing to wear down the golden-eyed water lion. However, at that moment, Chuan charged forward once more. As a butcher, how could he refrain from slaying the beast if he wished to grow stronger? Blood Shadow Butcher. The malevolent energy surrounding Chuan solidified, surging directly toward the golden-eyed water lion. Instantly, the creature fell into a state of dread, and the blue vortex that could siphon its blood shattered without a fight. Employing Windwalk, Chuan zipped beneath the beast's throat like a gust of wind. Butcher Chuan utilized his cleaver to slaughter a special pig, gaining a 150 level increase, with an additional 1 damage against the pig race, and adding 0.1 to his free attributes. Amidst the stunned gazes of Wang Yuan and the others, the immense body of the golden-eyed water lion slowly collapsed. A thin line of crimson appeared at its neck, clearly the result of Chuan's swift strike. Why Chuan couldn't he help but marvel at Xiaojun's blessing. Without her enhancement, he'd have found it exceedingly difficult to slay the golden-eyed water lion. Damn. Wang Yuan and the others were left speechless. Was this guy truly only at the 4th stage of the ascendant level? It was one thing to blind the golden-eyed water lion, but how could he also slay it in a single stroke? Even in its weakened state, a cornered beast was capable of desperate retaliation. And such ferocity was often the most terrifying. Wait, 4th stage of the ascendant level. Wang Yuan suddenly turned to Chuan, realizing that the aura he now exuded was unmistakably that of a 5th stage ascendant. No wonder you're so formidable. Brother Chuan. It turns out you were concealing your true strength. Wang Yuan exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Many spiritual weapons and skills possess the ability to obscure the true realm of their wielders. If Chuan had similar items, it would explain everything. Why Chuan rubbed his nose, tacitly acknowledging the observation. After all, he couldn't very well admit to Wang Yuan that he had just leveled up after slaying the golden-eyed water lion. Could he? No ordinary class changer could upgrade simply by hunting ferocious beasts. With the golden-eyed water lion vanquished, all obstacles were cleared. Wang Yuan and his companions led Chuan to a cliffside. At the base of the cliff lay a rift in space, several centimeters wide that had appeared out of nowhere. Through this rift, one could vaguely glimpse another world beyond, from which a chilling aura wafted. In a daze, Chuan seemed to see countless skeletal remains drifting through the rift. A shiver ran down his spine. This rift exuded an ominous feeling. This is the secret realm we discovered. When we first found it, the rift was only a few centimeters wide at this rate. Within a day or two, it will widen enough to allow living beings to enter, Wang Yuan explained, adding, Brother Chuan, we know little of what lies within this secret realm, so once we enter, we should part ways. I wish you fruitful discoveries. Chuan nodded. He and Wang Yuan's group were not particularly close, and if they traveled together, any valuable finds might lead to conflict. They positioned themselves at the entrance of the rift, quietly awaiting the secret realm's opening. As the spatial fluctuations intensified, the rift widened further. Just as Wang Yuan and the others believed they were about to enter, a holy beam of white light suddenly shot skyward. The clouds above were dispersed by this radiant pillar, which stood out starkly even from 1,000 miles away. Then, a chilling wind howled, and a series of dark auras began to encroach upon the white light. Eventually, the white pillar vanished, and daylight was abruptly transformed into night. Damn it! Wang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Such a terrifying phenomenon would undoubtedly attract all nearby powerful beings. Those approaching might not only be humans but also formidable entities from other races. Yet, amid his concern, Wang Yuan felt a flicker of excitement. The appearance of such an anomaly suggested that the secret realm likely contained extraordinary treasures. Realizing this, Wang Yuan quickly turned to Chuan, inquiring, Brother Chuan, I admit I spoke too soon. Shall we continue to cooperate? Chapter 56. The mysterious secret realm Wang Yuan had originally planned to share the spoils of this secret realm with Yi Chuan. However, given the unforeseen circumstances, it was prudent to team up, ensuring they could secure the treasures before others arrived. Once we enter the secret realm, regardless of what we encounter, we will allocate based on our contributions, ensuring fairness. What do you think? Wang Yuan pressed. Agreed, Yi Chuan nodded. The enhancement from Yu Xiaojun was a significant boost to his combat capabilities, and clearly, Wang Yuan and his companions were seasoned veterans of the wild. Joining forces with him for his first venture into a secret realm was undoubtedly a wise choice. If nothing else, their survival skills would be top-notch. Excellent. Let us hurry while others have yet to arrive. Wang Yuan led the charge into the widening rift. Now half a meter wide and easily passable for a single person. Be cautious. Avoid touching the edges of the rift, as even spiritual weapons can be sliced apart. Wang Yuan warned. Yi Chuan carefully traversed the rift and, in that instant, experienced a fleeting sensation of weightlessness. Once fully through, he found himself in an entirely new world. Just as Yi Chuan and his companions disappeared into the rift, another group emerged at the entrance. Each of them bore the insignia of a lion treading on thunder. A newly discovered secret realm that has yet to be uncovered. Yi Chuan's luck is astonishing. Lei Gang grinned, his smile chilling. He had initially intended to pursue Yi Chuan in the wild to avenge their previous encounter, but had refrained upon seeing him with Wang Yuan's group. Now, it seemed this misfortune had turned into fortune, as he had stumbled upon Yi Chuan's discovery of a brand new secret realm. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yi Chuan, no matter how fortunate you are merely a treasure-seeking mouse for the Thunder Lion Alliance. Lei Gang sneered. Swiftly sending a signal for reinforcements from the Thunder Lion Alliance, a brand new secret realm, combined with such a terrifying phenomenon, warranted the involvement of the Alliance's top-tier experts. If they could seize the opportunity, all treasures within the realm would belong to the Thunder Lion Alliance. Desolation, decay, and lifelessness. This was Yi Chuan's immediate impression upon entering this world. The earth exhibited a bizarre brown hue, and as the wind blew, it stirred up swirling black mists that sent shivers down one's spine. In the distance, crumbled remnants of buildings could be discerned. Everyone, stay vigilant. If anything seems amiss, we retreat immediately, Wang Yuan cautioned, his expression one of wariness. A new secret realm untouched by human presence could harbor unfathomable dangers. The group nodded in agreement, forming a triangular formation as they advanced cautiously. The swift Ting Yingyi took the lead, while Wang Yuan and Jian Pan followed closely behind. Ready to respond, Yi Chuan, along with another girl, Ho Xia, flanked Yu Xiaowan on either side, providing her with a protective barrier. After all, among the group, Yu Xiaowan possessed the weakest self-defense capabilities. At that moment, she suddenly felt something collide against her backside. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot an indignant glare at Yi Chuan, who was walking beside her. Scoundrel! The three of them were at the rear of the group, with no one behind them, and Ho Xia, being a girl herself, would not randomly touch her inappropriately. Thus, through the process of elimination, it was evident that only Yi Chuan could be responsible for this incident. Yi Chuan looked at Yu Xiaowan with a puzzled expression, wondering why this foolish girl was accusing him for no reason. However, he dismissed her outburst, attributing it to her eccentricity. Noting that Yi Chuan ignored her, Yu Xiaowan felt a surge of indignation but chose to remain silent, forcing herself to endure. Being in an unfamiliar secret realm, creating internal strife was clearly not a wise choice. However, it wasn't long before Yu Xiaowan felt another impact against her rear, followed by a second, a third, and then a fourth. Infuriated, she could no longer tolerate it. It was one thing to endure the first accidental bump, but after so many, did Yi Chuan truly think she was so easily bullied? Yi Chuan. Enough! Yu Xiaowan exclaimed angrily, ready to confront him. Yet, as she turned around, she discovered that the one who had been bumping against her was not Yi Chuan at all, but a floating, icy corpse. The expression on the corpse's face was contorted, as if it had endured unimaginable suffering before death. Its skin resembled aged tree bark, wrapping around its skeletal frame, sending chills down her spine. Ah! Yu Xiaowan gasped in shock, leaping onto Yi Chuan in fright. She never anticipated that the source of the bumping behind her would be a corpse, long deceased. With Yu Shaowan no longer in the way, the corpse continued to drift forward. Wang Yuan and the others were also drawn to the spectacle, collectively inhaling sharply, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. Despite their vigilance since arriving, not one of them had noticed when this corpse had floated by. Summoning his courage, Wang Yuan used his spear to block the corpse, scrutinizing it closely. "Fear not, this corpse poses no threat to us. It has been dead for many years, and it appears to be non-human," Wang Yuan remarked, his brow furrowed as he formed his assessment. Though the corpse appeared humanoid, it bore wings that seemed to extend from its spine. It was impossible for a human to possess wings on their back. "This corpse belongs to the Tianren tribe." A glimmer of insight flashed in Wang Yuan's eyes. Among the myriad races, only the Tianren resemble humans, yet possess wings. The purer and more noble the bloodline, the greater the number of wings they possess. A two-winged Tianren is merely the most common among them. As Wang Yuan spoke, he surveyed their surroundings. The secret realm before them was undeniably linked to the Tianren tribe. "I do not care what race it belongs to. I only wish to know from whence it emerged," Yu Shaowan exclaimed. Still shaken, she had thought Yi Chuan was being inappropriate, only to discover it was a corpse of indeterminate age. She would rather have dealt with Yi Chuan's advances. At least he was alive and not unpleasant to look at. "I have no idea. This secret realm is bizarre and sinister." Wang Yuan inhaled deeply, his expression growing grave. Just then, a second corpse began to drift out, also belonging to the Tianren tribe. Following closely were a third, a fourth, and soon a veritable tide of corpses surged in from all directions. A chill crept up the spines of Wang Yuan and his companions. Although these Tianren corpses posed no immediate danger, witnessing a multitude of them floating ominously before them was undeniably unsettling. They attempted to evade the corpses, yet they seemed to possess an uncanny ability to navigate directly toward Wang Yuan and his group. Suddenly, Yu Shaowan, still clinging to Yi Chuan like a koala, uttered a chilling statement. "Why do I feel like these corpses are alive?" Chapter 57. The ancient hall in the secret realm. Yu Shaojuan's words sent a shiver down the spines of Wang Yuan and the others. Jin Pan could not help but cover Yu Shaojuan's mouth. "Do not speak recklessly." They exchanged fearful glances at the floating corpses, apprehensive that they might spring to life at any moment. That moment, Yi Chuan took action. Amidst the bewildered gazes of Wang Yuan and the others, he approached the nearest corpse wielding a butcher's knife. "Yi Chuan, do not act rashly. Those corpses are rather eerie," Wang Yuan cautioned. But his words went unheeded as Yi Chuan swiftly struck. He first detached the corpse's limbs at the joints, then proceeded to eviscerate it, removing its head and placing it aside. Only when it came to removing the wings did Yi Chuan encounter some difficulty. After all, this was his first time dissecting a winged creature. Yet, this was no challenge for him. A winged pig was still a pig at its core. Yi Chuan soon managed to detach the wings as well. Observing Yi Chuan perform the dissection with the finesse of a master chef left Wang Yuan, Yu Shaowan, and the others utterly dumbfounded. Before they could recover from their astonishment, Yi Chuan had swiftly completed the dissection. The Tianren corpse lay in a neat pile of disassembled parts. Once disassembled, the corpse ceased to float and lay still. The once drifting corpses around them suddenly paused, then, as if receiving a command, they scattered in all directions. These corpses had come and gone with remarkable speed, vanishing without a trace. Did those corpses just flee in fear? Wang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, astonished that he had witnessed a day when corpses could be frightened away, especially by a mere human. He looked at Yi Chuan's calm demeanor, unable to suppress his astonishment. "What are we waiting for? Let us proceed," Yi Chuan urged, perplexed. "Advance, advance, advance." Wang Yuan and the others nodded fervently, their apprehensions regarding Yi Chuan now rivaling their earlier fears of the corpses. Who would have imagined that a seemingly ordinary person could perform dissection with such ease? The group ventured deeper into the secret realm, approaching a cluster of dilapidated ancient structures that bore little resemblance to human architecture. The shattered tiles beneath their feet were adorned with exquisitely carved feathers. Despite the many ruins, it was evident that this place had once been magnificent, the heart of this architectural complex. They discovered a grand ancient hall radiating a brilliant white light. While the other structures had long since crumbled, this hall remained resplendent, as if untouched by time. emanating an aura of sanctity that was inviolable. It was likely that the white beam they had previously observed had originated from this very hall. Chuan, it appears that any treasures must lie within that ancient hall. The faces of Wang Yuan and his companions were alight with excitement. The discovery of an ancient hall in such a location was undeniably precious, and it might harbor the true treasures of the Tianren tribe. As they hurried toward the radiant ancient hall, the sudden emergence of this secret realm had drawn the attention of formidable forces from the surrounding area. The closest factions, the Qingqing Alliance, led by Yishang and Yixia, rushed forth. The Leisure Alliance, alerted by Lei Gang, was the first to arrive at the secret realm, where the spatial fissure was now large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals simultaneously. Without hesitation, members of the Leisure Alliance stepped into the secret realm. In addition to humans, other races nearby also made their way toward the entrance. The first to arrive were powerful goblins. 2 3-meter-tall goblins, their muscular forms clad in heavy armor, bore massive axes stained with blood upon their shoulders. Yet, the most concerning presence was a small goblin, only 1 meter tall, with a slight hunch and covered in intricate arcane runes. Everyone understood that this was a goblin priest, a rare figure emerging only from a goblin clan of over 10,000. Goblin priests commanded other goblins and wielded the power to manipulate natural elements, with the lowest among them being of master rank. Following closely were several burly giants, their bodies adorned with black manes and crowned with imposing horns. The Minotaur tribe had also arrived at the entrance of this secret realm. Their presence made the human cultivators of Qingqing wary. Those who were not of their kin could only harbor ill intentions, especially regarding the newly emerged secret realm. If treasures were to be found within, these foreign races would undoubtedly be their greatest rivals. The members of the Jiutian Alliance and the monks of the Shang and Xia families exchanged glances, each understanding the other's intentions. If precious treasures indeed lay within the secret realm, they would first join forces to eliminate these foreign threats before vying for the spoils. Besides these major factions, numerous independent adventurers who had received the news flocked toward the spatial fissure. The once silent secret realm gradually buzzed with activity as people surged forth. We must quicken our pace. Hearing the distant commotion, Wang Yuan's expression turned grave. It was clear that others were already entering the secret realm. A group of individuals hastily quickened their pace towards the ancient Grand Hall, swiftly arriving at its base. The entire structure was enveloped in a radiant white light, and when Wang Yuan stepped forward in an attempt to penetrate this luminous barrier, he was forcefully repelled. Shock was evident in Wang Yuan's eyes. "What a terrifying power!" he exclaimed. It was no wonder that all other edifices had crumbled into ruins while this ancient hall stood resilient. Not even a speck of dust to be seen. It must surely be connected to the white light that enveloped it. Brother Chuan, although this white light is formidable, it has undoubtedly weakened with the passage of time. Let us join forces and tear open a breach in it, Wang Yuan proposed. Agreed, Chuan nodded, brandishing his cleaver. Simultaneously, Yu Shaojun invoked the resonance of spiritual light, augmenting the combat prowess of Chuan and his companions. In unison, the 5 of them launched their assault, with even Hou Xia joining in. The moment their combined attack descended, the white light shrouding the ancient hall flared brilliantly. Countless pure, white feathers cascaded from the heavens, resembling a magnificent snowfall of goose feathers, a breathtaking spectacle. Concurrently, the ancient hall began to ascend slowly into the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to a blazing sun. Everyone within the secret realm beheld this mysterious and archaic grand hall. Without hesitation, all rushed towards it, convinced that within this hall lay a treasure of immeasurable value.